Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. King of Conqueror, although it is only a temporary alliance, please keep the promise. Of course. 35 Iskandar replied. Einsburn, do you have any plans? I heard from Lancer just now that this is not the first time you have fought against Castor, right? Writer's Master Weber asked Irisfiel. In short, we can only fight quickly. That monster can only maintain its existence by relying on the magic power provided by Castor, but when it starts to forage on its own and becomes self-sufficient, it will not be able to deal with it. We have to develop until stop Castor before that. Irisfiel replied. It turns out that it means that it needs to be dealt with before it goes ashore for food, but Castor himself is in the monster's body. What should I do? Iskandar said helplessly. His noble phantasm is a large army of followers, but dealing with such a huge monster is equivalent to scraping. If you want to deal with this kind of monster, you must use a powerful noble phantasm of destructive power such as a counter-city. The only way to pull him out is to do this. As long as his noble phantasm is exposed, my red rose of destruction can destroy his technique with a single blow. Lancer appeared and said, Lancer, if this spear is used to throw, can it hit Castor's noble phantasm from the shore? Artoria asked. As long as you can see it, it's easy. Lancer said confidently. Then I and Ryder will be the strikers, okay, King of Conquerors? Artoria asked Iskandar. Okay. But my chariot can run without roads. Saber, how are you going to attack the enemy in the river? Iskandar asked inexplicably. I am blessed by the fairies in the lake. No matter how deep the water is, nothing can stop my progress. Arturia replied. Since it's an alliance, it doesn't matter if they expose their abilities to each other. What's more, her current spiritual foundation can completely sweep this Holy Grail war like Gilgamesh. Just like the Amiya giants, they end the battle with 7 in one night. That's really a rare ability. I want to bring you under my command more and more. 35 Iskandar said enviously. In front of him is because he is blocked by the sea and cannot continue to conquer. If he also has this ability, he can know what 623 is on the other side of the sea. You're open-mouthed. I'll find out to you in the future, and now I'll dig out Castor from the monster's stomach. Arturia glared at him with a bad look. Haha, yes, then it's up to me to take the lead. Iskandar said and drove his chariot towards the monsters in the lake. Saber, I wish you good luck. Irisfiel put her hands on her heart and wished sincerely. Yeah. Arturia nodded, then jumped into the river and rushed towards the monster. Under the Wind King's barrier, the original black suit became a battle armor. Of course, it wasn't the previous blue battle dress, but the pure white Lion King's silver armor. Her boots stepped on the water, ripples of blue magic power appeared, and they did not sink, but were walking on the ground. It's time to make a break, Castor, Artoria said. At this time, a huge octopus tentacles attacked her. Barb-like fangs stand under the tentacles. However, in the face of such an attack, Artoria cut it off with one piece. The battle was completely opened, and at the same time, the island country government was alerted, and 2 fighter jets were dispatched. One of the pilots is talking. If there are monsters, will they issue a clearance to engage? Another pilot said, if it was a monster movie, we would all be cannon fodder to set off the power of the Giant of Light who appeared at the end. You're not funny at all. However, in any case, it will soon be known. 35. The battle on the river became more and more intense, but no matter how Artoria and Iskandar attacked, those tentacles would recover quickly. As a result, the 2 will be consumed to death. Regeneration is horrible. When everyone saw the scene, they were a little desperate. The magic powers of Artoria and Iskandar were also rapidly consumed. If this continued, Castor would not be subjugated, and the 2 of them would be exhausted and die first. After seeing this scene, Joan of Arc wanted to take action and help the heroes to crusade against Castor, but as ruler, she must be fair and trustworthy and not allowed to intervene in the Holy Grail War. Castor's master reign, Cece, Ikunasuk, who was hiding in the dark, was extremely excited and shouted in excitement. It's an unsightly scene. Although it is a B*******************, D, it has been a well-known powerhouse. Now all of them can't do anything about that ugly thing. It's really sad. 33 Gilgamesh drives his plane like a plane. The same Vimana, dragging his chin with one hand and speaking sarcastically. Don't you think? The hour. Standing on top was Tokiomi Tosaka, who looked down with a serious face and thought to himself, we must destroy that monster before there are more witnesses and take on the prestige of my Tosaka family. Because more and more humans came to the shore to watch, those people would be in danger. If it goes on like this, the clock tower will intervene. In addition, as a local magician, he also has the responsibility to protect the citizens of Fuyuki City. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but bow to Gilgamesh and said, My king, that giant beast is a vicious beast that ravages your courtyard. Please kill it yourself. Is that the work of the gardener, or? Sure, are you mocking that my noble phantasm is the gardener's hoe? Gilgamesh asked rhetorically. Now he is getting more and more unhappy with Tosaka Tokiomi. How could he listen to him? How dare I do this, but as you can see, other people can't deal with it. This is a good opportunity to show your power as a true hero, and please make a wise decision. Tosaka Tokiomi hurriedly said. Gilgamesh frowned slightly when he heard this. Tokiomi Tosaka became more and more unhappy, but the other party had a command spell, and his anti-magic power was too low to resist the command spell at all. For the time being, I can only agree. I saw that he opened the treasure of the king and projected a handful of noble phantasms from the sky, piercing the monster summoned by Castor. Seeing this scene, Artoria and Iskandar all stopped. The two of them couldn't help being shocked. This kind of unrestrained fighting style was indeed terrifying. There are so many noble phantasms that they are projected in the sky like this. Who can stop them? Gilgamesh's attack poked a few holes in the huge sea devil, but the sea devil's recovery ability was too fast, and it quickly recovered as before. This scene made everyone feel desperate so that no servant is its opponent. However, at this moment, Enlon, who was sitting on top of the clouds watching the excitement, knew that Gilgamesh did not make a full effort. If his treasure of the king is fully activated, the sea demon's recovery ability will not be able to keep up. This guy just opened 2 or 3 time space windows, and he stopped after a few attacks. This was basically done for Tosaka Tokiomi, and he didn't want to take action at all. That servant in golden armor has a pretty good noble phantasm. Athena sat next to Enlon and said interestingly, Really good. Enlon nodded. Although Gilgamesh of the Bow rank is annoying and not as pleasing as the C rank, his treasure of the king is really good as an attack method. Aren't you going to help them? Athena asked. It's boring for me to take action. It's very exciting to watch the real-life blockbuster like this. Enlon teased Athena in his arms. Athena blushed slightly and leaned her head in his arms. How is this possible? Tokiomi Tosaka said in disbelief when he saw the scene. After the hour has passed, I can no longer see that dirty thing. Gilgamesh said. Don't do this, King of Heroes, please stop. Tokiomi Tosaka hurriedly said. Shurchin, for your sake, I threw away 4 swords and guns. They were contaminated by that kind of thing, and I didn't plan to recycle them. Don't think that my tolerance is so cheap. Gilgameshman said with a disdainful face. The only hero who can defeat that monster is you. Its regeneration ability is so strong that you can only destroy it as a whole with a single attack. To do this, King of Heroes, only your deviant sword. Tokiomi Tosaka was interrupted before he finished speaking, and Gilgamesh said angrily, Idiot, do you want me to pull out the treasure EA here? Recognize your identity, sure. Dare to say such lies to the king, it is a serious crime of beheading. Tomisaka Tokiomi's expression changed suddenly. He hurriedly bowed and saluted, and said no more. He looked at the command spell on the back of his hand, and a battle began in his heart. Although the command spell could be used, it would undoubtedly break with Gilgamesh completely. Originally this time, he wanted to supplement the lost command spell to fight against Castor. If he broke with Gilgamesh, it would be the opposite. and Lon on the clouds couldn't help laughing when he heard the conversation between the two. Gilgamesh is a person who clearly possesses the treasure of the king, but sometimes he seems too stingy. I don't know if he was deliberately disgusting or if he was just like that. As for the deviant sword, it's even more funny. If you think your opponent is not worthy, you will not use it. As a result, the fifth Holy Grail was beaten into a dog by Shiro Amiya, and in desperation, he wanted to take out the deviant's sword to deal with Shiro Amiya, but after a moment of hesitation, Shiro Amiya cut off his arm. How arrogant this is, as the king of beasts, the lion also uses all his strength to fight the rabbit. When the king confronts the enemy, does he have to divide the opponent to decide whether to use all his strength? Wang is wise, not a middle school, funny, arrogant, low IQ. The deviant sword is indeed powerful, and Artoria's sword of victory is no match for it. But now it's different. She has the old sword version of the Sword of Oath Victory, which is the holy sword of the stars that saves the world. Once the 13 seals are unraveled, who is it? This crusade against Castor was the time when Arturia broke the seal. Strange to say, Gilgamesh, as a bow rank, actually has a king's treasure. To project it is already very powerful. But his strongest noble phantasm is the Heaven and Earth Deviation Star, not a projection-type noble phantasm. It would be fine if it was just an ordinary sword, but the deviated sword could release light cannon attacks like a sword-level sword. This setting is really unfair. As a sword rank, why can't Arturia have a spear rank weapon? If it wasn't for Enlon who strengthened her spirit base, she would not have possessed the noble phantasm of the spear rank, the Spear of the End. At this time, 2 human warplanes also flew here. When Tosaka Tokiomi saw the scene, his face suddenly became ugly. The arrival of the fighter planes represents the attention of the human government here. The pilots on the 2 fighter planes were stunned when they saw the monster. Unexpectedly, the real world really has monsters. Then they saw Gilgamesh's Vimana and thought it was a UFO, and things got bigger. They wanted to get closer to see what it was, and then report back to the command center. However, because one of the fighter planes flew too close, it was directly caught by the countless tentacles stretched out by the sea devil and swallowed it into the body. What an unreasonable monster, Iskandar said after seeing the scene. Arturia clenched her fists, and a living life was lost. After swallowing the fighter jet, Castor burst into a terrifying laugh. Joan of Arc, who was watching all this, couldn't bear it any longer and also showed up to fight against the Sea Devil with the servants. When Castor and the Sea Devil saw Joan of Arc, he was dumbfounded. 2 genes? No, I did admit the wrong person before. Saber is indeed not Joan of Arc. The one holding the battle flag in front of him is the real Joan of Arc. Holy Maiden! Castor was speechless with excitement. Marshal Gil, stop what you are doing, Joan ordered. No, I can't stop. I want to win this Holy Grail war. Use the Holy Grail to resurrect you. Castor refused directly. At this moment, he has fallen into madness. Damn. Jean bit her lip, a little helpless. The other fighter jet directly gave up the reporting command center and turned on the combat mode. He wanted to avenge the pilot of the other fighter jet. But at this moment, Berserker, dressed in black armor and exuding black energy, suddenly appeared on the top of the fighter plane, activated the skill Knights Do Not Die with Bare Hands, forcibly modified the fighter plane, and gained control. Berserker? Why is that guy here? Weber said worriedly. It's this time. He's still here to disrupt the situation? Lancer frowned. That mad dog again? Interesting. Gilgamesh sneered. Everyone didn't expect Berserker to appear at this time. Is he here to deal with monsters, or to disrupt the situation? But everyone thought wrong. Berserker was going for Tosaka Tokiomi. Tosaka Tokiomi also saw Berserker's master, Matu Korea, so he said to Gilgamesh, King, I will deal with his master. 99. Hey, just go and play with him, Gilgamesh said. Chapter 118 The Sword of Oath Victory. Berserker drove the magic-modified fighter plane and rushed directly to Gilgamesh. A dog that is only worthy of lying on the ground dares to fly to the sky where the king flies. Don't be too arrogant, be *******D. Gilgamesh said and unfolded the noble phantasm, treasure of the king. 6 golden time-space ripples appeared, and the 6 noble phantasms were projected onto Berserker. Berserker was very agile, steered the demon-modified fighter to dodge easily, and then fired 2 missiles towards Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh's Vimana spread his wings, also dodging the missile. But the missile also has the tracking ability because of the magic modification, and continues to follow Gilgamesh without worrying about running out of fuel. Gilgamesh felt that he could not escape. Vimana opened the noble phantasm on both sides, and the 2 noble phantasms were projected out, collided with the missile, and exploded in the air. Interesting, I haven't played a game like this for a long time. A mere beast actually makes me excited. Gilgamesh's words were full of disdain and contempt for Berserker. However, as Lancelot, Berserker's endless martial arts are enough to deserve people's admiration. What qualifications does Gilgamesh have to look down on? In the words of Shiro Amiya in the 5th Holy Grail War, Gilgamesh, who possesses countless noble phantasms, is at the apex even among heroic spirits, but because of this, although he is a king, he is not a qualified person. The warrior, he did not choose the path of using a noble phantasm to the extreme. He belongs to the trash who knows everything, but is not proficient at everything. Except for the noble phantasm, those with low force value, poor. In this case, what qualification does he have to look down on Lancelot, who has cultivated martial arts to the extreme? This arrogant character is really annoying. On the other side, the battle between Tomisaka Tokiomi and Matu Kariya also begins. However, Matu Kariya's body had to provide Berserker's magic power due to the transformation of the bug, and it was almost at its limit, so he couldn't defeat Tosaka Tokiomi at all. As the 5th-generation head of the Nakatosaka family of the 3 royal families, Tokiomi's magic ability is still very powerful. Lancer's Master Kenneth's magician rank is the color rank. Tomisaka Tokiomi's magic level is not lower than him, and this magic level is placed in the clock tower, and it is also the top existence. With such strength, how could it be comparable to a half-hearted person like Matu Kariya? After seeing the scene, Enlon had a whim and wanted to make Gilgamesh look ugly. In the original book, if Matu Kariya was not repelled by Tosaka Tokiomi, Gilgamesh would have been forced by Lancelot to use the Deviant Sword. In this battle, Gilgamesh was injured. As a result, because Matu Kariya was injured, Lancelot lost control, and instead of attacking Gilgamesh, the target turned to Arturia. Enlon planned to help Matu Kariya, let Lancelot keep fighting Gilgamesh, and was beaten by the mad dog in his mouth. For the sake of you being a real man. Enlon looked at Matu Kariya with a smile. Immediately afterwards, a divine power descended from the sky and penetrated into his body. After Matu Kariya, who was fighting Tokiomi Tosaka, merged into the divine power, his body function was completely restored, and the magic circuit was also modified and strengthened. With the support of these magical powers, he finally blocked Tosaka Tokiomi's attack and started a counterattack. Not only that, because of the increase in magic power, Lancelot began to become more and more reckless. The magic-modified plane projected one missile after another, frantically bombing Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh couldn't dodge those missiles that could track, so he could only project the noble phantasm in the treasure of the king to collide with Lancelot. In this way, the consumption of magic power is huge, and even if there is a powerful magician like Tokiomi Tosaka as the magic power supply, it will gradually become unbearable. Seeing this scene, Enlon showed a funny smile. "You are too bad," Athena said suddenly. "Men are not bad, women are not loving." Enlon continued to watch the play with a smile. The battle between Gilgamesh and Lancelot became more and more intense, directly surpassing the scenes where the other servants slaughtered Castor and the Sea Devil. On the other side of the battle, when the Sea Devil had no choice, Iskandar decided to use the noble phantasm. However, the army of kings crushes opponents by numbers, and the single attack power is not strong. With the terrifying resilience of the Sea Devil, even if all the soldiers are consumed, the Sea Devil cannot be killed. Faced with this situation, Arturia took the initiative to stand up and say, "I'll use the noble phantasm." In the original plot, because her hand was injured, she could not exert her full strength, so Amiya Kuritsugu used this to coerce Lancer to restore Artoria's injury and let her use the Noble Phantasm against the city. Lancer also destroyed his own Noble Phantasm, Yellow Rose of Destruction, allowing Artoria to recover. But because of this, the conflict between Amiya Kuritsugu and Artoria deepened. But now it is different. Artoria's injury has been recovered by Enlon, and there is no need for Amiya Kuritsugu to threaten Lancer with this. If possible, Amiya Kuritsugu would not allow Artoria to use the Noble Phantasm. This kind of trump card killer must naturally be reserved for the end. But this time, you can get 2 command spells by destroying Caster. In addition, Artoria's spiritual base has been strengthened, and there are more Noble Phantasms. Amiya Kuritsugu decided to reveal a trump card and let Artoria use the treasure. Tool, Behead Caster. Irisveal received a call from Amiya Kuritsugu and passed it on to Artoria. Artoria nodded, and when she was about to release the Wind King barrier and displayed the Sword of Promised Victory, Enlan's voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Saber, use the sacred sword of the star that saves the world. This is a great opportunity to unlock the 13 seals. Let me see its power. Artoria was stunned for a moment, frowned and said, "The holy sword is too powerful. Even my A++ grade holy sword may destroy this place, let alone that EX grade holy sword. Don't worry, I will enchant this place and move the others away at the same time." Hearing this, Artoria no longer hesitated, took back the Sword of Oath of Victory, and took out the Sword of Oath of Victory of the old sword. Similarly, she also wanted to see the power of this holy sword. Although the 2 swords have the same name, their appearance is completely different. The old sword is more simple and unpretentious, unlike Artoria's holy sword, which always blooms with holy light. Enlon, who was sitting on the cloud layer, snapped his fingers and a barrier immediately enveloped the entire river surface, and the surrounding ordinary people were also evacuated by all the space. Seeing this, Artoria was relieved. She stood on the water, holding the holy sword above her head. Immediately, a strong divine light erupted. Countless rays of light drifted out from the earth and water and converged toward the holy sword. That shining sword is the past, present, and future, the tragic and noble dream that all the warriors who died in battle had in their hearts when they were dying. She was proud of this will. Faith is carried through to the end. At this moment, the real name of Miracle in the King of Eternal Victory Gao Singer. The 13 seals are lifted, and the roundtable voting begins. The next moment, 13 golden figures appeared behind Artoria. This is not a war with elves. 35. Approval. This is to fight against those who are stronger than you. Approval. This is a fight for survival. Approval. This is not a fight against humanity. Approval. 35. This fight for the truth. 39. Approval. This is the battle to save the world. Approval. This fight for survival. Approval. 99. This is a one-on-one battle. Approved. Do not run contrary to humanity. Approval. This is fighting against evil. 35. Approval. This is not a fight for selfish desires. Approval. As the seals were lifted one after another, the Sword of Oath of Victory finally turned into the holy sword of the stars that saved the world. The dazzling holy light and the powerful magic released almost made everyone dare not believe it. Gilgamesh, who was originally chased and bombed by Lancelot with fighter jets, also discovered the scene, which made him look shocked. Because the power of the holy sword in Artoria's hand is no longer under his deviant sword. Even with the release of more seals, it has surpassed the deviant sword. When all the 13 seals were lifted, the strongest noble phantasm appeared. At this moment, all the servants are paying attention to Artoria's appearance as a king and the peerless holy sword in her hand. Excalibur. The real name was released, and the holy sword erupted with a powerful light wave, attacking the sea devil at the moment when Artoria slashed it. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the sea devil and Castor were drowned in the holy light, completely burned to the ground. If Enlon hadn't arranged the barrier in advance, the entire Fuyuki city would have disappeared in an instant. Iskandar also looked serious and ugly at this moment, because the power of Artoria's sword could easily tear apart the inherent barrier of his noble phantasm. Flowers. Good power. Enlon nodded with satisfaction. Through the barrier, he already knew the upper limit of the Holy Sword's power. Joan of Arc looked at the place where Castor disappeared, with a trace of sadness in her eyes. After this incident, Amiya Kiritsugu was rewarded with 2 command spells. The other servants and the master also left, and only Gilgamesh and Lancelot were still chasing and bombing each other in the sky. Matu Korea received a trace of divine power from Enlon. Not only his body was healed, but his magic also became stronger. This made the fight between him and Tosaka Tokiomi even more intense. Tosaka Tokiomi was so angry that he wanted to get more command spells to control Gilgamesh in this crusade against Castor, but he didn't get anything. Now he is still being entangled by a mad man like Matu Korea, which gives him an incomparable headache. Enlon didn't care about the battle between the two sides. He just couldn't get used to Gilgamesh of the Bao rank and wanted to teach him a lesson. After everyone left, Amiya Kiritsugu also started his own operation, letting Kuumiya kidnap Kenneth's wife Sora. Kenneth's magic circuit collapsed after being hit by an origin bullet, so the command spell was captured by his wife Sora. Having kidnapped Sora, it's easier to deal with Lancer. In fact, with the current spirit base of Arturia, there is absolutely no need to do so. But this is the style of Amiya Kiritsugu, and everything is safe. Defeat the enemy with minimal cost. And the conflict between him and Arturia is getting deeper and deeper until the last moment. He doesn't want to use Arturia. Enlon naturally knew about these things, but he wasn't ready to intervene. He came to this world for 3 purposes. One is to analyze the root cause, the other is to copy the skills and noble phantasms of heroic spirits, and the third is to save Sakura and Irisville. Now that 1 and 2 have been completed, and the third is half completed, Sakura was saved by him. Then, only the last Irisville remains. The threat of the little Holy Grail no longer exists, so there is only the question of her lifespan as an android. This is easy for Enlon and can help her recover at any time. That is to say, Enlon has accomplished the whole purpose of the trip since then. The result of the Holy Grail War is not important to him. He will only be a passerby, watch this Holy Grail War, and then leave. At night, on the bridge in Fuyuki City, Joan of Arc stood alone, still watching where Castor disappeared. Enlan's figure appeared beside her, then sat down on the bridge and said, "Thinking about your life?" Joan of Arc turned to look at Enlon with a strange look in her eyes. She didn't answer Enlan's words, but instead asked, "Why are you not a servant anymore?" "Because I wasn't originally from this world. I just came down with a clone by responding to the Holy Grail." Enlon answered without concealment. With strength his level, there is no need to hide anything. This is just like when you were fighting the landlord and caught the king bomb. For 2s, for aces, for kings, for queens, the big cards are all in your house, and the open cards are also one. In the end, because of you, the great Holy Grail summoned me, and you let me witness the death of Marshal Gil under the siege of many servants," Jean said in a bad tone. Hearing her words, Enlon turned to look at the French village girl in front of him, with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. As a heroic spirit, Gilles de Rais is already dead. Can't you see through this? 55. Joan of Arc was silent, because Enlon was right. Neither Gilles de Rais nor herself are long dead in history. "Do you want to be resurrected?" Enlon asked suddenly. "What are you going to do?" Jean asked cautiously. Enlon, as a foreign god, is now coming, and Joan of Arc is really afraid that he will do something wrong. "I want to be your master and make you believe in me." Enlan's smile became more and more sinister, and there was a hint of temptation in his bright red eyes. The clan in the wrong world has grown, so it is also a good choice to take Joan of Arc as the standard bearer within the clan, holding the banner of the clan badge. It's just that Joan of Arc's faith is Jesus, the Lord. It seems a little difficult to change her beliefs. Please don't make fun of my beliefs. I only believe in the Lord, and it is impossible to believe in you, an exotic god," Jean said with an angry expression. Faith is very important to her, and Lan's desire to change her beliefs is no doubt humiliating her. Although the conditions of resurrection are very tempting, as a believer, she can completely restrain her temptation. And Lan had already guessed the ending, so he was not disappointed. Since Joan of Arc is unwilling, then use Black Joan of Arc as the standard bearer of her family. Black Joan has no faith. Since you don't agree, then if I didn't say it, I didn't mean to humiliate you. After all, a sincere believer like you, any god would want to have it. And Lan said and stood up from the bridge. Seeing that there was no disappointment in his expression, Jean actually had a different kind of emotion in her heart. It sounds nice on the lips, and I want to have a sincere believer like me. But I just refused, and you gave up? This kind of strange psychology is like a test between male and female friends. Men and women go to the mall and see a very beautiful bag, and the man wants to buy it for the woman. But the woman didn't like that kind of bag, so she refused. When a man sees a woman's rejection, he doesn't insist and just gives up. When a woman sees a man's attitude, she gets very angry. Yes, this is no longer a question of liking bags or not, but a question of attitude. A woman's mind is so delicate and changeable, otherwise how can it be called a needle in the sea? Even Joan of Arc is a woman. Seeing that she didn't speak, and Lan thought she was still angry, so he said, "I'm leaving, don't think too much about Castor." 35. Seeing that Lan was leaving, Joan of Arc immediately shouted, "Wait a minute. What else?" And Lan asked, "I hope you don't meddle in this Holy Grail war. You helped Sab 623 or strengthen the spiritual foundation. This is not in line with the rules." Joan of Arc said immediately and seriously, "Look at the mood." And Lan waved his hand, and the figure disappeared immediately. Damn, B asterisk 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 D. Seeing Lan disappear, Joan of Arc got angry. Back at the residence, Irisveil has rested. Artoria was standing guard, preventing other servants from attacking at night. Luculasia was holding a copy of the magic of the Einsburn family and was studying it. The magic of this world and the magic of the Multilayer world are called magic, but their principles are not the same. As a witch, she knows a lot of magic, and she likes to study magic at ordinary times. Now that I have come into contact with a brand new magic, the whole person is devoted to researching it. With a strong talent, she even began to merge the magic essence of the two worlds, taking out the dross and creating a more powerful magic. As long as you understand the principles of magic, you don't need to put too much effort into it. In the future, you will mainly practice magic. And Lan made himself a cup of tea and sat across from her. It's nice to say, I haven't seen magic before. Luculasia rolled in Lan's eyes. If this were the case before, she would never dare. But after being with Lan for a long time, knowing Lan's character, he became more courageous, not as respectful as before, but more close. What kind of magic do you want to learn? Lan asked with a smile. I want to learn everything. Do you want to teach me? Luculasia suddenly became interested. Then I will teach you a simple magic first. And Lan was also interested. He has a lot of magic, among which are from the skill tree of Mengwang, Chido, elemental magic, physical magic, dragon species magic, elf magic, demon magic, summoning magic, and so on. But because Mengwang has more and stronger skills, he rarely uses magic. However, Mengwang's magic is somewhat powerful, and it is not suitable to teach Luculasia at present. So Lan wanted to create a few simple spells with the god of Fengzhou and then give it to Luculasia. He still has high expectations for Luculasia and wants to train her to be a great magician, similar to the 9 demons of the Loki family. His family members are all warriors now, and it is time to add some pure magicians. What magic? 39 Luculasia asked expectantly. Hurry up, I'll get a staff first. And Lan said and began to search in his god's treasure house. There are all the noble phantasms in the Xingyue world, and there are quite a few ones. After a while, he found one that looked good. It was a strange staff that looked like wood, and it was Merlin's staff. Then he took out a large ornate staff and threw it to Nuclearization, which was the staff of the profiteer Leonardo da Vinci. Nuclearization took the staff and immediately fell in love with it. Now the first magic I'm going to teach you is called Mirror Dimension. And Lon held the staff and gently touched the ground. The next moment, the space in front of him folded, forming a mirror like pieces of diamond-shaped fragments. And Lon walked towards the mirror. The mirror shattered directly, and then he and Nuclearization came to a mirrored space that was similar to the real world. That's right, that's the magic of the Marvel Universe. And Lon created it based on his own imagination with the god of Fengzhou. Perhaps it is different from the original, because he has not seen the original and cannot parse the copy. Just through the movies watched in the previous life, I know the attributability of the magic of Mirror Dimension and then create the same magic. Even if the principle is different, as long as the effect is the same. Is this an inherent enchantment? Nuclearization asked. Because she has recently read a lot of magic knowledge and theories in the moon world, she feels that the Mirror Dimension is an inherent enchantment. This is called the Mirror Dimension, which is to open a channel into the Mirror Dimension. What happens in the mirror image is not disturbed by reality. In addition, this kind of magic can also be used to defuse any attack. And Lon said it separated a clone and then launched an attack on its own body. The main body uses the Mirror Dimension to turn on the attack, and it will directly dissolve the attack and disappear. The picture is very exciting, just like when Doctor Strange resolves the attack of Thanos. It's amazing, I've learned this magic. Nuclearization said excitedly. Don't worry, there's more. And Lon said, raising his staff again. Suddenly, the earth set off a raging fire. These flames took on a beautiful blue color, and then, under the manipulation of Lon, turned into the appearance of Western dragons. Wherever the dragon passed, all objects were melted. Immediately afterward, he rushed towards a hill in the mirror world, directly blowing up the entire hill. This is the second magic created by Lon, and it is the fierce of the Dark Lord Grindelwald in the Harry Potter world. Under the manipulation of Grindelwald, the powerful magic that is enough to destroy the whole of London. What kind of magic is this? What a powerful attack! Nuclearization asked in shock. This magic is called Lihua, which belongs to black magic. It is a magic fire that can continue to become stronger and stronger. It cannot be extinguished by water. It can mimic the form of various monsters, and it can continue to hunt down and kill almost everything, regardless of whether it is foe or friend. Burning objects. And Lon introduced her. After Nuclearization heard it, she was stunned. It's too powerful. If she also had Mirror Dimension and Fierce Fire before, she would dare to try to kill a god. An invincible defense, a super attack, a perfect match. In addition to attack and defense magic, I'll teach you a magic countermeasure. And Lon continued. Magic that restrains magic? Nuclearization was a little confused when she heard it. And Lon smiled slightly, and then let the clone attack the main body again. The clone directly used flame fire to summon 9 giant dragons mimicking flames, and then rushed towards Lon. Okay, this move is called the End of All Spells. And Lon raised his staff and activated his magic. The 9 flame dragons were extinguished in an instant. Gadu. Nuclearization couldn't help swallowing after seeing this scene. So handsome, this is the great magician. Next, Lon re-engraved the 3 magics and formed the Magic Book of the Wrong World. The Magic Book of the Wrong World, the reader can awaken magic. Lon, based on the principle of Magic Book, created a kind of record magic book. Record your own magic on the magic book, and then the reader learns the magic of his own recording. Before in the Scarlet World, Lon asked Mama Ching to learn. These 3 magic books are given to you. After you learn to practice, the strength of magic is determined by your own strength. If your own strength is not enough, I teach you forbidden spells. You can't use it, but as long as his own strength is strong. And ordinary magic can also use the power of forbidden spells. And Lon said patiently, don't worry, I used to be a Sardinian witch anyway, and the key point of this relationship is still very clear. 95 Nuclearization nodded, and happily accepted the magic book. and Lan unlocked the mirror, leaving her to study and to rest by herself. One magician in the family is definitely not enough, and some need to be recruited. There seem to be many good seedlings about magicians, especially the fairy tale world, the witch's journey world, the magic forbidden book catalog world, etc. The one that Lan most wants to take as a family is undoubtedly Irene of Fairy Tale World, and that is the real great magician. Regardless of strength or force, the 9 demons who completely crushed the Loki family. The most important thing is that there are too many geniuses in the fairy tale world. Aaron's daughter, Elsa, one of the 3 main characters. There are also Mirage, Arutia, Melty, Sarah, Wendy, and more. If this is all recruited into the family, it will not be happy to die. Nuclearization quickly learned the 3 kinds of magic through the magic book, and then took the staff and began to try and practice. Slowly, she became more and more proficient in the use of magic. The mystery of magic is much more exciting than the magic she has learned before, and the gap between the two is too great. The night passed, and the day when the Holy Grail War ended was getting closer and closer. Amiya Kiritsugu asked Kuumiya to kidnap Sora, and was already preparing for the elimination of Lancer. But unlike the original plot, he, who should have acted last night, postponed it until this morning. He first told Irisveal about the Lancer base that Kuumiya had investigated, and then asked her to take Artoria to deal with Lancer. However, he did not tell Irisveal and Artoria that he had kidnapped Sora. Artoria thought that this time it was a head-to-head confrontation, but it was actually Amiya Kiritsugu's plan. Kenneth brutally humiliated Lancer for one night because of Sora's disappearance. Just as I was about to go to rest, Irisveal and Artoria arrived. Indeed, like Kiritsugu's information, there are traces of a magical barrier being cast here, but it's a bit strange, and it seems that it has not been carefully maintained, and loopholes have begun to appear. 35 Irisveal said strangely. After speaking, she saw Kenneth and Lancer. The expressions of the 2 women suddenly became serious, and they got out of the car. I didn't expect you to be here, Saber. Lancer frowned. Because of Sora's disappearance, he has some doubts about Artoria. It's my companion told me after the investigation that this is your stronghold. Artoria replied. She wanted to answer the master, but because of the gap between Amiya Kiritsugu and Amiya Kiritsugu, she changed her mind and became a companion. Where is my king's fiancé now? Saber, you shouldn't know. Lancer asked directly. This made Artoria confused. She turned to look at Irisveal, as if asking. But Irisveal also didn't know the situation and looked surprised. I don't know, what's wrong? Artoria asked. It's nothing, forget about 2.4. Lancer seemed to be relieved, and he didn't subconsciously believe that the King of Knights would do such a thing. As a knight, the noble spirit of the Night King has always been in existence that he admires. Speaking of which, are you okay with this? You don't want to come here because you want to talk to me about your homework, right? You put such a powerful ultimate move on Castor, and it should cost a lot. Lancer continued. Every servant is the same, their consumption is not small, and now they should not cause trouble again, but turn to defense, so we don't have to worry about someone intervening. It is the best chance to show off. What's wrong, Lancer? Artoria's black suit turned into silver armor, looking at her and asked. Saber, the only thing that can blow away the irritability in my heart now is your pure fighting spirit. Lancer replied with a smile. Artoria also smiled and took out her noble phantasm. Not the holy sword of the old sword, but her original holy sword. Lancer also took out his own noble phantasm, 2 red and yellow guns. Because Artoria's hand was healed, Lancer's yellow rose of destruction did not self-destruct. The two stood opposite each other, and then a pure martial arts began. This is a contest of martial arts, almost evenly matched. Although Artoria's spiritual base has been strengthened by Enlan, her original durability, agility, and magic power are all A and only strength is B. After strengthening, it seems that all attributes are A, but in fact, her strength has increased from B to A. Therefore, the basic attribute is not strengthened much. Fortunately, it has been upgraded from D to A, but this attribute does not affect the force value. In general, Artoria's enhanced spiritual foundation is mainly reflected in noble phantasms and skills. But when she was fighting with Lancer, she obviously only used her original spiritual strength, and her strength only used B, not to the extent of A. After several fights, Lancer also found a problem. He knew that Artoria had been strengthened with a spiritual foundation, because now Artoria's appearance is not a girl at the beginning, but a mature royal sister. At first, Enlan strengthened her spirit base, but in the presence of Gilgamesh and Iskandar. So, it's no secret. But Lancer clearly felt that when Artoria fought him, he did not use the strengthened spiritual base, but the same strength and speed as when the two fought. Saber, aren't you going to use all your strength? Lancer asked. Don't get me wrong, Lancer, if I use the enhanced spiritual foundation in this battle, my shame will definitely make my sword dull. If I want to deal with your superb marksmanship, this kind of misstep will be fatal. Arturia replied. Saber. Lancer showed a slightly surprised expression. So Durumdo, this is the best strategy one can use to hit you with all my strength. 35 Arturia smiled and said with a serious face. I just didn't want to take advantage of it, but said it so grandly. In fact, Arturia was also very concerned about the first battle between the two of them, so she also wanted to use her original strength to defeat Durumduo. Haha, may your knight's sword be honored forever. It's such a blessing for me to meet you. The forward lancer of the Knights of Fiona, Durumdo Odina, will compete with you. Lumudwa was suddenly full of fighting spirit and said excitedly, I accept. King of Britain, Arturia Pendragon accepts your challenge. Come on. Arturia was fighting with high spirits. The two fought together again. At this time, their martial arts were brought into full play, giving people a visual enjoyment. Of course, this is only for those whose force is not as high as they are or below them. If it was the existence of Lancelot who cultivated his martial arts to the highest level, Arturia and Durumdo would still be a step behind. 24. If it was Enlan, an existence with exceptional martial arts and a sense of freedom, Arturia and Durumdo would be like chickens pecking at each other. Kenneth was also watching the battle, anxious in his heart. Why can't we beat it? If there is no real chance of victory, then we should take the master and escape together. 35. It's clear that rescuing Sora is the top priority right now. Isn't that servant even able to make that judgment? Kenneth was secretly anxious, but he didn't know that this was Emiya Kiritsugu's plan. Utilize the chivalry of Arturia and Durumdo, let them fight head-on, and then deal with Kenneth yourself. However, just when Kenneth was in a hurry, a bullet suddenly landed beside him. Looking into the house, I saw that Emiya Kiritsugu was already standing there, pointing a gun at the unconscious Sora. Just as he was about to speak, Emiya Kiritsugu raised a finger to his mouth and made a gesture of silence. This time, Kenneth was completely terrified. He was in a hurry and wanted to inform Durumdo in the battle. Now his magic circuit is destroyed, and he no longer has the ability to fight. But he was afraid that Emiya Kiritsugu would hurt Sora, so he could only do what he said. Emiya Kiritsugu saw that he had not exposed himself, took out a scroll from his arms and threw it to him. Kenneth took the scroll and opened it. His eyes suddenly widened. Self-enforcement testimonials. In the magician's world, a conjuration contract is used to make a pact that can never be broken. Binding technique. Target Emiya Kiritsugu. Emiya's engraving decree states that, on the premise of the successful implementation of the following conditions, the oath will be transformed into the object of the discipline binding technique, without exception. The oath, the fifth successor of the Emiya family, Kiritsugu, the son of Juxian, will never kill or hurt Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald and Sola Nazel Sofiali intentions and conduct, conditions. After reading it, Kenneth showed a hesitant expression. The compulsory curse, in principle, cannot be lifted by any means, even in death. As long as the magic engraving still exists, the soul after death will be bound. Yes, as long as this condition is met, he can't kill me. However, under this condition, my battle will end at this moment. On the one hand, he saves his fiancée Sora. On the other hand, he continues to fight for the Holy Grail, for the glory of the Archibald family. Kenneth was in a dilemma and hesitated. Seeing this, Amiya Kuritsugu could only pull the bolt. Seeing this, Kenneth shed tears and gave an order with a command spell. Pft! Durumdo, who was fighting outside, directly stabbed himself in the chest with a gun. Blood splattered on Arturia's face, and Irisfeel, who was watching the battle, covered her mouth with her hands. The sudden scene made the two girls look shocked. That's right, Amiya Kuritsugu's condition is for Kenneth to use all the remaining command spells to order the servant to commit suicide. Amiya Kuritsugu returned Sora to Kenneth and pushed his wheelchair outside. At this moment, everyone understood what happened. You bastards, do you just want to win? Do you want the Holy Grail even if you use such means? Even my only wish will be trampled on. You bastards, don't you feel ashamed at all? 35. I can't spare you, I will never spare you. In the midst of fame and fortune, the undead who trampled on the glory of knights, I will contaminate your dreams with my blood. I curse the Holy Grail and curse your desires with disasters. When I fall into purgatory, I will surely remember the wrath of my Dulmudo. Dulmudo knelt down and cursed in anger. Finally, his figure gradually disappeared. Seeing this, Artoria couldn't help but take a step back. Why did things turn out this way? Did you take the blame for Amiya Kuritsugu and made Durumdo think that this was a joint strategy between himself and Amiya Kuritsugu? For a while, everyone fell into silence. Only Amiya Kuritsugu took out a cigarette and lit it. So you'll be forced? Kenneth asked him. Yeah, it's established. I can't kill you anymore. Amiya Kuritsugu replied with a breath of smoke. However, just when Kenneth thought it was safe, a sniper sound came from a distance. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots in a row directly killed him and Sora together. Amiya Kuritsugu couldn't kill them anymore, but Kuumiya could. It was a text trap that Kenneth didn't even notice. Kenneth, who fell to the ground, fell into regret and remorse, and he should not have participated in the Holy Grail War. I thought that with my magic level, I could easily win the Holy Grail. But he is too small for the cruelty of the Holy Grail War. 7 servants, 7 masters, only the last one can get the Holy Grail. The other 6, give up or be killed. Meeting a ruthless person like Amiya Kuritsugu was considered unlucky for him. After being shot a few times, Kenneth did not die immediately, but lay on the ground in great pain, frantically begging to Amiya Kuritsugu, kill me, kill me. Sorry, the contract doesn't allow me to do this. Amiya Kuritsugu replied, smoking a cigarette. Arturia walked indifferently in front of Kenneth, slashed him with a sword, and killed him. Then he said to Amiya Kuritsugu indifferently, Amiya Kuritsugu, now I finally understand that you are a demon heresy. I originally believed that we just reached the same destination by different paths, but I am so stupid. I have always believed in Alice Phil's words, have never doubted your nature, but now, even if you say you want to save the world with the Holy Grail, I won't believe it. Irisfeel also stood silently on the side, bowing her head in silence. Answer me, Amiya Kuritsugu, what is the real purpose of your pursuit of the Holy Grail? Even if I win the Holy Grail with my sword, but in the end I have to give it to you, Speaking of which, Artoria was interrupted by Irisfeel. Answer her, Kuritsugu. Whatever you say, you must explain it this time. 99. Amiya Kuritsugu turned to Irisfeel and said, Eli, speaking of which, this is the first time you have seen how I kill people. As long as the master is killed, there may be other masters with it. The servant concludes the contract again, so both the master and the servant must be killed at the same time. I said, Kuritsugu, don't tell me, go tell Saber, she needs your explanation. Irisfeel said. Then there's no need. Facing a butcher who will be happy for the so-called glory and reputation, everything is wasted. Amiya Kuritsugu replied. Are you going to insult chivalry in front of me? Demon heresy. Artoria said angrily. It's too restless. She obviously looks like the royal sister of the spear-ranked Lion King, but she speaks the words of a sword-ranked innocent girl. The Holy Grail War is so cruel. Although Amiya Kuritsugu is extreme, his approach is correct. Kenneth should be best equipped to kill or be killed when participating in the Holy Grail War. On the other hand, if they lost, would Kenneth let Amiya Kuritsugu go? Maybe Darumdo would beg for mercy, but Kenneth would definitely not listen to him, and he would definitely kill Amiya Kuritsugu. Everything has a cause and effect. Arturia is fine, but she is too upright and holy. But that's what she likes about her. Knights can't save the world. Those who preach war have good and evil methods, and they always act as if there is something noble on the battlefield. Do you know how much the fantasy played by the heroes of the past dynasties has led to young people are seduced by such things as bravery and reputation, and finally shed blood? 35 Amiya Kuritsugu was dismissive of chivalry. And Lon, who had just woken up after taking a shower and teleported to him, agreed with this. Well, not all the same. Amiya Kuritsugu saw more thoroughly than ordinary people, but his vision was too high, and his methods were a bit ruthless, which made people inapplicable. Just like at the king's banquet, Anlan used modern theory to attack Iskandar. Anlan himself does not have much affection for Western chivalry, and feels very hypocritical. Of course, that's just the real world. There is still real chivalry in the anime world, because it's a human design. This is not an illusion, even if it is a fight for life. But as long as it is still human behavior, it has its laws and ideas. Otherwise, whenever the fire ignites, the world will turn into hell. 35. Arturia replied Road. She was right, but she didn't understand the core of Amiya Kuritsugu's words. That's right, it's my king who doesn't understand people's hearts. Amiya Kuritsugu did not continue arguing, but said to Irisville, look at Ellie, as you heard, this heroic spirit Sama said that the battlefield is more decent than hell. The police are joking. That's a veritable hell. 5. There is no hope on the battlefield. There is only absolute despair, and the evil called victory that can only be piled up with the pain of the losers. But human beings have never realized this truth, because no matter what era, brave and decisive heroes will only blind the eyes of the world with bright and beautiful legends, instead of admitting that this is the cause of bloodshed. Evil. The essence of human beings has not progressed since the Stone Age. Amiya Kuritsugu mocked Arturia mercilessly. War is just a phenomenon, and the ultimate goal is territory, population, technology, money, labor, and unequal treatment. Modern communism can eliminate war to the greatest extent and make everyone equal and live a happy life. This is the progress of mankind. What qualifications do modern people created by history have to belittle history? Amiya Kuritsugu's concept here is obviously wrong and outrageous. From ancient times to the present, human beings have eliminated many factors of war, and slaves, feudalism, and inequality also do not exist. Although modern human beings still have wars, they are all launched because of capital. In the Middle East, is it not because of black liquid gold, oil energy? I want to first, if the beacon country of capital disappears, and the world does not have him and the little brothers under his command, will there be wars in this world? Capital disappears, and under the constraints of modern laws, human beings can basically live a happy life without war. Even if the Earth's resources are not enough in the future, with the development of science and technology, it can also be developed like outer space. Therefore, human beings are making progress, not without progress. Then Kuritsugu, did you insult Saber because you hate heroic spirits? Irisville asked. How is it possible? My actions are not mixed with personal feelings. The holy grail I want to win, save the world. Just use the most suitable means to face this war. Justice cannot save the world. I have nothing to do with it. Interested? Amiya Kuritsugu explained. Amiya Kuritsugu, do you understand that if you hate evil because you hate it, then the anger and hatred you bring will trigger a new war? I don't know why you have been betrayed and why you are desperate, but your anger and sigh are undoubtedly only those who have pursued justice. The real you in the past must have wanted to be the messenger of justice. Believe more than anyone and yearn for a hero to save the world, don't you? Arturia asked. At the same time, she also released the holy sword in her hand, and her tone became gentle. At this moment, Anlan was shocked. Damn, Duo Mao actually understands people's hearts? When Amiya Kuritsugu heard this, he immediately looked at her fiercely. But soon, his expression recovered, and he continued, to end the vicious cycle that cannot be ended. Only the Holy Grail can do this. I will let the blood shed by Fuyuki become the last drop of blood shed by human beings. For this reason, even if I have to bear all the sins in the world, I will do it. If this can save the world, I can't ask for it. As Artoria said, hating evil and being evil will lead to new wars. Amiya Kuritsugu is to save the majority of people and can sacrifice a small number of people. His purpose is the Holy Grail, for which he will risk everything. In the original plot, after the polluted Holy Grail descended and destroyed most of Fuyuki City, his whole person collapsed. At this time, Kumiya came in a car. After Amiya Kuritsugu got into the car, he left immediately. Arturia wiped the blood of Darumdo on her face and fell silent. Enlon came to her, took out a thunderbolt-shaped dagger and said, "All talismans must be broken, and any magic formula can be cracked, including command spells." Arturia was slightly taken aback and took the dagger. Irisveil showed a hesitant expression because she understood the meaning of the dagger. If Artoria is dissatisfied with Amiya Kuritsugu, she can completely break Amiya Kuritsugu's command spell and then change to another master. Just like the UBW line of the Fifth Holy Grail War, Castor Media captured Shiro's command spell and servant Arturia. This noble phantasm called Thousands of Talismans Will Break the Precepts is her noble phantasm. At this time, Joan of Arc suddenly appeared and said angrily, "Enlon, you are not allowed to interfere in the Holy Grail War. I just gave a dagger to a friend. Is this also considered interference in the Holy Grail War?" he said, pretending to be unclear. B******************** D. Jean was almost mad at him. Although Wanfu Binging can break the command spell and let the servant change the master, it does not affect the Holy Grail War. I didn't end the battle myself. Those people in the Holy Grail War just changed the master. Looking at her angry look, Enlon said helplessly, "This." Jean was speechless, because what Enlon said was the truth. He is not a servant now, and even if he joins the Holy Grail War again as the master's assistant, she has no right to control it. The picture became eerily quiet, and after a long time, Artoria returned the "all talismans must be broken" to Enlon and said, "Although I don't like Amiya Kuritsugu's approach, since he summoned him from the beginning, I will keep fighting." Joan of Arc was relieved by Artoria's answer. She was really afraid that Artoria would go to take Amiya Kuritsugu's command spell and then turn to become Enlan's servant. In that case, this Holy Grail War can be resolved ahead of schedule. I knew you would choose this. The way of a knight is more important than life. Enlon took the dagger and put it back. In this case, I also leave. After Jean finished speaking, the spiritual body disappeared. Back at the new base, everyone received new news. Kodomine Rijing died, and it was Kenneth who killed him. Because Kenneth's fiancée Sora had not taken the command spell, he went to Kodomine Risei's place to ask for it, but when he arrived at the command spell, he shot the other party directly. It has to be said that after Kenneth was destroyed by the origin bullet of Amiya Kuritsugu, he also began to play with technological weapons. It's just that he never imagined that before he had realized the heat, he was threatened by Amiya Kuritsugu and asked him to order Darumdo to stab him to death. It can be said that Amiya Kuritsugu has avenged Kodomine Risei. When Tosaka Tokiomi found out, he was very angry. However, Kodomine Kirai, Kodomine Risei's son, showed exceptional indifference, and he didn't feel the slightest pain for his father's death. There are still 2.5 days until the end of the Holy Grail War, and now the 3 camps of Assassin, Caster, and Lancer have withdrawn. Only the 4 camps of Saber, Archer, Rider, and Berserker remained. Yusanjia, plus a student from the clock tower. In response, Tosaka Tokiomi sent an alliance invitation to the Einsburn family, where Irisveil belonged. The two sides joined forces to eliminate the riders other than the Yuzin family first. Matu's family has been destroyed, Mata Zorian was killed by Enlon, and now only Matu Korea is left, and he is no longer qualified to be compared with the other two, and his brain has a problem, and his servant Berserker is not. Stabilize. After eliminating Rider, then eliminate Berserker. In the end, the Tosaka family and Einsburn compete for the Holy Grail, which is also the war between Saber and Archer. Because Irisfeel is the master of Saber on the bright side, and she is also a member of the Einsburn family, so Tosaka Tokiomi's alliance was sent to her. Irisfeel is very entangled, not knowing whether to join the alliance or not. Because according to Tokiomi Tosaka, this is the safest. Eliminate all the others first, and the last two compete fairly. It's just that she is not sure whether Tokiomi Tosaka is playing tricks again. Enlon also looked at Tokiomi Tosaka's alliance plan, and on the surface the alliance was the best choice for the two. Tosaka Tokiomi made the right choice. However, she did all the calculations, and she did not calculate that Kodo Mine Kirai would betray. Let's make the alliance as he said ... Enlon agreed. Because he knew that Tosaka Tokiomi had a sincere alliance this time. At that time, you can use Archer to solve Rider and then Saber to solve Berserker. The matter between her and Lancelot still has to be resolved. As for the final battle between her and Gilgamesh, although she lost in the original book, she is now strengthened by the spirit base. Irisfeel nodded, and then called Amiya Kuritsugu, and the answer she got was in agreement. However, Amiya Kuritsugu made two requests, that Tosaka Tokiomi should share Rider information, and the other was that Kodo Mine Kirai should leave the island and not be allowed to return during the Holy Grail War. I have to say that Amiya Kuritsugu is very accurate in seeing people. He seemed to have known for a long time that his ultimate opponent was not Tosaka Tokiomi, but Kodo Mine Kirai. Irisfeel also sent a message to Tokiomi Tosaka, and the two parties agreed to meet at the church at night. After doing this, Irisfeel let out a sigh of relief and fell on the sofa. Tired. Enlon asked unexpectedly. It stands to reason that the little holy grail in her body has been taken out by herself, and the physical defects of the artificial human have also been repaired, so it should be the same as a normal person now. I'm a little tired, but it's very strange. Even though 3 servants died, I didn't feel the slightest. Irisfeel said meaningfully. The ultimate purpose of the Holy Grail War cannot be told to the servants. The reason why Tokiomi Tosaka is reluctant to use the command spell is because he wants to leave a command spell. After the final victory, Gilgamesh commits suicide, and only the souls of the 7 servants are left to fill the little Holy Grail. If the servants know that the final solution is death, will they still help the master to snatch the Holy Grail? That's why Artoria didn't quite understand what Irisfeel said. Enlon understood. Irisfeel, as the container of the little Holy Grail, if the little Holy Grail has already recovered the souls of 3 servants, she should feel something. But now she is nothing at all, and her body is getting healthier, which is simply phonesis. Look what this is. Enlon didn't talk nonsense, and took out the little Holy Grail. A golden cup slightly larger than the palm of the hand, looks very noble. Little Holy Grail, why is it with you? Irisfeel exclaimed, covering her mouth with her hands. I took it out of your body. If you still put this thing in your body and use it to recover the huge magic power of the souls of the 3 followers, your body is probably broken. Enlon explained to her. So you all know that my body was also treated by you? Irisfeel asked with a wry smile. That's right, your body is the same as that of a normal person. The artificial human's physical defects no longer exist. Enlon nodded. Irisfeel was so moved that there was a tear in her eyes. She is willing to sacrifice for the family. After all, this is the mission she was created for. But with the Holy Grail War coming to the island country and knowing the outside world, as well as Enlon and Artoria, she was reluctant to part with this world. The most important thing is her own daughter, Elias Phil. She didn't want to die either, but she couldn't help it. She originally thought her fate was doomed, but Enlon appeared and helped her change her fate. Arturia was at a loss and did not understand. But when she saw Enlon take out the little chalice, her breathing became short. She thought that the little Holy Grail in front of her was the Holy Grail, the almighty wishing machine. Seeing Artoria's look in Enlan's eyes, Enlon reluctantly put away the little Holy Grail and then explained it to her. Only then did Artoria understand that the little Holy Grail was used to recover the souls of servants. In fact, there is another understanding of the moon setting. The little Holy Grail is the cup of intuitive understanding, that is, the all-purpose wishing machine. The Great Holy Grail is the basis for maintaining the entire Holy Grail War, and it also bears the ultimate goal of the Holy Grail War. It's just that this setting is not correct, and it is mostly used in parallel worlds and FGO games. According to the original author, FSN is the official history, FGO is a parallel world, and even FZ has been described by the author as a rumor of a parallel world because some settings are contrary to FSN. As for the magician, it is obviously not a worldview and various contradictions are set. But in the FC worldview, the small Holy Grail is a container used to collect the souls of the followers and then summon the big Holy Grail. After Arturia understood the purpose of the little Holy Grail, her face turned pale. So, even if I defeat the other servants and achieve the final victory, Amiya Kiritsugu will order me to kill myself and fill the little Holy Grail with my soul? Arturia looked at Irisveal and Enlon. Questioned. Irisveal didn't know how to answer, so she remained silent. Enlon said, "Don't worry, in the end, you don't need your soul to fill the little Holy Grail. I will use divine power instead of your soul to fill the little Holy Grail." Hearing Enlan's words, Artoria's face finally looked much better. But she was very concerned about Amiya Kiritsugu and Irisveal hiding her. Enlon said that he didn't care about his business and left immediately. He is not good at helping Irisveal in this matter, and if he is wrong, he is wrong. To get Artoria's forgiveness, she needs to apologize and get forgiveness. Enlon returned to his room and began to check his own divine creation universe. With the incarnation order of Pi, this universe develops very fast. Among them is a galaxy similar to the Milky Way, which he specially created in the center of the universe, and its name is also called the Milky Way. In addition to the core star Sun, there are familiar stars in this galaxy, as well as Earth, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. Around the Earth, there is a satellite, the Moon. Enlon completed a perfect ecological chain with reference to reality. At this time, single-celled organisms have begun to appear on the Earth. As the divine creation universe becomes more and more complete, as well as the emergence of life forms, Enlon, as the creator of the universe, is also becoming stronger and stronger. The evolution of this universe seems to be able to feed him back. This discovery made Enlon happy, and it was so cool that he could become stronger without deliberately practicing. At present, in addition to the divine creation universe that can bring him back feeding and strengthening his inherent ability, increasing with Wang Zhao, is also strengthening his divine body and primordial spirit bit by bit. This bug-like ability is even more terrifying than the Mengwang skill tree and the God-created universe. Because it has no upper limit, you may not be able to see it in the early stage, but the longer Enlon lives in the future, the stronger his strength will be. Coupled with Mengwang's skills, it's just 2 words, invincible. Night fell quickly, and Irisveal took Artoria to the church to meet Tosaka Tokiomi. Enlon left the island country, teleported to Greece, and found Athena, who was traveling. "Why did you come here?" Enlon hugged him and said affectionately, "This is a country where the myth of the concubine is brewed. I didn't expect that there is also Greece in this different world, so the concubine came to see if the myths of the 2 worlds are the same," Athena explained. "The result? Is there any difference?" Enlon asked. "It's basically the same, only a few details are different," Athena replied. After she finished speaking, she asked strangely, "Is the Holy Grail war over on the island country over?" "No." Enlon shook his head. "Then why did you come to find a concubine?" Athena asked curiously. Apparently, Enlon had been with Irisveal and Arturia all this time, plus a Sakura, which made her a little jealous. Artoria's spiritual base has been strengthened by me, and there is no servant who is her opponent at present. The ending is already doomed." Enlon explained to her. "So, you are leaving this world again?" Athena understood what he meant. Enlon nodded again. "Are you going to a new world this time? Or go back to your original world?" Athena continued to ask. She is looking forward to going to the original world of Enlon and then developing a family and the like. I don't want to go back for now. I plan to continue playing a few more worlds. Enlon replied. There are still 5 years before the plot begins in the wrong world. His family members have entered the development track, and their levels have reached the advanced bottleneck period. Even if they are upgraded, it will take a long time. Now go back and have nothing to do. It's better to take advantage of the time to travel to a few more worlds, develop some family members, gain more skills, and let the spiritual core analyze more of the origin of the world, so as to speed up the development of your own divine creation universe. But the concubine wants to go to your world to see, and also wants to develop a family like you. Athena said with some anticipation. The family is not so easy to develop, and if you go to the wrong world and integrate into the god system of that world, you are not allowed to use divine power in the human world, and everything depends on yourself. In that case, it is difficult to carry forward the family. Enlon explained like Athena. If Hestia in the original book hadn't met the male protagonist Bel, she wouldn't necessarily be able to develop the family. God has reached the seal of divine power, and he is also an ordinary person. Besides, most of the adventurers in the wrong world are LV1 level, and it is difficult to popularize them all their lives. Only a very small number of adventurers can reach high levels. Now that Orari's genius has been divided among several major families, it is almost difficult for other gods to start from scratch. After listening to Enlan's explanation, Athena understood the difficulty of developing a family. Don't worry, I will transfer a few family members to you. Enlon suddenly said to her. Thank you. Athena smiled. Now that Athena is his own woman, Enlon transferred some of his family to her, but it is still his own. The most important thing is that Enlon intends to take the elite route, and his family will only need elites in the future. For example, female relatives with less talent like Mama Chung can be transfected into Athena's subordinates. In addition, after encountering many geniuses in other worlds, I can only accept the strongest ones, and I can leave the rest to Athena. For example, in the world of Campus Apocalypse, if Athena was by his side at that time, then he only needed to conquer Siko Pashima and the rest of Rei Miyamoto, Nanrika, Takagi Saya, Nakawa Shizuka, and Nakoka Asami sister. You can leave it to Athena. There is no need for 627 to leave these girls in the original world as before. Among these girls, at least Nanrika and Gaochung Saya are rare geniuses. One is a shooting genius, and the other is an intelligent genius, suitable for acting as a think tank or military in the family. It would be a waste to leave such a genius in the original world. Of course, Enlon has the ability to travel across the universe, and the big deal is another trip. In the following days, Enlon did not return to the island country and accompanied Athena to play in Europe. Meanwhile, the island country of Fuyuki. The Holy Grail War has progressed to the end. After Irisveal met Tosaka Tokiomi, the two sides reached an alliance cooperation. It was only when Irisveal made 2 requests from Amiya Kuritsugu that Kodomine Kirii was stimulated. Kodomine Kirii, under the bewitchment of Gilgamesh, had already taken a path of pleasure. He inherited the redundant command spells of the previous Holy Grail Wars from the deceased Kodomine Risei, and then told Gilgamesh the ultimate goal of the Holy Grail Wars. He also told him that Tokiomi Tosaka had intentionally left a command spell and would order Gilgamesh to commit suicide at the end. As a result, Gilgamesh, who was a little unhappy with Tokiomi Tosaka, naturally became more disgusted. He treats his loyal ministers as a show. Following the collaboration between the two, Kodomine Kirii backstabbed his teacher Tomisaka Tokiomi and then became Gilgamesh's new master. On the surface, Amiya Kuritsugu agreed to Tosaka Tokiomi to form an alliance, but he was actually prepared to let him relax his vigilance and assassinate him in private. In his opinion, although Rider's King's army is powerful, Archer's King's treasure is even more terrifying. More importantly, no one can be sure whether Archer has other cards. What he didn't expect was that when he came to Tosaka's house, he found that Tosaka Tokiomi was dead. Immediately after receiving the rule of Kuyumiya, his hometown was taken over. Ryder came suddenly, injured Kumiya, and stole Irisfeel. For this reason, Amiya Kiritsugu directly used a command spell to transfer Artoria to the scene. It was a pity that it was still a step too late, and Ryder had already left with Irisfeel. Fortunately, because of Artoria's timely arrival, Kumiya was saved. Artoria enchanted the motorcycle with her riding ability, turning it into a noble phantasm, and caught up with Ryder. After a battle between the two, Artoria destroyed the opponent's chariot with the noble phantasm. Then I learned that it wasn't Ryder who stole Irisfeel. Kodomine Kirai designed everything behind it, using Matu Korea's Berserker to transform into a rider at the cost of a command curse and meeting Tosaka Tokiomi, causing a conflict between the two sides. After doing all this, Kodomine Kirai gave Matu Korea a command spell and told him the location of Tomisaka Tokiomi. When Matu Korea came to the church, all he saw was Tosaka Tokiomi's body. Just at this time, Tosaka Tokiomi's wife Tosaka Aoi came to the church by coincidence under the arrangement of Kodomine Kirai. Tosaka Aoi collapsed. She thought it was Matu Korea who killed Tosaka Tokiomi. She hated Matu Korea and hated him for taking away her husband and daughter. Matu Korea was speechless, pointing at the corpse on the ground and saying that it was all the fault of the hour. As long as there was no such man, no one would have encountered such misfortune. Famous scene. Although Enlon is far away in Europe, his spiritual perception can cover the whole world, and he has always observed the situation on the island country. After seeing this scene, he felt amused and sad for Matu Korea at the same time. He is a real man who can sacrifice everything for Tosaka Aoi. Even her and Tosaka Tokiomi's daughter can be regarded as his own child. If it wasn't for Sakura, he wouldn't have participated in the Holy Grail War, and he wouldn't be what he is now. But even so, he did not explain to Tosaka Aoi, but chose to be frightened and killed Tosaka Tokiomi's black pot. Tosaka Aoi was also disappointed with him because of this, and completely hated him. Matu Korea immediately collapsed. It has to be said that Kodomine Kirai played very well. Use Berserker to provoke the conflict between Saber and Ryder, make them fight with each other, and then use Tosaka Aoi to make Berserker's master collapse, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He directly broke the alliance between the two families of Tosaka Tokiomi and Einsburn, and made himself the ultimate victor. The disappearance of Irisfeel made Amiya Kiritsugu and Artoria very anxious, and began to search the entire Fuyuki city. In fact, after Kodomine Kirai kidnapped Irisfeel, he hid her in that secret base of Castor. Kodomine Kirai came here and asked Irisfeel what Amiya Kiritsugu's wish was. This is something he has always cared about. He has understood the wishes of everyone in the entire Holy Grail War, but he has never understood Amiya Kiritsugu. Irisfeel's answer is to save the world. This is not a secret. There is nothing to hide. She is even proud of it. But Kodomine Kirai couldn't believe that this absurd wish, like a child's version, was actually the wish that he regarded as his opponent, Amiya Kiritsugu. Losing patience, just as he was about to kill Irisfeel, Enlon, who was far away in Europe, took Athena and teleported to Irisfeel. Kodomine Kirai saw the two people who suddenly appeared, his eyes changed, and he immediately summoned Gilgamesh with a command spell. Gilgamesh burst out laughing when he saw Enlon. Without saying a word, the treasure of the king was opened, and all kinds of crazy shots of God's noble phantasms were launched. He still can't forget that Enlon used his aura to oppress him at the king's banquet. Dare to humiliate the existence of his heroic king, even if it is a god, he will be killed. Enlon raised his right hand slightly, and the entire time and space froze. Everything was forbidden, including the anti-god noble phantasm that Gilgamesh shot at him. Let the game end early. Enlon walked slowly to the opponent. A holy sword appeared in his hand, and then poked into the opponent's chest. The time pause ended, and everyone couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Including Gilgamesh himself, looking at the holy sword that penetrated him, he spat out blood. This kind of existence that can dominate time and space, he actually delusionally wants to be hostile to it. Kodomine Kirai reacted and rushed towards Enlon, using Vajikwan. He wanted to force Enlon away and use all the command spells to restore Gilgamesh. But his martial arts were simply too weak in front of Enlon, who was extremely free. The Dragon Emperor's domineering burst out, directly pressing Kodo Mine Kyrie to the ground, unable to move. Then the red eyes flickered for a moment, becoming as coquettish as blood. Eye of Death. Granting the opponent's instant death concept attribute, Kodo Mine Kyrie directly snorted. Seeing this scene, Gilgamesh also knew that he was completely defeated. His body turned into magic and disappeared, and his soul was recovered by the Little Holy Grail. Enlon set Kodo Mine Kyrie's body on fire and teleported away with Irisveal and Athena. Back at the new base, Amiya Kiritsugu and Artoria were relieved to see Irisveal returned safely. Here just rescued Irisveal, Jean reappeared, responsible for Enlon to interfere with the Holy Grail War. In this regard, Enlon only said 2 words, brain damage. This made Jean mad, but Enlon couldn't do anything about it. For this mad woman, Enlon even wondered whether to resurrect the Marshal, and then give him the right to win the Holy Grail, and let him use the Holy Grail to create Joan of Arc. Once open like this, you can see the world-famous painting of Black Joan of Arc beating Joan of Arc. Of course, he was just thinking about it. Now he has no intention of continuing to stay in this world. He just wants to end quickly and start the next journey. Night falls, the last day of the Holy Grail War. Ryder found Artoria and asked to fight her. Winner, get the Holy Grail. Now that Archer is dead, Berserker has no sense. In his view, the outcome should be between them. Arturia agreed, and the battle between the king and the king officially started. In the original book it was Gilgamesh versus Iskandar, but now it's Artoria. In the King's Banquet, Artoria and Iskandar have different ideas, and both sides have disputes. This time, because of the appearance of Enlon, Artoria was not bullied by Iskandar as badly as the original. This time, she wants to prove her kingship. When the war started, Iskandar took the lead in opening the army of the king, leading the army of heroic spirits to charge Artoria. Artoria rode on the white horse and took out a long spear in her hand. This is the noble phantasm, glittering spear of the end, obtained by Enlon after strengthening her spiritual foundation. It has 13 restraints with the same procedure as the old sword, Saint Sword of the Star that saves the world. Once all are removed, it can be turned into the body of the Pillar of Light that maintains the surface of the world. Don't say why the sword rank can use the gun. Gilgamesh can use the sword as the bow rank, the same reason. Artoria did not lift her restraints, but she said domineeringly, King of Conqueror, let's see it. Peel off the surface of the world and hide the truth beneath it. At this moment, the holy spear in her hand turned into light. Holy spear, pull the anchor. It is the anchor of the storm that tears the sky and connects the earth, and shines at the end. The ground under her feet turned into golden magic ripples, and the magic spear was inserted into the ripples. Shine on the Spear of Doom. The real name is Liberation, and the originally clear sky inside the inherent barrier of the king's army suddenly turned dark, and the dark clouds were sealed. Immediately after, the center of the dark cloud was torn apart by the light, and a huge golden conical spear head poked down toward the ground. The place where the guns are facing is really the King of Conqueror and his subordinates of tens of thousands of heroic spirits. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, the inherent barrier world was torn apart, and all the servants under the conquering king were destroyed by the shot. Artoria and Iskandar appeared outside the barrier at the same time, one riding a black horse and the other riding a white horse, looking at each other. It is a very powerful noble phantasm, but your magic power should not be enough to use the second magic noble phantasm, Iskandar said. That's right, but you also lost the king's army, Artoria said. Then the final competition depends on their respective martial arts, Iskandar said, and drove the dark horse towards Artoria. At the same time, Artoria also drove the white horse and charged towards the other party. The two kings rode their horses and began the final battle of martial arts. After some competition, Artoria finally won. After all, she is the king of knights and martial arts are her strengths. Although Iskandar is the king of conquerors, his martial arts are not his strong point, and his conventional attributes are relatively mediocre. With the final blow, Artoria's holy sword pierced through Iskandar's body. On his deathbed, Iskandar said, "I admit your kingship. It is indeed very powerful." Then his body turned into magic and disappeared, and his soul was recovered by the little Holy Grail. As a result, only the last Berserker remained. Arturia has always been very concerned about who Berserker is, because Enlon said that it was an old friend she knew. Joan of Arc, who witnessed the Holy Grail War, also sighed after seeing this scene, because she knew that the victorious side of this Holy Grail War had already appeared. Berserker alone can't win, because his masters, all in madness. To solve Berserker's quest, Amiya Kiritsugu handed it over to Artoria. Finally, everyone followed Enlon to Ludong Temple. Then, through the power of Einsburn, all the surrounding people were driven away. Enlon took out the little chalice. At this time the magic power in the little chalice was almost full. The black magic power like a liquid almost diffused out. After everyone waited for a while, the magic of the little Holy Grail finally permeated. This means that it has collected the soul of the sixth servant, indicating that Berserker has been resolved by Artoria. The huge magic power turned into black water and quickly emerged. The great Holy Grail under Ludong Temple was also summoned and hung in the sky like a huge void. Amiya Kiritsugu ran over excitedly and held up the little Holy Grail. Then he entered the illusion. According to the original, the Holy Grail began to ask Amiya Kiritsugu's wishes, and he said to save the world. Then the Holy Grail began to save the world according to Amiya Kiritsugu's picture. There are 2 ships at sea, one with 200 people and the other with 300 people. Now only Amiya Kiritsugu can repair it. Which ship should he repair first? Amiya Kiritsugu chose the 300-person ship without hesitation and killed everyone on the 200-person ship. Immediately after that, the picture changed again. Only by sacrificing Amiya Kiritsugu's family could save the world, so what would he choose? Amiya Kiritsugu still did not hesitate, but painfully killed his daughter Ilya and his wife Irisveal. Enlon and Irisveal could see this scene after scene. When Irisveal saw Amiya Kiritsugu kill her daughter, her whole body was about to collapse. No, don't do this. At this moment, she began to fear the Holy Grail. Saving the world should not be the way to save it. She can sacrifice for Amiya Kiritsugu's ideal, but she cannot tolerate Amiya Kiritsugu killing her daughter. That is the only spiritual sustenance, and it is also an inverse scale. At this time, Artoria also came back, but with a very responsible expression. After all, he killed Lancelot, the Knight of the Round Table who had served under her command. Lancelot has been longing for Artoria's punishment, not her forgiveness. His desire to participate in the Holy Grail was precisely to allow King Arthur to punish himself. Now his wish has been fulfilled. Seeing Artoria, Irisveal said excitedly, "Saber, hurry up. Destroy the Holy Grail." Arturia was stunned for a moment, but she also saw the illusion of Amiya Kiritsugu in the Holy Grail. It turned out that his justice was such justice. But she also wanted to get the Holy Grail and save Britain, so she refused. Sorry, Irisveal. Irisveal turned her head to look at Enlon and pleaded with pain in her eyes. "Enlon, please help me destroy the Holy Grail. I don't want Kiritsugu to hurt Ilya in order to save the world." 35. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Enlon comforted her. Then he explained like the 2 women, the Holy Grail today is no longer an almighty wishing machine. As early as the Third Holy Grail War, it was tainted by the special class Avenger Angola Manuel. 99. Hearing this, Irisveal heaved a sigh of relief. But Artoria was in disbelief. The Holy Grail she had been asking for was no longer able to make a wish? Wouldn't Britain be helpless? No, not like that. At this time, Joan of Arc also appeared in front of everyone, looking at the black Great Holy Grail hanging in the sky with a serious face. As ruler, she clearly felt that something was wrong with the Great Holy Grail. At this time, Amiya Kiritsugu also woke up from the illusion. Without saying a word, He directly ordered Artoria to attack the Holy Grail with a command spell. However, the current Artoria's Lingji has been strengthened, and the magic power has reached a rank, and the restraint of the command spell on her has been infinitely weakened. Amiya Kuritsugu saw that it would not work, and continued to use the second command spell command. No, Artoria yelled in pain. She insisted firmly, not allowing herself to raise the holy sword and slash at the Holy Grail. Even if Enlon says that the Holy Grail is tainted and unable to make a wish, she will give it a try. Even if it was a 1 in a million chance, she would save Britain. The sudden scene made both Irisfeel and Jean dumbfounded. None of them thought that Amiya Kuritsugu would destroy the Holy Grail. Joan of Arc was helpless. Now that Amiya Kuritsugu is the final winner, how he handles the Holy Grail is his business. Irisfeel was a little fortunate. Amiya Kuritsugu did not choose that way to save the world. If he kills his daughter, he will never forgive him in his life. However, just as Artoria insisted, the great Holy Grail hanging in the sky suddenly moved. I saw that it was like a black hole, spitting out countless hot black mud. Seeing this, Enlon immediately teleported away with Irisfeel. Then Amiya Kuritsugu, Arturia, and Joan of Arc were too late to escape and were all drowned in black mud. The entire Ludong Temple and the mountains turned into a sea of rubble and fire. Amiya Kuritsugu died in the sea of fire. Joan of Arc and Arturia gained flesh because of bathing in black mud, and they were freed from the control of the Holy Grail, and they did not need to return to the throne of heroes. What they're experiencing at the moment is just like Gilgamesh in the original book. When Enlon saw the scene, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Yes, he did it on purpose. If he wanted to forcibly keep Joan of Arc and Arturia, the two women would definitely not agree. But now that they have a body, they can't go anymore. After the Holy Grail War, they still have to live in this world. How could this happen? Neither Joan of Arc nor Artoria could believe it. One of them came to supervise the Holy Grail War as a referee, and the other participated in the Holy Grail War to save Britain. It's all right now, there's no going back. Enlon put down Irisfeel. A teleportation appeared next to the great Holy Grail in the sky, and devoured it. Since then, Fuyuki City has not had the Great Holy Grail, nor has the Holy Grail War. Of course, the so-called No Holy Grail War refers to the timeline of this era. There are many parallel worlds of Xingyue, and the other lines are still continuing the Holy Grail War. After the Holy Grail War, Enlon and Athena left the Moon World. As for Irisfeel, Enlon intends to let her stay a few more days in the month and have a good time in Fuyuki City, which is the last warning. When he finishes his journey, he will come back and take her away. In order to prevent the Einsburn family from getting into trouble with her, the two girls, Arturia and Jean Arc, were asked to protect her. The two women couldn't return to the Throne of Heroes because of their physical bodies. For the next journey, Enlon will focus on another world. Because he needs to record some monsters in other worlds, and when he returns to the wrong world, he will be able to create a new dungeon in the future, and then build a city on top of the dungeon that rivals Orari, bringing together the gods and countless adventurer. Creating a dungeon requires a large number of monster types, ranging from low-level monsters to high-level monsters, as well as monsters with different attributes such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. In this way, it is divided into levels and levels, allowing adventurers to upgrade step by step. The goal this time is a world called Ordinary Profession Makes the World Strongest. Using the power of the god of time and space, Enlon descended directly to the bottom of the great labyrinth of Olux in this world. Coincidentally, Nagumo Hajime, the male protagonist at this time, also fell to the bottom of the maze because of the framed by his classmates. That's right, this is a group-wearing anime, where a class of island high school students collectively travel through. The male protagonist, Nagumo, has been bullied by his classmates because of his cowardly personality, and he was also disliked after crossing because his rank was a trainer and he had no offensive power. But because the class flower Shirasaki Kaori liked him, he attracted some hatred for him. During this operation, he was deliberately knocked down to the bottom of the labyrinth by his classmates because he was slow to rescue people. The monsters here are very high level and very powerful. The weak one has been drilling to the ground with the skills of the refining master and then coincidentally discovered the plug-in god crystal. It was formed by the crystallization of high-concentration magic power over a long period of time. It was a legendary mineral and had many magical special effects. The god crystal will also drip magical water, and the male protagonist relies on the water to continuously eat the flesh of monsters, fuse the skills of monsters, and then completely change his appearance. In fact, this so-called divine crystal is like the spiritual crystal in the spiritual stone vein that often appears in fantasy novels, and the divine water is similar to the essence of crystal. For flowers. As soon as Enlon and Athena arrived, they saw a white-haired male protagonist kill a monster with ease. At this time, he has turned black and his appearance has changed. With white hair and red eyes, he looks a lot like Enlon. Because he hunted and killed too many monsters, he still devoured the flesh of the monsters by drinking divine water. However, as a refining master, although he is physically strong, he cannot use magic and skills. His skills are all obtained from monsters such as air force, shrinking ground, giant feet, and instant light. With a strong physical body, the close body is very strong. In long-range combat, he has forged a variety of modern weapons by refining the skills of a master. Pistols, sniper rifles, cannons, and the like, and enchant these hot weapons to make them more powerful. Who are you? Nagumo Hajime asked cautiously when he saw Enlon and Athena, who suddenly appeared. Enlon didn't answer him, but looked at him and said, "It looks like you've finished drinking the divine water, but it doesn't matter, as long as the divine crystal is still there." When Nagumo Hajime heard this, he was shocked, and then he showed angry eyes. God crystal is the secret of his becoming stronger. How could such a divine artifact be given to others? Thinking of this, he took out a pistol and shot at Enlon and Athena. Enlon didn't move, but a transparent barrier appeared all over his body, blocking all the enchanted bullets of Nagumo Sure. Nagumo Hajime found that the pistol was useless and replaced the sniper rifle and the enchanted armor-piercing bullet. It is a pity that the large-caliber enchanted armor-piercing projectile still has no effect on the barrier. No way, the strength gap between the two sides is too great. I didn't want to kill you at first, but don't blame me if you seek death yourself. Enlon said, and directly activated Soul Gluttony to devour Nagumo Hajime. At the same time, inherited all his skills. Although they are all small skills, they are extremely convenient to use in close combat. For example, Shuri and Shuguang are very good skills. But the most important thing is his smelting master skill. With this skill, he can make all kinds of modern weapons. While Enlon can also create a variety of modern weapons, the two are not the same. One is to practice by oneself and the other is to create directly. Just like playing games, those who practice from level 1 will have special feelings. Just give you a full-size tuba and you'll feel bored. The game is about the process, not the result. After solving Nagumo Sure, Enlon used spiritual perception to cover the entire maze in an instant, and then easily found the cave created by Nagumo Sure. After entering the cave, on the top of the innermost head, I saw a round god crystal emitting blue light. Enlon took the god crystal and collected it into his god's treasure house. You came to this world for this? Athena asked curiously. Although the crystallization of gods is wonderful, it has little effect on the creation gods like Enlon. Yeah, this thing can be used to cultivate family members and strengthen their qualifications. Enlon said with a smile. Although things are useless to you, it does not hinder your collection. There are so many treasures in the heavens and the world, Enlon has a very special dream to collect all the treasures of the heavens and the world, and then put them in his god's treasure house. We got the things, are we going to leave this labyrinth? Athena continued to ask. No, there are some good things in the maze. Enlon smiled mysteriously and winked at her. Athena was curious and went further with Enlon. Along the way, the two encountered various monsters. The monsters at the bottom of these mazes are very powerful, but in the eyes of Enlon and Athena, they are still weak like ants. Some of these monsters also have special abilities, such as petrification. But that petrification ability, to the Trinity Athena, is simply the fur of the fur. One of her Trinity is Medusa. With Medusa's petrification ability, isn't this a big knife in front of Guangong? With a flash of light in Athena's eyes, she turned the other party into petrification. And Lan looked interesting and copied and stored Athena's petrification ability. Possessing the god of Fengzhou and Psycho Core is just so capricious. As long as it is the ability that one likes, it will be copied over. Apart from his several god-level abilities and inherent abilities, Lan no longer knows how many skills have been copied and stored. It is estimated that there are thousands of heroic skills copied from heroes of the moon world alone. Even when fighting, it is a headache because of too many skills. As they went deeper, Lan and Athena came to a gate. The door is closed, there is a magic circle and 3 grooves on the door. It seems that the grooves are the key to open the door. At this moment, the stone statues standing on both sides of the door suddenly moved. The stone statues turned into one-eyed trolls with double horns, and their chests seemed to have something like an orb, which should be the key to open the door. But for Lan, do you need a key to open the door? The right hand pinched, and the space where the one-eyed troll was located seemed to be squeezed, directly shattering it. Then he didn't go to get the key, and the 2 fingers of his right hand showed sword fingers, and made a slight stroke towards the door. Absolutely cut off. The door was cut open, very violently. After entering, it was pitch black inside, and there were countless fluorescent flashes on the top of the head, like a starry sky. In the midair in front of him, there are still golden cubes randomly selected, and there are countless strange things that glow green from around the cube. Soon those countless blue glowing things disappeared, and the whole space regained its light. At this time, the original appearance of this space was revealed. That cube was actually a sealed sacrifice crab, and a naked girl with blonde hair was sealed in it. Her lower body and hands were embedded in the cube, maintaining a very shy posture. Who? The blonde girl opened the eyes of 627. With his scarlet eyes, he knew that he was not human, and Lan saw that he was a vampire at a glance. When Athena saw the girl, she also understood that Lan's so-called good things were referring to the girl in front of her. Vampire. Lan came to the girl and looked at her recklessly. Although the girl felt ashamed, she still said, "Please save me." "You can save you, but you have to come with me later." Lan made a condition. Okay. The girl agreed without thinking. The corner of Lan's mouth showed a smile, because the girl in front of him was the heroine of this world, Moon. Lan put one hand on the cube. The cube seemed to sense that someone was about to break the seal, and a strong resistance erupted, and there were countless red lightning. However, for Lan, none of this matters. Nagumo was able to break the seal, let alone him. With just a trace of divine power, the seal was completely shattered. The cube that sealed the girl was also shattered, and the girl's naked body was exposed in front of Lan's eyes. Lan snapped his fingers and used material creation to create a set of clothes for the girl to wear. The style of the clothes is exactly the one in the original book, with a white shirt and a black pleated skirt, slender white and tender legs wearing black over-the-knee stockings, a pair of brown high-heeled short boots, and a white trench coat. On her long blonde hair, she also wears a black bow, and her very friends are rustling again. The girl escaped from the seal, looked at her hands first, then looked at her clothes, and happily said to Lan, "Thank you." "No, just remember what you promised. Tell me about your situation. Why was it sealed here?" Lan asked, looking at the girl. He knew the situation of the heroine, but he still pretended not to know. "I am a vampire who is atavistic, with very powerful power, so I have worked hard for the people of my motherland. But one day, the retainer said that I was no longer needed, and my grandfather said that he will be the king from now on. Even if that's the case, it doesn't matter to me, but he said that I have a powerful power and that it is a threat that can't kill me, so he sealed it up." The girl thought, and Lan simply said. After returning to her ancestors and becoming a vampire, she not only has the ability to heal and regenerate herself, but also can directly manipulate magic power without the need for a magic circle. This also means that she can learn to use any magic. For ordinary humans, this ability is simply a foul. Got it? What's your name? Enlon asked. Give me a name. I don't want my previous name anymore. The girl pleaded with Enlon with a frown. Let's call it Moon then. Enlon didn't change her name, but took the same name that Nagumo had given her. I will be called you from now on. You happily grabbed Enlan's hand, feeling very warm. She asked, What's your name? My name is Enlon, and the one next to me is Athena. Enlon introduced her. However, as soon as he finished speaking, several sharp thrusts attacked the crowd. Be careful. Yu yelled hastily. Because she has been sealed for too long and has not sucked blood for hundreds of years, she has no power now. Don't worry, it's fine. Enlon said with a smile. The sharp thorns approached Enlon and the others for half a meter, and a transparent barrier blocked them. With the existence of a psycho core, how could Enlon be attacked by surprise? There are almost infinite defensive barriers on his body surface, and even if Enlon doesn't have barrier defenses, with his physical strength, he can't be hurt by just a few thorns. Seeing this, Yu sighed in relief. She is quite confident in her own strength, otherwise she would not be considered a monster. But Enlan's power seems to be beyond her cognition. Enlon turned his head to look at the place where the sneak attacked, where a huge crab-like monster appeared. Athena, who was standing aside, glared slightly, her eyes bursting with magic light. In an instant, the crab-like monster was petrified. Yu was very surprised when she saw the scene, but she didn't expect this woman named Athena to be so powerful. After solving the crab monster, Enlon continued to go deeper with the two girls. Along the way, Yu and Enlon chat and get to know each other. Yu has not been out for more than 300 years, so he has a lot to say, and he has a different feeling for Enlon who saved him. It seems that it is the kind of love at first sight and wants to dedicate himself to the other party. This also made Enlon feel a little overwhelmed because Yu looked at him with two hot eyes. He not only killed the male protagonist Nan Yunshi, but also robbed his wife. Thinking about it carefully, he is like an evil big devil. Athena looked very uncomfortable. After all, she was Enlan's first woman. This little vampire in front of her has the guts to rob her man. Because of the powerful strength of Enlon and Athena, they killed them all the way. Soon, the three of them came to the bottom. The 100th floor, the last purple gold gate. Along the way, Enlon not only killed monsters, but also recorded the special features and abilities of monsters. In the future, he can use his creation ability to create all the recorded monsters. In this way, he can also create an exclusive dungeon to cultivate his family. Enlon violently opened the door again and entered. This time inside was actually a three-headed dragon. The dragon head is divided into three colors: red, blue, and green. The red dragon head will breathe fire and use fire magic. The blue dragon head can spit out cold air and freeze everything. The green dragon head can spit out wind blades and has super cutting ability. 3 dragon heads, no matter which one is killed, will be resurrected, unless 3 dragon heads are killed at one time. This is estimated to be very difficult for ordinary people. The dragon itself is extremely powerful, let alone beheaded. But for Enlon and Athena, it was very easy. In order to put on a wave in front of you and show his powerful strength, Enlon did not directly kill the opponent, but took out a noble phantasm. Fantasy Greatsword Tianma lost. That's right, it is the noble phantasm of the Dragon Slayer hero Siegfried. Although this noble phantasm is an A+ rank anti-army noble phantasm, as long as you complete the dragon slaying great deed, you can get the dragon slaying correction, breaking the EX rank. It has to be said that there are many heroic spirits of sword rank followers, but Siegfried's dragon slaying sword is the most handsome in his opinion. The domineering appearance seems to be forged according to his aesthetics. The protection of the juggernaut, the torn silver hand, the absolute cut-off, the release of the noble phantasm's true name, for in one. Boom! The dragon slaughtering sword erupted with rays like the sun, forming a light cannon to blast the 3-headed dragon. With a huge explosion, the three-headed dragon disappeared. Not even ashes remained. You looked dumbfounded. Is this still the power of human beings? The boss on the last floor was resolved, and everyone came to a small world with green mountains and green waters. There is a European-style building here, where the liberator Oscar Olix lived. Just because of time, that guy is dead. In the original book, Nan Yunshir was here, got his inheritance, obtained the magic of the gods, and generated magic. This generative magic is similar to Enlan's material creation skill, but not as good. Enlan's material creation can create various items and things out of thin air, but generation magic requires infusing magic power into minerals to turn them into materials with their desired properties or properties. The male protagonist of the original novel, Nagumo Shir's occupation is a smelting master, and this magic is just right for him. With the various materials generated, he has refined various weapons and equipment. But this magic does not have much effect on Enlan, and it is not as easy to use as his material creation. Entering the house, Enlan found Oscar Olix's room. There was a huge magic circle on the floor of the room, and the bones of Oscar Olix sat on the top throne. Enlan walked into the magic circle, and the magic circle emitted a red light. He sensed that someone wanted to spy on his memory. A mere liberator, Enlan naturally couldn't do as he wished to erase this existence that wanted to peep at his memory. The phantom of Oscar Olix appeared in front of him and began to explain the history of this world to him. It turns out that the god of this world has long gone crazy. He wants to destroy mankind. In order to save mankind, the liberator is slandered as a rebel. Enlan didn't care about it, but he didn't mind meeting the gods of this world for a while. After obtaining the generating magic, Enlan plans to leave the labyrinth. But before leaving, he still has two things to do. The first thing is to come to the library and copy all the magic and knowledge about magic recorded by the liberator. The second thing is to use generating magic and practice to create some modern weapons and equipment. For things like driving a car and riding a motorcycle in another world, he had already tried it. In the following time, Enlan built many modern vehicles, such as cars, RVs, off-road vehicles, motorcycles, and more. Among them, off-road vehicles and motorcycles are equipped with thermal weapons. He also forged a lot of hot weapons, such as pistols, sniper rifles, gatlings, rocket launchers, and so on. In addition, there are armed helicopters, large passenger planes, fighter jets, drones, and the like. After these weapons and equipment were manufactured, Enlan used his riding skills to enchant them all, turning them into noble phantasms. That's right, it was Arturia's ability to enchant motorcycles when chasing Iskandar. Enchanted thermal weapons and vehicles and planes have undergone tremendous changes in appearance, becoming cool and handsome, just like future technology products. Enlan looked at his finished works and was very satisfied, and then put them all into his god's treasure house. Been here for a week, and it's time to leave. At this time, Enlan's clothes were also changed into the same clothes as Nagumo Hajime in the original book. White shirt, black trousers, black leather short boots, and a black trench coat over 2.4. This is a more modern attire, and it also tends to be darker. Just the opposite of the moon's white, like a couple's outfit. This suit is also left by the liberators, and the defensive properties are very good. However, Enlan changed it to make it a mythical equipment. After doing all this, Enlan brought you and Athena to a magic circle, and then was teleported out of the labyrinth. In fact, Enlan can teleport away directly. The reason why he chose to teleport is to meet the second heroine, Rabbit Shia. After coming from the teleportation array, they came to a place in the Big Gobi. And like the original, Enlan saw a scantily clad bunny girl being hunted by a two-headed Tyrannosaurus. Enlan did not use his strength, but took out a pistol with a futuristic sense of technology and fired several shots at the double-headed Tyrannosaurus. This pistol is an electromagnetic gun, so the bullets fired have electromagnetic power. In other words, every bullet he fired was equivalent to the railgun of Misaka Makoto in the Forbidden World. The power of the bullet was comparable to that of the shelling, and the two-headed dragon was headshot directly, and both heads were blown together. Seeing this scene, Anlan smiled. Ever since he traded with Uranos, after Orari obtained a formal identity and became a member of the gods, he had to abide by the rules of the gods' game and could no longer use divine power and enter the dungeon. Now that there are hot weapons, even if you don't need to use divine power, you can go to the dungeon with your family members. When the blue-haired rabbit man saw Anlan and the others, he immediately said with great excitement, "Finally found it." Anlan looked at the rabbit. It was exactly the same as the original. He has long blue hair and a pair of long white bunny ears on his head. He has a very hot body and very revealing clothes, but his eyes look a bit stupid. TSK, I didn't expect to meet a lecherous rabbit as soon as I came out. The corner of Anlan's mouth twitched slightly. This is the second wife of the male protagonist Nan Yunshir. He felt that he was becoming more and more like Prime Minister Chao, starting from Irisville in Xingyue World. The spirit of Wei Wu had awakened. I've been waiting for the 3 for a long time, and finally I see 3. Rabbit excitedly rushed to Anlan and the others and shouted loudly. Bunny people? Both you and Athena looked surprised. But when they saw Rabbit's revealing clothes, they frowned. Is something wrong? Anlan asked, looking at the rabbit. Please save my family. Rabbit suddenly knelt in front of Anlan, hugging his thigh tightly and begging. Seeing the scene, you grabbed the rabbit's ears angrily and said, "Let go. It hurts." I won't let go. I beg you to save my family. Rabbit did not choose to let go even though his ears were being pulled. I promise to save your family. You let go first. Anlan said to the rabbit. Hearing Anlan's words, she let go of her hands. Tell me, what's the situation? Anlan asked. I am the daughter of Halia, the elder of the rabbit tribe. My name is Shia Halia. My homeland was attacked by monsters because I have magic power that demi-humans should not have, and I can only use monsters. Inherent magic future vision can see the short-term future, similar to what will happen if you make this choice. So I know that the 3 will appear here, and you have powerful strength. Please, save my race and my homeland. As the rabbit spoke, he showed a pitiful expression, and his eyes were about to stay. Anlan knows that this rabbit is a person who is full of energy and easy to get carried away and delusional in his head. Don't look at her poor now, but as long as Anlan agrees, she will be able to jump up and down immediately. However, this rabbit was born with a powerful 24 and a strong body, and was a rare talent. Even if you don't earn the harem, you can earn family members. The demi-humans in the wrong world can join the family. The team battle of the Loki family is Finn, the villain, the strongest of the Freya family, and the Oda with the highest level of Oli. He is also the pig in the orc family. In other words, the moon of the vampire can actually become a family. Because Yu is not a natural vampire, nor is she a monster or monster, she is a vampire from human beings, and she should also belong to a demi-human race. Okay, I promise you, but as a condition for me to save your rabbit people, you will be my slave in the future. Anlan did not agree unconditionally, but made a very terrifying request. What? Shia was dumbfounded when she heard it. Human beings in this world despise demi-humans. Demi-humans are suppressed and suppressed everywhere, and even captured by humans and become slaves. Men become laborers and women are provided to rich nobles for fun. Shia could imagine what would happen next if she became a slave. Athena shook her head helplessly when she saw Anlan's bad taste. I promise you. In the end, Shia chose to agree. In order to save the race, sacrificing oneself is nothing. Deal. Anlan showed a satisfied smile, and then summoned a high-tech motorcycle from the god's treasure house. After getting on the motorcycle, Yu was in front of Anlan with his head nestled in his arms. Rabbit and Athena sat behind him. Shia was very nervous, because it was her first time riding a motorcycle, and she didn't know what it was, so she could only hug Anlan's waist tightly. After Anlan started the motorcycle, he throttled the accelerator and went straight to the place Shia said. The speed of the motorcycle is very fast. Although the road in the other world is not smooth, The motorcycle after the magic modification has super shock absorbers, and it can hardly feel too much fluctuation. Shia was nervous for a while at first, but soon discovered the power of motorcycles. This thing is simply more than a horse snatch. Excited, she stood up directly on the back seat and shouted with joy. On the outskirts of the sea of trees in Hartrina, terrifying flying dragons hovered above the sky. The bunny people with weak nature all hid in the grass in the sea of trees, daring not to move or shoot. Once discovered by flying dragons, these seas of trees cannot protect them. Everyone was terrified and looked at the flying dragon in the sky with fear. At this time, a little rabbit man suddenly ran out of the grass. Look, look, I found a tree fruit. The little bunny hugged a fruit about the size of his head happily, his face full of happiness. The soft and cute voice, coupled with the smaller appearance, is really cute. No, go back quickly, the bunny's mother exclaimed. The expressions of the other bunny men also changed, and they all showed expressions of despair. However, the little rabbit was only 4 or 5 years old and didn't know the danger at all. At this time, a flying dragon in the sky spotted the bunny and opened its bloody mouth and attacked her. At the moment of crisis, seeing that the little tree man was about to be eaten by the flying dragon, a gunshot came. Bang! The electromagnetic gun pistol shot a ray of light, which directly pierced Feilong's head, killing it instantly. The little bunny was stunned by the scene and cried out in fright. The other bunnymen breathed a sigh of relief, and the mother bunny ran over to pick up the woman and protect her in her arms. At this time, So suddenly looked towards the place where the gunshots came from. They saw Enlon riding a motorcycle, bringing you, Athena, and Shia to them. Shia stood up from the back seat, and the pair of bears in front pressed Enlan's head, waving her arms to the clansmen and shouting, "Father, everyone. Almove soldiers are here." 5. The rabbit patriarch was shocked when he saw his daughter. Enlon rides with one hand and raises his spear with the other at the other dragons in the sky. Bang! 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 One shot of a flying dragon quickly cleared all the flying dragons. The body of the flying dragon fell from the sky like rain. This scene made the bunny people stunned, and at the same time shivered with fright. Shia invited a terrifying existence, so many powerful monsters, flying dragons, all of them were killed in an instant. Especially when they saw that Enlon and you were not demi-humans, but humans, they were even more frightened. Humans in this world treat demi-humans more terrifying than monsters. Shia was tabooed by other demi-humans because she possessed the same abilities as monsters, and she should have died. But because her father was the patriarch, she saved her life, but as a result, all the bunny men were expelled from their hometown of Filbergen and made their homes in the vast sea of trees. If Shia hadn't invited Enlon this time, it is estimated that their bunny people would have been wiped out. Although they survived the crisis, the rabbit people lacked the means of fighting. If Enlon leaves, it is estimated that it will not be long before they will be harassed by other monsters. For this reason, Enlon can be considered a good thing to keep low, sending Buddha to the west. Directly lead the bunny to return to their hometown of Furbergen. The other demi-humans do not like Shia, but in the face of Enlan's powerful strength, after they were all beaten up, they agreed to the return of the bunny and accepted Shia. Yeah. But both Enlon and Shia knew that they were only taking it on the surface. Fortunately, Shia didn't want to stay here and live here. This time she met Enlon and saw something special through her future vision, so she wanted to be by Enlan's side. What's more, Enlon promises to save the bunnymen on condition that she becomes a slave. As the master's slave, it is natural to follow the master's side. As long as Shia leaves the rabbit people, then the other demi-humans will no longer be unavoidable. Furbergen is very beautiful, especially the place where the rabbit people live, poured out colorful flowers, and at night, these flowers will emit light, like a dreamy world. Enlon also enjoys the environment here. Not only the air is good, but it is also extraordinarily peaceful. Lying on the roof of the treehouse, looking at the night sky through the leaves, soon fell asleep. In the following days, Enlon lived here. Start training these bunnymen every day, increasing their strength so that they can gain a voice among other demi-human races. This training is 3 months. Counting the time, it has been almost a year since I left the wrong world. Although he stayed in the Moon world for a short time, he spent a long time in the God-Killer world, especially in the Celestial Dynasty, where he learned martial arts with Luo Hao every day. In addition to the time spent in the ordinary occupational labyrinth this time, there are still 3 months, a total of December and 8 days. When he left the wrong world, he had accumulated 1,000 wooden treasure chests, and after synthesizing the golden treasure chests, his character exploded and developed a god-level talent of growing day by day. So this year and 8 days, Enlon accumulated 373 wooden treasure chests again. Too few, only 3 silver treasure chests can be combined. With the improvement of strength, Enlon has disdained to open low-level treasure chests. Whether it is a wooden treasure chest or a black iron treasure chest, the prizes that are opened are of little use to him. Even silver treasure chests rarely open good things. Only the golden treasure chest can open things that are useful to him, such as the god-level talent, increasing with each passing day last time. However, it takes 1,000 wooden treasure chests to synthesize golden treasure chests, and he can only sign in 1 wooden treasure chest every day, and it takes more than 2.5 years to synthesize a golden treasure chest. As for the 3 treasure chests above gold, platinum, diamond, and supreme, Enlon didn't even think about it. It takes more than 27 years to accumulate a platinum treasure chest. It takes more than 270 years to accumulate a diamond treasure chest. It takes 2,740 years to accumulate a supreme treasure chest. So Enlon doesn't plan to accumulate platinum treasure chests at all, relying only on the Mo King skill tree, and now he is invincible in most worlds. Even in the world of Hakaniwa, if you're in the past, it is still a 3-digit existence. Furthermore, relying on Meng Wang's devouring ability and his increasingly increasing talent, his strength will become stronger and stronger. There is no need to accumulate any treasure chests. Accumulating a gold treasure chest at most is already the greatest patience. Simply bored, just open 3 wooden treasure chests. System, open 3 wooden treasure chests. Ding, open successfully, get 10 bags of Dove chocolate. Ding, open successfully, get the Pride of the Sky. Ding, open successfully, get a Ridge of the Sky. What? Enlon was shocked. How could he be so ugly? The Pride of the Sky and the Ridge of the Sky are both 627 5-star weapons in Yuanshan, and they were actually opened from the wooden treasure chest. This character is simply amazing. You must know that at the time of crossing, the Yuanshan weapon opened from the wooden treasure chest was only 1 star at the highest, and the 2-star, 3-star weapons at the back were still opened from the black iron treasure chest and the silver treasure chest. These 3 shots made Enlon feel extremely sour, so he directly took out the 2 weapons from the system space and incorporated them into his God's treasure house. Just when Enlon was happy because of his personality outbreak, a little bunny girl suddenly climbed up the roof and came to his side. This little bunny was the one he had rescued before, and she was looking at Enlon with big cute eyes. "Is something wrong?" Enlon asked, opening his eyes and looking at the little girl. "Brother, you are so handsome," the little girl said with a smile. "Sweet mouth, my brother likes bunny people who tell the truth. This reward is for you." Enlon's vanity was satisfied, and he took out the Dove chocolate from the treasure chest from the system space. "Give her." The little girl took the fruit chocolate, but she didn't know what it was, so she could only stare. Enlon helped her unpack the bag, took out the chocolate, and broke a piece as if she was in the air. For the first time, the little girl ate chocolate, which is full of milky flavor, sweet and with a hint of bitterness, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She is a snack food, otherwise she would not dare to go to pick the fruit by herself when the clansmen are avoiding the flying dragon. Seeing that the little girl was eating so deliciously, Enlon broke a piece and tasted it. As a result, when the little girl saw that Enlon also ate a piece, she was a little reluctant. "It's all yours." Enlon smiled and gave her all the chocolate in his hand. "So small, you know how to protect food." However, this time Enlon got it wrong. The little girl looked at the chocolate in her hand for a long time and finally broke it in the middle with her small hand, splitting it in two. Then he gave Enlon a piece and said, "My brother took me. I can't take all of it. For such a delicious food, my brother has to keep some for himself." "Good boy." Enlon didn't take the chocolate, just wrapped the little girl in his arms and said softly, "This is given to you by your brother. You can keep it for yourself, but remember not to eat too much. Eat too much, teeth will turn black and get cavities." Enlon said, and took out 4 more bags of chocolates for the little girl, but he only kept 5 bags. "Thank you, brother." When the little girl heard Enlon's words, her cute big eyes turned into crescents when she laughed. Enlon liked it when he saw it, and the idea of being a father suddenly appeared in his heart. "Do you want to have one with Athena yourself?" "I don't want a son. I'm immortal. I don't need a son to pass on the lineage, so if I want to give birth, I have a daughter, and my daughter is my father's little padded jacket." After leaving the bunny tribe, Enlon took Athena, Yu, and Shia to the second big labyrinth, the Ricin Labyrinth. The entrance to the Lacin Grand Labyrinth is located in the Grand Canyon. Although it is hidden, it is easy to find it under Enlon's spiritual perception. According to the original book, the master of this big labyrinth is not dead, and he is the only liberator who has survived to this day. It's just that his character is very naughty and mischievous. When the original Nagumoji and others came in, they were not lightly played. There are no monsters in this labyrinth, just some puppets. Enlon's spiritual perception found the last room and teleported directly with the 3 girls. "Wow, why did you come here directly?" A guy in a yellow cloak with a mask on his face said in surprise. "Milady Lacin, the creator of Lacin's Great Labyrinth." Enlon said with a smile at her. "Who the hell are you?" Milady asked nervously. "Don't worry, this time I'm here to make a deal with you." Enlon smiled amiably. "What deal?" Milady stepped back as she felt a suffocating pressure from Enlon. There is also a kind of God's power. She was worried that Enlon was sent by the mad god to deal with her. After all, she was the only one left alive among the liberators. "I'll help you deal with the mad god. You join my family." Enlon made his request. "Are you dealing with a mad god? And what is a family?" Milady looked incredulous. "The same goes for you and Shia next to them, and they don't understand what Enlon is referring to as a family. I am a god from another world. I traveled to your world and found that the god of your world has gone mad and provoked a racial war. I admire your bravery, who is not afraid of power and dares to resist God, so I think I accept you as my family. In my original world, family members are the believers and family members of God. God will bestow the blessings on believers so that believers can develop their potential and become stronger." Enlon briefly explained his identity and family. The meaning of. After listening to Enlon's words, Yu, Shia, and Milady were all stunned and looked at Enlon with bewildered expressions. Especially Yu and Shia. They can't believe that Enlon, who has been with each other during this time, is actually a god. No wonder you have a divine power that surpasses the mad god. It turns out that you are also a god. As long as you can deal with the mad god, I promise to be your family. 35 Milady agreed without thinking. Their liberators sacrificed too much in order to deal with the mad god. The purpose of building the big labyrinth is to screen out the brave among human beings and then teach him the magic of the gods so that he can deal with the mad gods. But even if you collect all the magic of the gods, can you really deal with gods? The liberators were also not clear about this. But this is their last effort, and there is no better way. Now Enlon's appearance has given her a better way. Let the gods deal with the gods, and Enlon should be stronger than the mad god. Whether it is the power of Enlon that surpasses the mad god, or his ability to travel to other worlds, he is far beyond the mad god. With that said, Enlon can definitely defeat the mad god. If that's the case, how about being his family? As long as you can defeat the mad god and save the world, everything is worth it. Welcome to the Enlon family. Enlon said with satisfaction. The next moment, Milady also took off her yellow cloak and took off her mask. Immediately, a beautiful face appeared. Blonde with blue eyes, a black and white low-pleated dress, white knee socks, and black big-toe shoes. He looks like a doll. Another girl. Athena whispered. Enlon looked at Athena and suddenly said, Milady, why don't you join the Athena family? Athena, she is also a god? You and Shia exclaimed at the same time. That's right. Enlon nodded. Milady was a little dizzy. How come there was another god all of a sudden? This is fine. Two gods fight a mad god, and this god is even bigger. As for whose family to join, it doesn't matter. Athena on the side showed a surprised expression. She really wanted to create a family, but she would not grant them favors. As the god of the Godslayer world, in essence, it is still very different from the god of the wrong world. Enlon, concubine is not the favor you said. Athena said a little embarrassedly. Don't worry, I will teach you. Enlon gave her a reassuring look. Then he looked at you and Shia and said, you also join the Athena family. No, I will join your clan. You refused. Then Shia joins Athena's clan, and you joins my clan. 35 Enlon saw Yu's firm eyes and decided to stay by her side. Why? I also want to join your clan. Shia suddenly reluctant. If you don't want to, then I will send you to the rabbit race. Enlon threatened. No, don't even kill me, I'll join Athena's family. Shia suddenly softened. If she was with Enlon in the first place because of a deal to save the race, she became Enlan's servant. So now she's following Enlan's side, it's all about resources. She has a future vision, but she has glimpsed some future scenes. Only by being by Enlan's side can she stand out. Next, Enlon did not rush to leave the big labyrinth, but used the theosophical core to transform Athena's divine body, making her divine body structure more like a god in the wrong world. After the renovation was completed, Athena's strength suddenly increased a lot. Then Enlon gave her the method of granting the mortal god's favor, and Athena quickly learned it. After learning, she gave favors to Milady and Shia. Her bounty map is 3 weapons, a Medusa shield, a spear of victory and a scythe of death crossed behind the shield, representing the attributes of her trinity. Seeing this, Enlon also gave Moon favor. I went to the world of the Godslayer first, and then went to the world of Xingyue, but the Moon actually grabbed Erica, Liliana, Luculasia, and Irisfeel and became Enlon's family. In fact, these women can be transferred to Athena, and their family members will take the elite route in the future. As her own woman, Athena can actually have both her family members and her own family members, and it will be specially used to receive these girls from other worlds in the future. TSK, is this a development harem in disguise? In the future, the entire family, including Athena, will be their own women. By the way, the Astrea family is also all-female. The 2 goddesses opened a harem for themselves, and it was exciting to think about it. In addition to Astrea and Athena, there is also a goddess that can be taken to the wrong world. Artoria's Word of the Gods, Lunga. In the plot of Chapter 6 of FGO, because Bedivere failed to return the Holy Sword, Artoria failed to die when she should have ushered in death and became an undead wandering in the world holding a holy spear. Then he was eroded by the divine nature of the holy gun Lunga, the god-made weapon, and became the goddess Lunga. The appearance is similar to the grown-up Arturia, but there are still subtle differences. For example, the goddess's pupil color is a shining yellow-green, and she has this divine power on her body. It can almost be said that she is not a person in temperament. If Lunga is also brought back to the wrong world and developed into an ally, the situation of Orari will be completely changed. After the plot starts, you can also draw the blue ribbon goddess Hestia over to develop some family members for her. At that time, Athena, Lunga, Astrea, Hestia, and the 5 gods alliance formed by themselves can completely dominate Yulari. Of course, Enlon has little interest in dominating Orari. Because no matter how strong the family is, Orari is always under the control of Uranus, and the Adventurers Guild is the master. So Enlon plans to build a brand new dungeon by himself, and then build an adventurer city beyond Orari. But it's time to pull Athena, Lunga, Astrea, and Hestia all over. This is a grand plan, and once completed, it will be a world-changing feat. After giving the favor, Enlon teleported away from the big labyrinth with the girls. When we returned to the original Grand Canyon, it was already dark. And Lon took out a RV from the God's Treasure House and plans to rest here for a night tonight, and then head to the neutral commercial city of Fleming tomorrow. After the children entered the RV, except for Athena, all the other 3 girls were stunned. Neat and clean modern decoration, in addition to beds, sofas, dining tables and chairs, bathrooms, there are TVs, air conditioners, washing machines, induction cookers, microwave ovens, and other modern appliances. It's amazing. Mr. and Lon is worthy of being the god of another world. Are these things also from another world? Milady asked excitedly. With an urchin character, she looks here, touches there, and her eyes are full of interest. Almost, these things are all technological products, and the world with technology has them. And Lon said simply, this RV was made by him according to the style of the Newell Coach self-propelled A-type top luxury RV in the previous life. Like a superbus with a sense of future technology, the body is black as a whole, very handsome. And unlike the previous car, this car does not need to burn oil, and the energy comes from magic. As long as you input magic power, it will be converted into energy. Of course, if you let someone without magic power drive, you need a magic stone instead. And Lon turned on the air conditioner in the car, and everyone felt refreshed immediately. Although he and Athena act as gods, neither hot nor cold. But the 3 girls, you, Shia, and Miridi, are just ordinary people. After the children found the bathroom, they went to take a bath one after another. And Lon turned on the TV in the car, then took out some ingredients and started cooking. After all the girls had bathed, he also made dinner. The crowd gathered around, watching TV and having dinner, enjoying it extremely. After the meal, Lon brought out some desserts and fruit and ice cream. It's so refreshing to watch TV while blowing the air conditioner and eating cold drinks after taking a shower. This modern and convenient life makes the 3 girls you, Shia, and Milady infatuated even more. I feel that the previous days were a waste of life, and the present is called life. Because it is a large Type A RV, there are many beds inside. And Lon shares a bed with Athena, you shares a bed with Shia, and Miridi shares a single bed. Originally, you also wanted to share with Lon, but he could only sleep with Athena in the double bed. You is not Athena's opponent, so she can only give up. The night passed, and I woke up the next morning. After everyone washed up and had breakfast, Lon replaced the RV with an off-road vehicle and took the 4 daughters to the neutral commercial city of Fleming. While driving the car, while looking at the beautiful scenery outside the car, it seems like a self-driving tour in a different world, which makes people feel comfortable. In half a day, Lon and the others came to Fleming. Because it is a commercial city, the city is very prosperous and rich, and there are many businessmen coming and going. The shops here contain almost all the products in this world. And Lon is hanging out with a few girls, intending to acquire some resources. Originally, a lot of materials were stored in his stomach bag, but after the stomach bag evolved into an imaginary number, Wang Hao, space, the contents in the stomach bag were forgotten to be taken out, and as a result, they were all replaced by imaginary number space. The void collapse energy was assimilated. Some materials stored in the system space have long been used up. At the Night Raid base in the world of Jean Scarlet Red, because the members of the Night Raid were wanted, plus the arrival of Astria's family, and there was a foodie like Chi-Tong, the food for the Night Raid was not enough. And Lon put himself all the food stored in the system space was taken out. After returning to the wrong world, and after crossing the world of the Multilayer and the world of Xingyue, he did not store materials in the system space. It wasn't until last night when he was cooking dinner that Lon realized that there was nothing in his system space except the weapons from the treasure chest. For this reason, he can only go to this Fleming to buy some supplies. After just strolling around, he was a little disappointed. After all, this is a different world and there are too few kinds of materials. Whether it's vegetables or meat, it's far less than modern cities. Especially for rice, I have to go to the northern town of Ulu. This makes Lon angry, and he wants to use material creation to directly create food. Isn't it carbohydrates anyway? Although he and Athena can skip meals, Shia and Miridi can't. You as a vampire of human atavism originally only need to suck blood. However, after obtaining the grace of God, while retaining the original magical talent and undead body, the vampire genes of the ancestors were eliminated instead. Now she is a human girl with the power of the ancestor of vampires. She no longer needs to suck blood and needs to eat food. After buying some random food, Enlon bought some nice change of clothes for his children. Then he left Fram and drove the off-road vehicle to Ulu. This time to Ulu, in addition to collecting some rice, the most important thing is to recruit dragon girls. The route that Enlon is taking now is exactly the route that the original male protagonist Nagumo took. According to the original plot, the third heroine of this world is about to appear on Ulu's side. In addition to the third heroine, there is also a large army of monsters, at least tens of thousands. There are many types of these monster armies, and Enlon is just used to record the reenactment. When you create dungeons in the future, you can create more types of monsters and monsters by yourself. After another half-day journey, when Enlon arrived at Ulu, it was already past 8 o'clock in the night. Everyone in the town was asleep, so Enlon didn't bother them and planned to enter the town tomorrow morning. Outside the town, there are all fertile fields, and a lot of green rice seedlings are planted inside. Seeing the scene, Enlon felt like he was back in the countryside. Especially the air here, it's simply too good. He took out a mobile phone, which was the first mobile phone made by the great sage for him. Because there is no network and no app, it has been left in the system space. Enlon used the camera's built-in camera function to take several pictures continuously. The camera of the mobile phone is very powerful, and the pixels are super high. Even at night, it is very clear. I found an open space, put away the off-road vehicle, and then replaced it with an RV. Tonight is still the night in the RV, and Lon originally thought that his children would be unhappy. As a result, seeing their excited expressions, he knew that he thought too much. But think about it too, the room and bed in another world. Can you have your own RV? That's the best Simmons mattress, and the air conditioner is on in the car. How cool. After a night's rest, Enlon and the girls woke up early the next day. After washing up and having breakfast, they put away the RV, while being seen by people from another world, causing agitation. After everyone entered the town, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women is the focus wherever you go. Enlon approached the mayor of the town and indicated to him that he wanted to buy a large amount of rice. The mayor readily agreed and called every household to leave the rice to be handed in and food to eat, and sold the rest to Enlon. Enlon can charge as much as he wants, and he is completely open to anyone. Whether it is rice 630 or threshed rice, all are recruited. This move of Enlon also alarmed the people who were lined up here in the royal capital. It was the classmates and the head teacher of the male protagonist Nagumo. The head teacher's name is Aiko Hatayama, her occupation is a farmer, and her skills are all talents in farming. There were also a few classmates whose occupations were not combat skills and did not dare to go to the front line, so they followed the head teacher to farm here. It is precisely because of her existence that Ulu Town has spent a prosperous year this year. Hatayama Aiko is therefore known as the goddess of harvest. Enlon didn't want to deal with this group of travelers, especially the islanders. So he planned to leave after collecting the rice, first go to the third female protagonist, Long Envy, and then continue to the next big labyrinth to collect the magic of the gods. Although the magic of the gods is useless to Enlon, it is useful to his family, so they can learn it in the future. As one of the liberators, Miridi's magic is gravity magic. This kind of magic Enlon has long known, and it's just gravity. In the past 2 days, you has learned this kind of magic from me, Lady. I have to say, Yu's magic talent is really super strong. In this world, learning magic is not something you can learn if you want to. You need to be adaptable. For example, gravity magic, if you have no adaptability, it is impossible to learn how to learn it. In the original book, the moon is full of attributes and adapts to all the magic of the gods. Such a super genius will definitely become an archmage in his family in the future. The rice was quickly collected, and Enlon decided to leave after giving the mayor a gold coin of the same price. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a voice came. Enlon turned his head and saw that it was Aiko Hatayama, the teacher of the male protagonist Nagumo. Is there something wrong? Enlon asked. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I want to ask if you're adventurers? Aiko Hatayama asked nervously. In fact, looking at the costumes of Enlon and others, you can tell that they are not ordinary people. They must be adventurers. Yes, we are adventurers. What's the problem? Enlon admitted with a nod. Great, one of my students got lost. I want to ask you for help. I can pay you. Hatayama Aiko stated her purpose. Enlon understood, and the emotion stopped him to find students for CC. I have to say that the woman in front of me is a qualified teacher. Even in another world, she is caring for her students in every possible way. According to the original book, his student is called Shimizu Yakuri, a real abandoned house. Jealous of his classmate Tianzai Guangwei is a hero surrounded by women. Only Tianzai Guangwei received special treatment instead of himself, resulting in blackening. The dark system magic has been practiced to the depths, and I want to brainwash others. As a result, he was used by the devil and attacked the small town of Ulu, trying to kill Aiko Hatayama, the goddess of harvest. Because of Hatayama Aiko's skills, the kingdom had a great harvest, resulting in a substantial increase in the kingdom's food supply. With so much food, the kingdom's population will also increase, and its comprehensive strength will continue to improve. This stimulated the devil and wanted to solve Aiko Hatayama. The plot of the original work is that the male protagonist, Nagumo Shur, accepted the task of the head of the Fram branch to help him find his son before he came to Ulu, and then met his teacher and classmates. At the request of the teacher, helped to solve this problem. Enlon didn't want to intervene in this matter at first, but after thinking about Hatayama Aiko's skills, he hesitated. Because he intends to build an adventurer city beyond Orari in the wrong world, then he needs a lot of food. The source of Oli's food is the existence of Demeter, the goddess of harvest, and her family. Most of the people living in the adventurer city are adventurers, and the rest of the ordinary people are mainly merchants, and there are very few farmers. Therefore, if you want to maintain the population ration of a large city, you must have the skills to produce food in large quantities. Most of Demeter's family members have the development ability to assist in planting and growth. Similar to the development ability of the family of Soma, the god of wine, about brewing, the family of the craftsman Hephaestus has the same development skills of casting. It is because of Demeter's family that Orari has the food to keep so many adventurers alive. And Land's god-level ability, God of Life, can also control plants, speed up their growth, and even make all living things come alive. But he can't stay in the wrong world forever. With the ability of God of Time and Space, he is destined to be like the Emperor Knight in Kamen Rider, living in no fixed place and walking in various worlds. In this way, Aiko Hatayama is very important to him. Thinking of this, Enlon has a new plan. I can help you find students, but we want a high salary. Enlon replied with a smile, like a profiteer with a long history in the mall. Hatayama Aiko was dumbfounded because she was sent by the kingdom to plant, and there was nothing valuable at all. After seeing her appearance, Enlon continued, if you don't have enough pay, promise me a condition, and I can help you too. Okay, I promise you. What do you want me to do? Aiko Hatayama replied immediately. Obviously, she was anxious for her students. Even if it is to agree to the conditions of a stranger, he is really a qualified and good teacher. This alone is worthy of Enlon's admiration. I don't think about it now. I will tell you when I think about it. I hope you will not regret it by then. Enlon pretended to think for a while and said, yes, as long as it doesn't violate morality and ethics, I can promise you. Aiko Hatayama said with firm eyes. All right, we've taken over your task. Enlon showed a satisfied smile. When the other girls saw his smile, they immediately knew that another fish had been hooked. Mr. Enlon wants to accept the female teacher in front of him as his family? Miridi asked Athena. Although it was a question, the tone was very positive. Because just 2 days ago, Enlon tricked her into the same way. Yeah, Athena nodded. Having lived together for so long, she naturally understood Enlan's mind. But the teacher in front of me doesn't have any fighting talent at all. She looks like a vase. What do you want to do with her? Milady asked, a little puzzled. Her profession is a farmer, which can speed up the growth of crops, and she can feed a country by herself. Athena explained. Hiss. Hearing this, not only Milady, but you and Shia were stunned. It's terrifying to feed a country by one person. Farmer. Such a value can no longer be measured by money, and it is a strategic existence. Next, Hatayama Aiko told Enlan about the appearance and characteristics of her missing student. After hearing this, Enlan was about to leave with the girls, but was stopped by Hatayama Aiko again. Because she was worried, she planned to go together. Enlan did not refuse and readily agreed. Seeing this, Aiko Hatayama immediately became anxious. They also wanted to go together, but Enlan did not agree. The two sides were at a stalemate, and in the end Aiko Hatayama only brought a female student to go with her. This female student is called Sanobuka, and she should be regarded as one of the original heroines. Why should it be said? Because the original male protagonist Nagimoji didn't marry her, and she only became Nagimoji's underground lover until she left another world and returned to the island country. Having said that, this girl has a good talent for business, but it can be used. Because his family also has a tavern, which can be handed over to her. If your family takes the elite route, she will definitely not accept her, but she can go to Athena's family. This kind of genius with special talent can make Athena as a family member. Athena is her own woman. Isn't her family also her own? The crowd came to the outskirts of the town, and Enlan took out the off-road vehicle from the god's treasure house. Aiko Hatayama and Yuka Sanobe were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Modern off-road vehicles, they must know each other as traversers. You're also a transmigrator? Hatayama Aiko asked Enlan with a shocked expression. Could it be that besides their class, there are other transmigrators who came to this world? That's right, my name is Enlan. I'm from the Celestial Dynasty. Enlan introduced himself. It's actually from the Celestial Dynasty. Why do you own an off-road vehicle? Could it be that this vehicle came across with you? Sanobuka asked curiously. No, the world I traveled through was another world, and then I became a god in that world and gained the ability to travel through the world. So now I travel in various worlds, and this world is just the world I traveled through. Enlan said directly revealed his secret. But with his current strength, even exposing this secret is nothing. Because this is hardly a secret to him. Only the system is the eternal secret, and he will not tell anyone. The second is the cute king skill tree, and he won't tell others. As for the rest, it's not a secret. Hatayama Aiko and Sanobuka were all horrified when they heard Enlan's words. As a traveler, Enlan has actually become a god, and he still travels in various worlds. Not only them, but also the three daughters Yu, Shia, and Milady were shocked. The same is true for Athena. She thought that Enlan was a natural god at first, but she did not expect to be an acquired god. Then can you go to the island country? Hatayama Aiko couldn't help asking. Yes, Enlan nodded. This time, Aiko Hatayama and Yuka Sanobe both became short of breath. They have been in this world for so long, and they are still very homesick and want to go back. Seeing their appearance, Enlan guessed what they were thinking, so he said, although I am a god now, it is still very laborious to travel through the world. You don't have enough compensation, but I will not send you back. Went. Just kidding, I still plan to accept them as family members. How can I send them back? When the two women heard this, they immediately showed disappointment. Only Athena looked at Enlan with a half-smile, making him uncomfortable. She has already seen that Enlan is lying because she has followed Enlan through more than one time, and each time crossing is a piece of cake for him. How can it be very laborious? You can guess without thinking that he is fooling the two girls. Then what kind of remuneration do you need? Are you willing to send us to the island country? Aiko Hatayama asked. Teacher, you owe me something to find the students. Do you want to leave without paying it back? Enlan pretended to be unhappy and asked. No, I just want to ask how much you need, so I can work hard to earn it. Aiko Hatayama hurriedly explained. What do you think a god needs? And Lon asked rhetorically. Even if you don't need it, the people around you definitely need it, or you wouldn't come to Ulu town to buy rice. Hatayama Aiko guessed. As a teacher, she looks cute, but she is actually very smart. You guessed it right, but even if I tell you the reward, are you going to leave alone? Don't forget, your students are still struggling in this world. And Lan's mouth twitched, taking advantage of her weakness to retort. This. Hatayama Aiko was stunned. That's right, even if you earn enough money, do you really want to leave the students behind and leave alone? Aiko-sensei, you don't have to worry about us. Sano Buka suddenly grabbed her hand and said, the little girl is very powerful. She seems to let the teacher leave them alone, but in fact, she takes advance as retreat. She knows her teacher's character. The more she does this, the more she can't let go of the students. A little cautious, this kind of person is very suitable for business. Don't worry, the teacher won't leave you. Hatayama Aiko looked at Sano Buka with gentle eyes and said. Sure enough, the sense of responsibility made her give up hope of going back and choose to be with the students. Next, Aiko Hatayama never asked about returning to the island country again. And Lon also drove quietly and quickly arrived at his destination. At the foot of the northern mountain range, and Lon stopped his car and walked up to the top of the mountain together. There is a waterfall at the top of the mountain. Behind the waterfall there is a hidden cave. With a wave of Yu's hand, the powerful magic power separated the waterfall. This scene shocked Aiko Hatayama and Yuka Sanobe. They didn't expect any girl beside Lon to have such a powerful strength. This power, even the strongest hero in their class, Tian's Hai Guanghui, is far from comparable. After the crowd entered the cave, they found a living person. And Lon knows this guy. It should be Willu, the son of the head of the Fram branch. In the original novel, Nan Yunshir only came to the northern mountain range and met the dragon girl because of this task. And Lon didn't take the mission, but he happened to be lucky to save the guy. After waking him up, after some inquiries, everyone learned that they were attacked by a large number of monsters. The number of monsters is very large, and it is still increasing. In the end, Willu's team also encountered the dragon and was completely destroyed. Willu himself was lucky to escape because he hid in the cave behind the waterfall. Everyone went out of the cave, and it was already dark outside. However, just as they were preparing to descend the mountain, a black dragon suddenly flew from the sky in the distance. Her speed was very fast, and she came to the crowd in the blink of an eye and fell from the sky. The strong wind waving the wings made Aiko Hatayama and Yuka Sanobe almost unable to stand up and flew out. Fortunately, Athena protected the two, so they did not fly out. Wow, it's actually a dragon, Milady said in surprise. Although the dragon is powerful, as a liberator of the Age of Gods, she possesses magic of the Age of Gods, so she is naturally not afraid. As a vampire who has lived for more than 300 years, Yu is not afraid because she has an immortal body. And Lon and Athena are gods. This little dragon is a lizard in their eyes, and it is even more impossible to be afraid. Only the rabbit, Shia, and the two daughters, Hatayama Aiko and Sano Buka, were extremely frightened. The three women hugged directly together and hid behind Athena and Yu. As for Willu, the whole person was frightened and fainted. The black dragon burst into a roar and then attacked Lon. And Lon raised his right hand, and an infinite prison trapped him. I have to say that the skills of the strongest hero Chloe are easy to use. Aiko Hatayama and Yuka Sanobe were shocked beyond words when they saw this scene. The legendary dragon was solved like this? As expected of a god, it is simply too powerful. Little lizard, wake me up. And Lon said, snapping his fingers. Countless streams of water fell from the sky, wrapping the dragon. The giant dragon was awakened directly and returned to normal from the controlled state. Then I saw that her huge dragon body began to shrink and then turned into a human. It is the third heroine in the original book, the princess of the dragon family, Teo Claris. He has long black hair, looks dignified and beautiful, holds a folding fan, and wears a black island kimono-like attire. Why is the concubine here? Longnu said in a daze. Immediately afterwards, she found herself trapped, tried several attacks, but couldn't break the infinite prison, and simply gave up. She looked at Enlon and the others and asked, "Why trap the concubine?" Enlon was a little embarrassed when he heard a concubine. Because Athena also has this oral habit and likes to refer to I as a concubine, which feels like an ancient person. "You little lizard, you attacked us first, and you turned around and asked us why we trapped you?" Enlon said amusingly. When the other party heard this, he recalled it carefully, and it seemed that it was indeed such a short time, and his face suddenly became a little embarrassed. "My concubine is from the dragon race. When you are in the form of a dragon, you will lose yourself when someone uses dark magic to confuse you. I am really sorry for attacking you before." The dragon girl hurriedly apologized. Enlon removed the infinite prison and asked her, "Do you know who used dark magic on you?" The body of the concubine is not very clear. In order to investigate the visitor from another world, the body of the concubine flew out of the hermitage. Before heading to the town, because it was late, I fell in the mountains to rest. He was still in the form of a dragon, so he was manipulated by a black-robed man who suddenly appeared. The dragon girl explained to everyone. "Got it? What's your name?" Although Enlon knew her name, he still pretended to ask. "My concubine's name is Tio Claris, and she is the granddaughter of the head of the dragon clan." Tio introduced himself. However, Welu, who woke up from the coma, couldn't believe it, because almost all the companions he brought died at the hands of the dragon girl. It's a pity that Enlon, believe it or not, is just a role model. Besides, he knew the plot, and the dragon girl did not lie. But killing is a fact after all, so Enlon made her his maid just like Shia in order to punish him. As a result, this made the other girls contempt for a while, thinking that Enlon was lecherous. Holy crap, isn't it normal for men to be lustful? Not lustful, it is a physical defect. Tio accepted Enlan's punishment and offered to be his maid. After all, the dragons respect the strong, and Enlan's strength has conquered her. Because Enlan didn't stab Tio's A** like Nagumo Hajime in the original book, she didn't awaken any weird M attribute. The current Tio is still relatively normal, looking like a mature older sister who is intellectual and calm. By the way, the black-robed man who controlled me has gathered many monsters and is about to attack your human city. Tio suddenly thought of something and said, "What?" Hatayama Aiko was shocked. There is only one human town in the northern mountains, and that is Ulu. With the people and military strength of Ulu, it is impossible to resist the invasion of monsters. In that case, not only ordinary people will die, but also several of his students will die, as well as the crops that he has worked so hard to grow during this time. Thinking of this, Hatayama Aiko was extremely anxious. Not only her, but also Sonobuka. Suddenly, the two women looked at Enlon at the same time. If Enlon makes a move, no amount of monster army can easily solve it. After all, he is a god. Enlon didn't talk nonsense this time, and he would definitely make a move. These monsters are exactly one of his goals this time. "Don't worry, it's fine." He gave the two women a reassuring look. Hatayama Aiko and Sonobuka breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. When I went back, because there were two more people, the off-road vehicle could not sit. Enlon simply summoned the RV, which terrified Theo and Willu. As the natives of this world, they have never seen such a miraculous thing. Hatayama Aiko and Sonobuka were infinitely emotional. Looking at the various modern appliances in the RV, they missed the island even more in their hearts. After returning to the town, Hatayama Aiko began to organize farmers and the town's army to the front line to build defense measures together. Enlon wanted to say that it wasn't necessary, but seeing that they were so serious, it didn't bother their elegance. 2 days later, in the middle of the night, before the arrival of the monster army, everyone successfully built a simple and low defensive city wall. Not long after the city wall was built, the army of monsters finally arrived. It is densely packed, all of which are all kinds of monsters living in the northern mountains. Standing on the city wall and looking at it, it looks like a sea of monsters. "Enlon, what should I do?" Hatayama Aiko asked nervously. "Kill them all, of course." Enlon said simply. Immediately, he began to let the psychic core record the characteristics, abilities, strengths, attributes, etc. of all monsters. Then I saw Enlon standing on the top of the city wall with a right-hand move. "Come out, my legion." In an instant, the Shadow Legion, Monster Legion, Hassan Sabah, 100 Faces, and Iskandar's army of kings all appeared. There are also tens of thousands of these armies, not less than the monsters at all. The moment the Shadow Legion appeared, they all knelt in front of Enlon and shouted in unison, "I'll see the Shadow King. Get up and get rid of these monsters in front of me. Follow your orders." This scene stunned everyone. They had seen the summoners, but they had seen such terrifying, casually summoning tens of thousands of troops. The most important thing is that these summoned beings are all extremely powerful beings. Look, the Minotaurs, the Flying Dragons, the Undead, the Zerg, and the tens of thousands of followers in the army of the king, as well as Hassan Sabah, 100 Faces, are all extremely powerful. For flowers. Not to mention there are all kinds of monsters, and mythical species. In an instant, the two armies went to war. What was originally thought to be a fierce fight turned into a one-sided slaughter. The Shadow Legions summoned by Enlon can be resurrected, and the other servants are so powerful that they can't stop the opposing monsters. Fewer and fewer monsters were killed, and suddenly Enlon shouted, "Stand up." The originally dead monster turned into a shadow soldier, joined Enlon's shadow army, and in turn slaughtered the monster army. This also caused the shadow army summoned by Enlon to fight more and more, and the opponents became less and less. This terrified Shimizu Yuki, who was secretly manipulating monsters, and was extremely angry. However, just when he was angry, his army of monsters had been cleaned up, and Enlon teleported to his side, knocked him unconscious with a knife, and then took him back to Wulu town. What I thought was a catastrophe was unexpectedly resolved so easily. From the beginning to the end, Enlon didn't make a real shot, just summoned a large army to destroy the opponent. After the black-robed man was brought back to Ulu town, everyone unveiled his cloak and mask. Hatayama Aiko never thought that she would be the student she had been looking for. "Can you tell the teacher, why do you do this?" Hatayama Aiko asked Shimizu Yukiri in a complicated mood. Even if his student did something wrong, his tone was so soft. Instead of questioning and blaming as soon as they came up, they asked why. Really a good teacher, the character is too perfect. It's not because I want to show my worth. Shimizu Yuki snorted coldly. Really, but Shimizu-san, so the teacher doesn't understand even more. The teacher doesn't think doing this will show your value. Hatayama Aiko didn't quite understand the rebellious psychology of otaku. After all, they were all adolescents. There are many ways to prove himself, but he chose to take action against his own people. I definitely can, if I show it to the demons. In order to capture the monsters, I went to the mountain area in the north by myself, where I met a demon clan. That demon clan understood my thoughts, they knowing my true value. That's why I made a contract with that guy. Shimizu Kotori said frantically. Contract? What kind of? Hatayama Aiko immediately asked nervously. Hatayama-sensei, I just want to kill you. Shimizu Yukiri said with a grim expression. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. From what they said just now, they already knew that Shimizu Yuki was used by the demon race. But why did the demons kill Hatayama Aiko? Hatayama Aiko was also stimulated by Shimizu's words, that the student she was looking for was going to kill her, and she felt unparalleled distress and sadness. Shimizu Yukari continued, in a sense, an existence that is more difficult than a hero can be left alone? Goddess of harvest, don't you think? As long as you kill you, the demons will regard me as their hero, but why? Why did the army of 60,000 monsters lose? Why does such a powerful existence exist? Shimizu Yuki looked at Enlon and the other's man, roared wildly. Enlon stepped forward and kicked it over. Call me again, kill you. Enlon's terrifying murderous aura, as well as the Dragon Emperor's domineering aura, made him shiver and urinate. Seeing this, Enlon snorted coldly and turned to leave. What Aiko Hatayama and the others are going to do with this guy, he doesn't care and he doesn't want to. A small roll of cannon fodder, nothing. Now that the matter in Ulu Town has been resolved, it is time to continue to the next big labyrinth to collect the magic of the gods. After collecting all the magic of the gods, he killed the gods of this world, by the way, then left and went to the next world. Hatayama Aiko painstakingly persuaded Shimizu Yakuri, hoping that he would turn back to the shore. He was used by the demon race. In the end, this guy not only did not repent, but after seeing Enlon walking away, he grabbed Hatayama Aiko, who was beside him, took out a silver needle from his arms, pointed it towards Hatayama Aiko's neck, and began to threaten everyone. Teacher, goddess of harvest. The people were startled and rushed forward to rescue them. At this time, Shimizu Yukari said, "Don't move, be careful, I stab it. This is a poisonous needle on the monster's body." Everyone throws away their weapons and raises their hands. However, even in the face of this situation, Hatayama Aiko still did not give up her students and pleaded, "Shimizu-san, let's talk more carefully and don't go down the wrong path. It's so noisy. Shut up for me, you hypocrite. Just shut up and be the hostage I used to escape from here." Shimizu Yuki said, his arm tightly restrained Aiko Hatayama's neck, letting him she couldn't speak, and showed a pained expression. Then he turned to Enlon and said, "Hey, what about you? Give me your previous car." Enlon looked at him indifferently, as if looking at a dead man. Athena couldn't help laughing. To actually threaten the concubine's husband with a hostage, I really don't know whether to live or die. Not to mention Enlon, even Athena would not be afraid of the opponent killing Aiko Hatayama. As a triune god, one of them is the ruler of the underworld, and the dead can also be rescued. Enlan's god of life, like the god of reincarnation, can control life and death and resurrect the dead, so threatening Enlon with a hostage is the stupidest way. Because he is not afraid of you killing the hostages at all, and the big deal is to save them afterwards. It's just that Shimizu's level of person is not able to kill the hostage in front of Enlon. Any time-space pause can solve him. But Enlon didn't do that, because if he killed Shimizu Yuki, Hatayama Aiko would definitely not be his family again. According to the original plot, he should be killed by the devil. Because in the distance, there has been a devil watching here. Sure enough, the other party saw that Enlon did not intend to let Shimizu Yakuri go, and used magic directly from a distance. A beam of light hit Shimizu Yakuri and Hatayama Aiko, trying to kill them both. Their goal was originally 630, Hatayama Aiko, and this time, together with Shimizu Yukari, they solved it completely to prevent him from exposing the base of their demon race. At a critical juncture, Enlon used space transfer to transfer Hatayama Aiko in Shimizu's hands to himself. Then the beam directly penetrated Shimizu Yukari, killing him. After doing all this, the devil escaped with the flying dragon. Enlon could catch him, but he just let it go. Only when this group of demons, the students who came through, and the kingdom fight against each other, can he benefit from it. For example, this time, because of the relationship between the demons, Hatayama Aiko owes him a condition, so that she can join her family in the future. Shimizu-san. Hatayama Aiko was in great pain when she saw her student die. Even if this student genius wanted to kill himself, he was always his own student. It is the responsibility of the teacher not to teach the students to go the wrong way. Seeing this, Enlon shook his head slightly. This character is too virgin, whether it is good or bad. People like to be friends with honest, trustworthy, kind, and loyal people because they know that such people will not harm themselves. It is obvious that she is talking about the virgin, but she still wants to be friends with the virgin. No one is going to be friends with villains because those people tend to stab you in the back. How about taking her to your kin? Enlon asked Athena. Yes, I like her character. Athena replied. Then it's for you. Enlon said with a smile. In the same sentence, Athena's family is her own family because Athena herself is her own woman. Isn't the property shared between husband and wife? After the incident, Enlon and the girls rectified and prepared to leave. But Willa finds Enlon, hoping that Enlon can escort him back to Fleming. After what happened last time, he became a little timid. Seeing Enlan's strength, he felt that it was safest to be by Enlan's side. Enlon didn't want to agree at first, but the kid said that as long as Enlon agreed, he could pay handsomely. This moved him because he wanted to buy more food. Anyway, it was just a trip, and if I remember correctly, the daughter of the original male protagonist Nagumo Share should have appeared in Frem at this time. Thinking of this, Enlon simply agreed, and dropped by anyway. As for Aiko Hatayama and Yuka Sanobe, Enlon was not in a hurry to include them in the family. Anyway, they won't disappear here. Let's talk about it when he leaves this world. The speed of the off-road vehicle was very fast, and in most of the day, Enlon and the others returned to Fleming. Because Enlon rescued Willu, the head of the Fram branch not only gave a lot of food, but also registered Enlon and others in the Adventurers Guild, and the level directly reached the gold level. Although these are of no use to Enlon, with this gold level adventurer status, it will be much more convenient to go to some cities to run errands in the future. So, Enlon did not refuse either. After getting paid, Enlon opened a suite in the largest hotel in the city, enough to accommodate 5 people. When night fell, the 4 girls, Athena, Yu, Shia, and Miridi, were bored playing poker. Enlon was lying on the bed, seemingly resting, but in fact, spiritual perception has been covering the entire city. Every move of everyone in the city is under his surveillance. Soon, a faint magic wave came. Under the city, a group of demi-human traffickers caught a little girl from the sea people from the Western Sea. Because it is a young girl, she looks only about 4 or 5 years old, and her appearance is very high, so this will sell for a lot of money. You must know that in the circle of human aristocracy, this kind of thing is the most advanced. This made the subhuman traffickers excited, and I felt that they had made a lot of money this time. Enlon found the target, and without hesitation, disappeared from the bed in the room with a teleport. The 4 girls were speechless when they saw the scene. Even if you leave, you should say hello. It's terrifying that it disappears after a search. The underground sewer space in the city has been developed into cages one by one to detain the captured demi-human traffickers. The sudden appearance of Enlon surprised the demi-human traffickers. "Boy, who are you and how did you come here?" the leader asked Enlon. Others also took out their weapons, intending to capture Enlon or kill him directly. Now that their secret has been discovered, he must not be allowed to leave here. Enlon ignored these little scoundrels and just glanced at the young girl of the sea people who were captured by them. At this time, her hands and feet were tied, and she was unconscious in a wooden box. Sky blue hair is very cute. This reminds Enlon of that little girl from the bunny tribe, who is just as cute. When the demi-human traffickers saw that Enlon ignored them, he immediately became angry. They rushed up one by one, brandishing their weapons, trying to teach Enlon a lesson. Seeing this, Enlon just took out his pistol and shot them one by one, killing them. To deal with this kind of scoundrel, to use divine power skills is an insult to him. After doing all this, Enlon teleported away with the young girl of the sea people and returned to the hotel room. All the girls were surprised when they saw that Enlon disappeared for a while and brought back a young girl. They thought that Enlon had awakened some special girl-controlling attribute. Enlon didn't pay attention to their eyes, just handed the young girl of the sea people to Athena and instructed, "Take her to take a bath, and then change into clean clothes." 9. "Yeah." Athena nodded and took the sea-human young girl from Enlon's hands. "Lord Enlon, what's going on? Who is this young girl from the sea people?" Shia couldn't help asking. Enlon explained to them immediately, and after listening to it, all the girls' eyes were on fire. In particular, Shia, as a demi-human, has been looked down upon by humans and treated with all kinds of discrimination, and now she encounters demi-human traffickers, which is indescribable. Miridi sighed. This is exactly what the Mad God wanted, prompting all races in this world to fight against each other. After taking a bath, Athena came out holding the young girl of the sea people. Seeing everyone, the little guy seemed to be a little afraid of life and grabbed Athena tightly. "Don't worry, the demi-human traffickers who caught you have been killed by Enlon Salma." 35 Shia walked over and said with a smile on her face. The little guy glanced at Enlon and said, "Thank you, big brother." "You're welcome." Enlon smiled and stroked her head. The little guy seemed to be enjoying himself, squinting his eyes comfortably. And Lon felt that the hair on her head was still damp, so she made a hair dryer, which can be used with magic power without plugging in. I sat on the edge of the bed with the little guy in my arms, and then carefully started blow-drying her hair. I have to say that the hair of the sea people in front of me is really beautiful. It's blue like the cute King Rimuru, but it's not straight hair, it's the kind of natural big wavy curls. Coupled with the cute appearance of the little guy, and Lon likes it very much. There was a special feeling in my heart like an old father caring for his daughter. The little guy seemed to feel Lan's love and care for him, and suddenly said, "Dad." This sound, but the girls were stunned. Who is Lan? Alien gods. Creation dragon god. To recognize the god of creation as a father, I have to say that the little guy has vision. And Lan was heartbroken by the call from his father. He couldn't help but put his arms into his arms and kissed. "Good daughter, Dad still doesn't know what your name is?" 35. "Meow, Dad, my name is Meow," the little guy said happily. "One wave is my father's good daughter." And Lan showed an old father-like smile. The children on the side were dumbfounded. Once upon a time, Lan treated others with such kindness? Afterwards, Lan asked his children to play cards with Meow. He was on the side, refining the ring. Yes, it's the ring. In the original book, Nagumo used the sacred crystal to refine a lot of things, including weapons and space rings. And Lan also made a space ring, but he did not have the luxury of using a treasure like God Crystal. He is a god, possessing a god-level ability to control time and space, the god of time and space. Even ordinary materials can be refined into space rings. He refines these space rings, mainly for use by his family and the girls around him. He has an infinite size of system space, a universe created by God, and the imaginary space that comes with God of Void and 3 places for personal storage. But his family does not have any. The most important thing is that his family is all adventurers, and so far there is no supporter. With the space ring, there will be no need for supporters in the future. I randomly took out some materials, and then refined 100 rings, including 30 male rings and 70 female rings. In order to make the ring look beautiful, Lan can enchant some magic stone carvings, as well as various mysterious and tall magic patterns and divine patterns, etc., and even runes. There are many styles, and they are extremely beautiful. From the point of view of modern people, it is somewhat non-mainstream, but in another world, not only will it not appear non-mainstream, but also very handsome. After all, the world view is different, and the aesthetics are also different. It's like the world of the moon. When you shout the noble phantasm's real name and release the light cannon, it seems normal to the master and servant of the Holy Grail War. But if an ordinary person sees it, he will feel neurotic and middle-aged. After the rings were refined, Lan selected 6 exquisite female rings and gave them to Lan Athena, Miridi, Yu, Shia, Tio, and Mu. When they learned about the function of the ring, they were all very happy. As a god, Athena naturally has her own storage space, such as Hades. As the ruler of the underworld, she can store things in the underworld anytime, anywhere. But that didn't stop her from liking this type of ring, because it was given by Lan. Myo is still young, and currently has no magic power, so he cannot use the ring. 2.4. So Lan tied it with a rope and turned it into a pendant that hung around his neck. After a night's rest, Lan and the girls began to clear all the strongholds of the Asian traffickers in the city the next day. Under Lan's spiritual perception, none of the strongholds were spared, and all the demi-human traffickers were killed. After doing this, Lan left with the girls. The place to go this time is the post town of the Great Gobi, Halyard. This is also the entrance to the Great Labyrinth of Olux, where the male protagonist Nagumo Hajime was framed by his classmates and fell into the depths of the Great Labyrinth. Lan originally didn't want to come here, but according to the head of the Fram branch, they killed more than 60,000 monsters in the northern mountain range, saved the small town of Ulu, protected a large amount of food, and eliminated the biggest subhuman trafficker in Fram, so you can come to receive the reward. with the idea that it's A. B asterisk 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 D to take advantage of the cheap, and Lan decided to come. Along the way, Miao was very curious about Enlan's car. This kind of transportation was something she had never seen before, and it was far more comfortable than a carriage. There is also air conditioning and music in the car, which is simply a treat. This also made the little girl fall in love with the car at once, and even wanted to drive it herself. Just because the body is too small, it can't be opened at all. To this end, Enlan gave Xia the car to drive, and then rode the motorcycle himself, with Miu sitting in front of him. Miao was very happy and cheered all the way. The girls saw that Enlan doted on Miao so much, and knew that he was the daughter's slave's disease. In the compliments along the way, Miao shouted that Dad was the best. Enlan and the others finally arrived at Hale Yard before dark. After a night's rest in Hilliard, Enlan found the head of the Adventurers Guild branch here, and handed him the letter from the head of the Fram branch. The other party was a black-skinned one-eyed dragon named Loya Bavavis. After reading the letter, his eyes were full of shock. Because these things are too unbelievable, one person can destroy the army of more than 60,000 monsters. Such a strength is unimaginable. But he didn't doubt the words of the branch minister Flyan, and the rewards that should be given were given to Enlan. However, just as Enlan got the reward and was about to leave, an invisible guy rushed into Loya's office. He recovered his figure, knelt on the ground panting, and shouted anxiously, the devil has appeared, go and save them." Loya looked at the other party for a few seconds and said, "Are you a member of the Brave team? You said the devil appeared." The man hurriedly told what happened. It turned out that the Brave team encountered the ambush of the demon race in the depths of the dungeon. The situation is very dangerous now, and it is very likely that the entire team will be wiped out. The so-called Brave Squad members are the raiding teams headed by the Braves, and all the members of the squad are members of the highest level and the best professions. The invisible existence in front of him is a member of the team. His name is Endo Kosuka, and his profession is an assassin. They are all classmates of the original male protagonist Nan Yunshir, but they have no effect. Although it is called the Brave Squad, the captain Tian Jiha Guanghui has the strongest hero profession, but his character is too virgin, and he is not the opponent of the blackened Nagumo Hajime at all. Therefore, there is no strongest occupation and weakest occupation. Only the most suitable occupations, even the weakest occupations, can surpass the strongest occupations as long as they study to the limit and exert their full strength. After Loa heard it, he hurriedly called in adventurers to rescue him. But he suddenly saw Enlan. Aren't these the most advanced gold adventurers in front of him? "Mr. Enlan, I beg you 24 to rescue the Brave Squad," Loya said to Enlan. Enlan sighed helplessly, but did not expect to be involved in the original plot. He killed the male protagonist Nagumoji himself, and also took away the opportunity, Sacred Crystal, that originally belonged to him, so there was still a sense of apology in his heart. Although it was Nagumo Shurji who attacked him first, the reason was that he wanted to get the Sacred Crystal before he shot. Going to save his classmates is also a compensation for him. After all, there are two of his future wives in the Brave team, Kaori Shirasaki and Shizuku Ye. "I will take care of your wife, so don't worry about it." Enlan accepted Loya's request and asked Endo Kosuka to lead the way to the big labyrinth to save people. At the same time, the Brave team was all injured due to the siege of a large number of high-level monsters. Coupled with the rapid consumption of magic power, there is not much energy to fight. The healer Kaori Shirasaki in the team was also unable to use healing magic because of insufficient magic power. Looking at the embarrassed appearance of the Brave team, the demon showed a satisfied smile. This is a female demon with black hair, a dark leather suit, and revealing clothing, which is very seductive. If Enlan ever again, definitely know this person. Because she was the one who bewitched Shimizu Yukiri to kill the head teacher Hatayama Aiko in the northern mountains. In the end, because Shimizu Yukiri was arrested by Enlan, she hid in the distance to make up for the knife and killed her. Enlan knew of her existence, otherwise how could she make up for it and escape? Because Enlan wanted Shimizu to die, but he couldn't do it himself. Otherwise, Aiko Hatayama would resent him and would not be able to accept him as a family in the future. The woman said to Tianjihe Guanghui, the leader of the hero squad, the one over there wearing the shiny, stupid armor, "You're the hero, aren't you? Why don't you come to our side?" "What? What do you mean by that?" Tianjihe Guanghui asked. "I'm tempting you," the witch said with a smile. "I refuse," Tianjihe Guanghui said sternly. "The above said that you can also accept it with your companion." The witch continued. "My answer will not change," Tianjihe Guanghui said and raised the sword in his hand. "Speaking of which, one of your companions seems to have accepted our invitation." The witch still did not give up. Because the profession of the brave is very powerful, as long as the levels are linked up, it will be a trump card against humans and other races, and even against mad gods in the future, it can also play a role. So what she said was the truth. Someone in the brave team had indeed surrendered to them. The traversers who are bewitched by the demon race, but Shimizu is lucky to have one. Don't try to lie, no one will join the enemy. Tianjihe Guanghui believed in every member of the team, including all the classmates in the class. They traveled together as a class, but they agreed to go back together. Therefore, everyone will work so hard. It's hard to say. The witch showed a weird smile. At this time, Taniguchi Rei and the brave team suddenly released magic, creating a defensive barrier on everyone. Her occupation is an enchantress, and she can use various enchantment magic. This kind of defensive barrier is to put a cover on everyone to protect them. Since this is the case, if you don't plan to submit to us, it's useless to flow with you, then you can feed the monsters. The witch said and released the magic to control the monsters. Countless high-level monsters began to attack the brave team again, and the team members used their last strength to resist. But everything was in vain when everyone was knocked down and unable to resist. A beam of light slammed down directly from the top layer of the big labyrinth, running through the entire labyrinth. Countless monsters died in the beam, and when the beam ended, everyone only saw a huge hole. Then from above, Enlon descended from the sky with several women. The brave team all smiled when they saw the scene, because they knew that the person in front of him must be the support that Endo Kosuka had brought in, because he was also among them. Damn it. The witch's expression changed when she saw Enlon, because she could never forget how Enlon summoned an army and easily destroyed more than 60,000 monsters. That kind of strength, even the leader of their demon race, is far from inferior. Meet again, Miss Witch. Enlon greeted with a smile. When the witch heard this, she immediately understood that the last time she sniped Shimizu at a distance was discovered by Enlon long ago, and the other party deliberately let her go. Thinking of this, without saying a word, he manipulated all the monsters to attack Enlon, and then he chose to retreat. Enlon smiled and said, "I purposely let you go last time, otherwise you thought you could really escape under my nose?" I saw that he stretched out his hand and squeezed it, and all the monsters exploded and died. The witch herself seemed to be immobilized by immobilizing magic, and she was frozen in place and unable to move. Enlon walked over to the witch and put a hand on her head. "If you kill me, my husband will definitely avenge me." The witch threatened to die. "Then I'll wait for him," Enlon said and devoured it with soul gluttony. The reason why he devoured this woman was because of her magic to control monsters. If it is also magic from the Great Labyrinth, then it must also be the magic of the Age of Gods. In this way, swallowing can be the easiest way to obtain magic without having to go to the big maze to obtain it. After dealing with the witch, Enlon saw that Rei Taniguchi and the brave team and the leader of the Kingdom Knights were both fatally injured. With a wave of his hand, the powerful divine power allowed the two of them to recover from their injuries in 1 second, leaving no wounds. Even together with physical strength and magic power, it also returned to its peak state. Everyone looked at the scene in shock, not only powerful, but also possessing such a terrifying treatment method. Who is the supporter invited by Kosuka Endo? The most important thing is that face value is too defiant, too handsome. Compared with Enlon, the hero Tianjihe Guanghui is too mediocre, as if he is the hero. After all, Enlon Island animation, The two major occupations of the hero and the devil will always be the most powerful existence in the different world. All kinds of anti-sky skills, crushing everything. But Tian's Guanghui's performance is not as strong as the hero at all. On the contrary, the appearance of Enlon gives them a feeling of the hero and demon king who kills everything in an instant. In fact, they really guessed right. Before Enlon became a god, he really relied on the skill tree of King Ming to evolve into a devil. Everyone thanked Enlon, and Enlon just nodded and didn't care too much. If it weren't for the fact that there were people he wanted to recruit in the Brave Squad, he wouldn't have come to save people for no reason. In addition to the healer Korei Shirasaki, the swordsman Yoshizuku, and Enlon, there is another person whom Enlon likes is the enchanter Rei Taniguchi. These three women are all existences that he wants to recruit as his family. Of course, not recruiting his own family, but recruiting the Athena family. The family members only take the elite route, and the next-level talents are handed over to Athena. In fact, in addition to these three women, there are many talents in the Brave team, all of them have rare occupations. Needless to say, the hero class of Tian's High is the most powerful class. Secondly, there is the seance artist Nakamura Eri, who is also a very powerful profession. It can resurrect the dead, keep the thinking and memory of the living, and become its own puppet. It seems to be very evil, and it is true in the original book, because Nakamura Eri is a betrayal in the Brave team and privately takes refuge in the demon race. The witch had not lied before, but these students were too upright to believe it. After all, they were only high school students before they crossed over, and they had never experienced social beatings. Human nature is changeable. How can people trust each other when they communicate with each other? This is a different world. Any possibility will develop. Eri Nakamura's nature is a sick girl, and she likes Tian's Guanghui to the point of being morbid and regards other female classmates as garbage. In order to live in another world with Tian's Guanghui, she colluded with the devil on the condition that she and Tian's Guanghui be spared. In the original book, she killed all the knights, turned them into puppets, and manipulated them to destroy the wall artifact of the capital from the inside, so that the demons could attack the capital. In order for the demons to successfully capture the capital, they gathered all their classmates, used puppets to stab them, put collars and shackles on them to block their magic power, and killed some of their classmates to turn them into puppets. This is also the reason why Enlon didn't plan to accept her as a family member, a sick girl who is even more dangerous than Estes. Unless he and Tian's Guanghui together with the family, fulfill the two of them. Similar to Yi Xiao and Su Macheng, Tasmi and Main became a family couple. P.S. Although there are men in the Enlon family, there is only a couple, Yi Xiao and 630 Su Macheng, and the other girls are in lands, so you can rest assured that they will not send girls, and the other Main is in Austria's family. She and Tasmi are a couple, and they won't accept the male protagonist of the harem as a family. Yi Xiao and Tasmi are both male protagonists in the pure love single heroine anime, and they all know it. But Tian's Guanghui doesn't like Nakamura Eri, so he can't be forcibly bound together, right? Of course, Enlon can pursue it by himself, so that Nakamura Eri forgets the glory of the river of the sky, and in turn likes himself. But such a sick girl, she took over Enlon. Is there any other woman? So Enlon just gave up on this woman. She was only a seancer, and she wasn't a terrific existence. There are geniuses in the heavens and myriad worlds. One more of her is not much, and one less of her is not a lot. After coming out of the big labyrinth, Loya once again expressed her gratitude to Enlon. If it wasn't for Enlon, the Brave Squad would have been wiped out this time. Most importantly, there is also the leader of the Kingdom Knights. If this is also sacrificed, it will be a huge loss for the kingdom. At night, when Enlon was resting in his room, a girl found him. It was Rei Taniguchi. With double ponytails, her appearance is no worse than that of the heroine, and her personality is more lively and active. Is something wrong? Enlon asked, looking at her. Thank you for saving me today in the big labyrinth. Taniguchi Ling's carefree personality actually became shy. No way, Any woman can't help being attracted to Enlan's flawless handsome face. Didn't I already thank you? Enlan said with a smile, feeling that the little girl in front of him was very interesting. That? I was thankful before because you saved everyone in our brave team. What I am thankful for now is that you saved me when I was injured and was about to die. It was you who saved me with your abilities. Taniguchi-Rei told Enlan explained. Because Enlan saved her twice, so this is the time to thank her again. But is it really just to thank you? Then I accept your thanks. Enlan accepted happily. Hearing Enlan's words, Taniguchi-Rei showed a sweet smile. Then she asked, "Can I know your name?" Enlan. Enlan told the other party his name. I will remember this name for the rest of my life. Taniguchi-Rei turned around and ran away. For a lifetime? 35 looked at the back of the other party leaving, and Enlan showed a smile. Back in the room, just as Enlan was about to rest, there was another knock on the door. He walked over to open the door, and there were actually two women standing outside the door, Kaori Shirasaki and Shizuku Yakashi. "What's the matter with you?" Enlan asked while looking at the two girls. The two women looked at each other, and then Shirasaki Kaori said a little embarrassedly, "We are here to thank you for saving your life today." "I've already thanked me, so I don't need to thank him again." 33 Enlan was a little helpless. One or two of these, they don't sleep at night, and they all run to say thank you. Do the islanders like to thank you at night? Actually, I have another thing. At this time, Shirasaki Kaori said, blushing. What? Enlan asked. I want to learn healing magic from you, the kind of ability you can heal Taniguchi-Rei today. Shirasaki Kaori pleaded. Since Nagumo fell to the depths of the big labyrinth, she has been very self-blame, and she also wants to become stronger. Only when you are stronger can you restore your injured companions. Enlan's healing method can not only restore all injuries in 1 second, but also restore magic and physical strength, which is like a second life. Sorry, you can't learn that ability. Enlan refused directly. His means of saving people is the God of Life, a God-level ability that integrates countless skills. If you want to learn this ability, the only way is to go to the world of Mengwang, and then through the method of giving names, you can become a named monster and get the blessing of Enlan. Then he established the Soul Corridor with Enlan and became his subordinate genealogy. Once you become a member of the subordinate family tree, you can inherit various abilities from Enlan, and Enlan can also give his abilities to subordinates. But this method must go to the world of Mengwang. Only that world has the setting of naming monsters. Impossible, Kaori's profession is a healer, and any healing ability can be learned. Kashi Shizuka said in disbelief. Believe it or not, my ability does not belong to the healing ability. Enlan was too lazy to explain. In that case, sorry to disturb you. Shirasaki Kaori bowed and left. Shizuku also followed closely and left together. It's finally quiet. The night passed, and the next day Enlan left Heliard with the girls. The goal this time is to send Mew home, and then go to the Great Labyrinth of Gruin by the way. After leaving Hyad, Enlan took out a plane instead of using an off-road vehicle. This is an intelligent fighter, and its appearance is the same as the king-level intelligent fighter of Luo Feng, the male protagonist in the anime version of Devouring the Stars. The exterior design has a very futuristic sense of technology, and it also contains a lot of black technology. It was the first time that all the girls saw something like a fighter jet. They thought that the car was very powerful, but they didn't expect that there would be more powerful ones. Miao cheered happily. Dad was the best. Enlan ordered the intelligence system to open the cabin, and after entering with the girls, the autopilot mode was turned on. There is a rest cabin inside, with beds, tables, and chairs, which is much more comfortable than taking a car. The fighter plane quickly drove to the Giruan Desert, where the wind and sand are very large, and there are many huge sandworms in the desert below. Seeing the fighter jets flying over their heads, these sandworms dared to release magic bullets at a long distance and attack the fighter jets. Unfortunately, their attack is completely useless. You must know that in the world of Devouring the Stars, the fuselage defense system of the king-level intelligent fighter can resist the attack of the lord-level monster, and the limit speed is Mach 10.6. The long-range magic bullets of these sandworms are far less powerful than the attacks of Lord-level monsters. I saw that the magic bullet had not approached the combat skill, and a protective shield appeared around the combat skill. These shields are like countless hexagons, like a honeycomb. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the explosion continued, but unfortunately the protective cover was extremely hard and blocked it all. And Lon is not the kind of character who is attacked and does not fight back and directly activates the attack mode of combat skills. I saw the laser cannons and combat skills, as well as various missile rocket launchers, etc., all began to attack the sandworms below. Suddenly, the sound of explosions continued, and the desert in the entire area seemed to be plowed again. Seeing this scene, the girls were all in awe. It turned out that the skill of the refining master can be so late to create various powerful technological weapons, which is simply more monster than monster. In fact, Enlon is just playing. After all, his own strength is invincible and fighting against others is bullying. This feeling of using technological weapons made him very cool. It seems that every time he fights, he is mocking the enemies. Time has changed. Master Enlon, there seems to be someone down there. Suddenly Shia pointed to the desert in the distance and said. Enlon looked, but there was someone. Looking at the clothes, it is like a person from a country in the Middle East in the previous life, with a white hat on his head, which reminds people of Arabia. Enlon ordered the fighter plane to come to a stop, and then everyone got off the plane together. Taking a closer look, the same man in the Middle East has passed out, and there are special toxins on his body. Enlon healed it with a wave of his hand, then took it back to the fighter and moved on. On the plane, the rescued person woke up quickly. When he saw the internal environment of the fighter plane, he thought he was dead and came to the heaven. After explaining it clearly, he knew that he was not dead, but was rescued by Enlon and others, and he quickly thanked him. Through this man's narration, it turns out that he is the son of the lord of the Ankaji Duchy, Renki Fard Chaigon. Because there is a problem with the drinking water in the territory, it seems that it has been contaminated by something. As long as people drink it, it will cause the magical chaos to go out of control and die. He tried to seek help elsewhere, but ended up in a coma in the desert due to a toxin attack. In fact, it is strange to say that the Principality of Ankaji is clearly in the desert, but because it is a coastal desert, it is also an important base for transporting the sea city of Anison Coast. Anison is Nyo's hometown, the territory of the sea people, and it is also a sea city. Naturally, Enlon didn't know these things. Even if he watched anime in his previous life, it was impossible to remember these geographic locations and names. But with Shia and the others here, Enlon knew it. The fighter plane soon came to the Principality of Ankaji, which is a desert city. Seen from a high altitude, it seems a little like Dubai in the future. Although it is in the desert, there is an enchantment protection outside the city, so that the city cannot feel the heat and sand. Secondly, there is a natural lake in the city. The lake water comes from the ground and is enough for the people in the whole city to drink. The greening of the city is done very well. The green belt is visible when poured out, and there are specially treated fields for planting. It is hard to imagine that a city in the desert can be so prosperous. The arrival of the intelligent fighters attracted everyone in the city, and they all started to talk about it. After all, they have grown so big, and they have not yet produced such a black technology product. Because there is an enchantment outside the city, Enlon cannot directly descend into the city, so he descends at the city gate. The guards at the city gate were nervous at first, but when they saw the Lord's son getting off the fighter plane, he was relieved and let Enlon and the others go. Entering the city, the Lord knew that his son was rescued by Enlon and others, so he hosted a feast for them. After the meal, the Lord knew from his son that Enlon and others were very powerful, and after removing the virus from him, he immediately begged Enlon to save them. Enlon came here because of this and agreed immediately. As a god, saving mankind is the right thing to do, even if the other person is not his own believer. But if you don't save the people of this city, won't you kill them? In the original book, they were saved by the male protagonist Nagumo Shur, but he killed Nagumo Shur himself. If he didn't save these people in his place, Wouldn't it be the same as killing them himself? And Lan still couldn't do such a thing. Regardless of whether you are good or evil, it is necessary not to implicate others. If you are unscrupulous because you have invincible strength, it will only lead to destruction. Although he has become a god, he still retains his humanity. What is human nature? Whether it is the divinity of saving souls or the beastly nature of bloodthirsty slaughter, it is the separation of yin and yang to the extreme. Only between the two is the human nature in which all things embrace yin and yang and rush into harmony. And Lan doesn't want his character and view of good and evil to change because of his becoming a god or invincible power. So I try my best to restrain myself and keep my original self. At this point, the gods of the wrong world are very worth learning. It is clear that the strength is strong and high, but it seals the lower realm of strength and develops the family. Although most of them are looking for fun, this does not prevent them from being good friends with their relatives, and they are like friends with each other. Men become bad when they have money. Ordinary people often go into and out of the upper class, broadening their horizons, and they will also cultivate a first-class temperament. This is why external factors are changing the ID, and it is often said that people are fickle. The Lord brought Enlan and others to the water source, and Enlan removed all the toxins from the water with one purification. However, this is only temporary, and there is no complete cure. If there is no problem with the water source, the fundamental problem must be solved. As for the fundamental problem, it is naturally the demon race. After spending a few days in the Enkaji Principality, Enlan plans to head to the nearby Gruin Great Labyrinth. It is said that the entrance to this labyrinth is in an active crater, where the liberators would choose. Driving this fighter plane to the active crater, Enlan stopped the fighter plane in the air and took the girls into the crater with a teleport. There are traces of being excavated in the volcano, and there are still some small pieces of Jing stone left on the wall. Obviously, there was a Jing quarry here, but it was just excavated. The roads leading in all directions, coupled with the mining caves, make people a little confused. There are even some places where red magma flows, which is very hot. Meow is a sea human, obviously can't stand such a high temperature. She hugged Enlan tightly and said, "Dad, Meow is uncomfortable." 35. Enlan was afraid of his forehead, but he forgot about it. So he snapped his fingers and opened a layer of barrier to cover everyone. Immediately, the temperature in the barrier quickly dropped to about 18 degrees, a very comfortable temperature. As for the heat from the outside world, it was blocked by the barrier. With the barrier, the sweaty clothes of everyone were drying quickly. After all, they are ordinary people. Even a vampire like you can't bear such high temperature. Only Enlan and Athena are not affected by high temperature at all. But now it is good. With the enchantment, everyone is comfortable. After walking for a long time, he still did not find the room that finally inherited the magic of the Age of God, which made Enlan lose his patience. Divine perception directly covered the entire big labyrinth, and soon, he found the room that inherited the magic of the gods. In a teleportation, he brought the girls to the room. There was still a magic circle on the ground, and after everyone arrived, the magic circle began to emit light. Alas, so many years have passed, and Nai's Giruin is no more. Milady looked at the magic circle on the ground and said with some emotion, "Now is not the time to be emotional, inherit magic first." Enlan said to her, "Yeah." Milady nodded. In the magic circle, magic knowledge came to everyone's mind. This time, it was space magic, and Enlan and Athena, as gods, learned it instantly. But of the other girls, only you and Milady have the adaptability. Xia, Miu, and Tio couldn't learn. But it doesn't matter. Xia's original fighting method is not magic, but close. Tio is a dragon family, with dragon magic, and his body is also very powerful, and he is very powerful without the magic of the gods. As for Miu, as Enlan's daughter, Enlan has a way to make her stronger. It's just that she is still too young now, and I will cultivate her when she grows up. Wang Haohao, after inheriting the magic of the Age of Gods, Enlan didn't want to stay here any longer, and went out with a teleport with the girls. Just after teleporting outside, more than a dozen magma-like fire snake monsters attacked. Presumably, they are the guardian monsters guarding the last room of the big labyrinth, but because Enlon teleported into it, it was an opportunistic move. This made them very angry and launched an attack directly. Enlon sucked in a breath and then exhaled it suddenly, turning into a powerful cold air. Like Superman's super breath, the cold air enough to extinguish the star froze the entire volcano and turned it into an iceberg. Those flame pythons were also quickly cooled and died, turning into ice sculptures. That is amazing! After watching the scene in 35 seconds, I applauded happily. There are even more powerful ones. Dad will show you one by one in the future. Enlon hugged Meow. Great, Meow likes Dad the most. The little girl hugged Enlan's head tightly and gave him a hard kiss on the cheek. This makes Enlon very happy, as if making her daughter happy and worshipping is the happiest thing for him. But just when Enlon was happy, a white beam of light suddenly fell from the sky, shrouding Enlon and Mew in it. Master Enlon Mew, Shia shouted in surprise. The faces of Yu, Tiao, and Milady also changed wildly. This sudden blow exceeded their expectations. However, only Athena had a dull face, as if she was nothing. It wasn't enough for the beam of light to hit Enlon, and then countless rays of light shot down from the sky towards the girls, like a torrential rain. However, just as the girls were preparing for the defense, a golden barrier appeared above their heads. The enchantment contains divine inscriptions that mortals cannot understand. This is the unique defensive posture of the gods in the Multilayer world, the protection of the gods. String. Athena smiled, because this god's blessing was not used by her. And only she and Enlon can use it. Obviously, Enlon didn't have an accident. One after another beam attacked on the protection of God, like rain dripping on the steel plate, completely useless. How is this possible? After seeing the scene, the leader who launched the sneak attack said in shock. I saw him standing on a white dragon with countless dragons behind him. That's right, the guy in front of him is the demon General Fried. The sneak attack on Enlan's beam attack was over, but Enlan held Mew unharmed. This Fong Fried showed a terrified expression, the strongest attack that had been accumulating for a long time, and even a sneak attack could not cause damage to the man in front of him. They could not be the opponent of this man. However, just when Fried wanted to escape, Enlon said, "If you come, don't leave." Immediately afterwards, countless golden space ripples appeared in the sky, and then a handful of noble phantasms were projected from it, killing Fried, the men he brought, and countless dragons. Enlon had known for a long time that the demons were hiding in the dark. Originally, he just regarded them as mice and didn't care. As a result, these mice were daring and took the initiative to attack themselves. If so, kill them all. Although Fried is an important character in the plot, Enlon can't control that much. Although he tried his best to restrain himself in order to maintain his humanity, he tried his best not to be arrogant because of his invincible strength. But the demons in front of you are the first to provoke you, so aren't you courting death? Enlan's way of treating people is simple. You are good to me, and I am better to you. You don't want to see me, and I don't want to see you either. But if you dare to provoke me, I will kill you directly. This time, the exploration of the Gruin Great Labyrinth is over, so there are only 4 great labyrinths left. After leaving the labyrinth, Enlon took the girls to the seaside, and then took out a luxurious cruise ship. Because he was going to the sea city of Anison, he did not choose to take a fighter plane, but changed it to a cruise ship, just in time to enjoy the sea view. The girls are no strangers to Enlan's magical things anytime, anywhere. In their eyes, Enlon is omnipotent. The style of this cruise ship is based on Enlan's previous Aqua Super Yacht, and energy is still magic. In the previous life, this Aqua Super Yacht, 633, was custom-made by Bill Gates, the richest man in the world, at a cost of $4.2 billion. It is like a palace at sea. The interior decoration is comparable to a 7-star hotel, which is extremely luxurious. After Enlon took the girls on the yacht, all the girls cheered. Because there are too many entertainment measures on the yacht, they have changed into swimsuits, which also makes Enlon feast for the eyes. And Lan let the artificial intelligence drive automatically, and then called the two women Xia and Tio. Lord and Lan, what's the matter? Xia asked with a puzzled look. This weapon is for you. And Lan took out a large hammer and threw it at Xia. This hammer is heavy and is perfect for Xia's magic power. The most important thing is that the All has the ability of long-range attack and can release magic cannonballs, which is somewhat similar to the weapon of Jess in the previous game, League of Legends. In the original book, Nagumoji also built a hammer weapon for Xia. And Lan's shape is similar to him, but it is more powerful. Thank you, Lord and Lan. I will also have a weapon in the future. Xia said happily. And Lan ignored Xia, but once again took out a magic-modified Hanfu and threw it to Tio. Wearing Hanfu in the future, you are not allowed to wear kimono again. And Lan ordered directly. As a dragon race, Tio doesn't care much about clothes, but when she saw the Hanfu that Lan took out, she fell in love with it at a glance. This Hanfu is really beautiful, and it is also a very powerful piece of armor. This Hanfu style has been changed by Lan, and it is somewhat similar to the one in the anime Youth Jinui. Charming and full of femininity, it is very suitable for a hot lady like Tio. After Tio changed into new clothes, Lan finally looked more pleasing to the eye. Playing and playing all the way, the cruise ship has arrived at Anison for most of the day. The inhabitants here are the Sea People, which is the hometown of Miao. It was here that she was kidnapped and taken away by the traffickers, and then brought to Fleming. Back home, Miao did not mention how happy he was. He kept talking about taking Lan to see her mother, which made Lan helpless for a while. After all, Miao called his father, and it was a bit embarrassing to go to see her mother now. Because of Miu's relationship, and Lan and the others also have the identity certificate of gold adventurers, the Sea People of Anison did not embarrass them and let them in directly. And Lan's ship did not recover and docked directly at the port. The Sea People have never seen such a luxurious and beautiful ship, and they came to the port to watch. And Lan and others came to her house under the leadership of Miao. At this time, there was a mature and intellectual blue-haired beauty standing in front of her house. This should be Miao's mother. In the original book, Remiya, the most beautiful woman of the Sea People who was also brought into the harem by Nagumo. Mom! Miao saw the woman and ran over happily. Miao! After the woman saw Miao, her eyes immediately became wet with excitement. The two women hugged tightly and shared the pain of separation during this period of time. I'm sorry, Miao, I didn't protect you well. Miao's mother cried. It's all right, Mom, Miao has returned. Miao said sensible. As a result, this made Miao's mother even more self-blame and cry even more. Mom, what's wrong with your foot? Are you injured? Will it hurt? Miao suddenly found that her mother's ankle was wrapped in a bandage. It's fine, as long as Miao comes back, Miao's mother said. Miao didn't listen to her, but turned to Lan and said, Dad, save Mommy, Mommy's foot hurts. When Miao's mother heard this person was dumbfounded. Why did Miao call the handsome young father in front of him? Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and her face became blushing. Don't worry, leave it to Dad. And Lan came to Miao, squatted down, touched her head and said. This made Miao's mother in front of her even more embarrassed and secretly looked at Lan. And Lan stepped forward and hugged him like a princess. Seeing this, the surrounding Sea People immediately envied and hated. Miao's father has been dead for several years, and Miao's mother is the first beauty of the Sea People, and any Sea People have ideas about it. In the end, Lan, an outsider, took the lead. Super jealous. And Lan didn't care about the eyes of the Sea People trying to swallow him, and directly hugged Miao's mother into her house. When the girls saw this, they all followed. Coming to Miao's house, Lan put Miao's mother on the sofa and said to her, sorry. After she finished speaking, she took off Miao's mother's sandals and untied the bandages on her ankles. Miao's mother was even more ashamed by such a move, but she did not stop it. And Lan checked the slender feet on her hands and found that her injuries seemed to be serious. Directly use the power of the God of Life to restore it to its original state. The green life energy bloomed in her hands, and Miao's mother felt extremely comfortable. Soon, The wound on her foot healed. Thank you, sir. What's your name? Meow's mother asked. My name is Enlon. 39 Enlon replied. My name is Ramia, and I am Mew's biological mother. Mew's mother also introduced herself. Well, I know, Mew already told me when we came. Enlon nodded and said. Then Ramia asked how Enlon saved Mew, why Mew called him dad again, and so on. Enlon explained everything to her directly, and Ramia thanked Enlon again after knowing the cause and effect of the incident. Enlon and others also learned that the injuries on Remia's feet were caused by the traffickers who captured Mew. After some chat, both sides became familiar with each other. Remia expresses her gratitude by inviting Enlon and others to stay at her house for a few more days. Enlon agreed naturally. This time he came to the sea city for the underwater ruins, the great labyrinth of Maragine. At night, Enlon rests in his room. Suddenly the door was opened, and it was Remia who came in. Remia came to the bed in sexy translucent pajamas. Remia, who are you? Enlan's mouth was dry. Enlon, since you are Mew's father, the only thing I can repay you is this, and I will repay you with the rest of my life. Remia said and pressed Enlon under her body. Remia, you don't have to do this. Enlon said helplessly. Are you despising me? 5 years after my husband died, I cherish my integrity. 33 Remia assured Enlon. I didn't mean that, Enlon tried to explain, but was interrupted by Remia. Don't say anything, leave it to me. Remia showed a moving smile. The night passed, and when I woke up the next day, Lilia had already left. After a few days in the sea city, it can be considered a good rest. On the 7th day, Enlon planned to go to the great labyrinth of Maragine. Remia and Meow were very reluctant to part, and Enlon promised the 2 girls that after going to play the big maze, he would come back to pick them up and leave together. Remia had already handed herself over to Enlon, and naturally agreed happily. Wherever Enlon goes in the future, she will follow. Meow was even happier. As long as she was with her parents, she would be happiest no matter where she was. Leaving the sea city, Enlon found the seed of the underwater ruins based on the proof he got in the great labyrinth of Gruin last time. After relying on the proof to enter, Enlon is still the same as before, releasing spiritual perception to cover the entire maze, and then teleporting to the last room. There is a blue crystal-like pillar in the center of the room, and then a phantom of the sea people appears on the pillar. This sea people has a face value that surpasses Remia, and there is a sacred temperament and divinity on his body. If it wasn't for knowing her identity, Enlon would doubt if she was the goddess of the sea. I saw the ghost and said, please don't rely on God, make decisions with your own will, and move forward with your own feet. Only with free will can there be happiness. Mayor. Miridi saw the phantom in front of her, and her eyes suddenly became wet. This is her former best sister, Meyer Maragine, one of the 7 liberators. Now she is dead. Even though Milady has the heart of a urchin, but seeing the ghost of an old friend again after so many years, it is unavoidable to feel uncomfortable. Don't be sad, I can save her. Enlon suddenly said to Milady. What? Milady showed a shocked look. This phantom contains a trace of her soul power. Enlon said and grabbed the phantom. The phantom instantly dissipated, turning into a trace of soul power and flying into Enlan's hands. With this trace of soul power, Enlon can analyze her origin, and then use the ability of the god of reincarnation to reunite her scattered souls according to the origin. When everyone saw Enlan's actions, they were all dumbfounded. To be able to achieve this step is indeed an extraterrestrial god, Milady said with a shocked expression. This kind of strength is simply much stronger than the crazy gods in this world. Sure enough, under the power of Enlan's god of reincarnation, Meyer's soul that had been scattered between heaven and earth was recalled, then reunited, and finally transformed into a completed soul. Then Enlan used the ability of the god of life again to create a new sea human body for her, with the same appearance and abilities as she was before. Don't ask why Enlan knew of her previous strength, because just by analyzing the trace of her soul, Enlan has completely mastered her origin. When the body and soul became one, the newborn Meyer opened her eyes. She looked at everyone suspiciously and finally saw Milady. "Milady? How did you come to me?" Meyer said in surprise. "Idiot, you were already dead and were brought back to life by Lord and Lon." Milady's eyes reddened, and she stepped forward and hugged her. Dead? Resurrection. Meyer seemed to recall the past in her mind. Next, Milady told her everything one by one. Meyer was shocked and could not calm down for a long time after learning that it had been countless years after her death, and that Enlon was a spiritual god from outside the realm. After a long time, she regained her senses and came to Enlon and others to thank her. "Thank you, you don't have to. I have conditions to save you. You will be Athena's family in the future. If you don't agree, I will let you die again." Enlon said rudely. Meyer frowned slightly, not very willing in her heart. But she has now been resurrected, and she still wants to see the world today, and she doesn't want to die again. And Enlon was so powerful that she couldn't resist at all, so she simply agreed. After all, even Milady had agreed, so what qualifications did she have for not agreeing? "I promise you," Meyer said. As a result, the Athena family has one more member. Enlon came to this world, except for you, who developed into his own family, and almost all the other daughters gave up to Athena. At present, the Athena family already has 4, Shia, Tio, Miridi, and Emil. Hatayama Aiko, Sanobuka, Shirasaki Kaori, Yeshizuku, and Taniguchi Rei are all reserve members. Enlon plans to let them all join the Athena family after collecting all the magic of the gods and eliminating the mad gods. As for Ramiya and Mio, Enlon doesn't plan to let them join any family. As their own women and daughters, they don't need much strength, they just need to live forever and keep their faces forever young. The final reward of the Great Labyrinth of Marigine is regeneration magic, which is also the Age of Gods magic. Meyer was originally the owner of this magic, so naturally he didn't need to learn it again. The other girls are also the only all attributes that have the adaptability of the school. Enlon and Athena, as gods, learned just by looking at them. However, this magic does not have much effect on them. Is this so-called regeneration magic more powerful than his own infinite regeneration? After you learned magic, Enlon teleported everyone to the cruise ship on the sea. But just as he was about to leave, he found that a powerful monster was approaching the cruise ship at the bottom of the sea. According to the original plot, this should be the ancestor of the monsters guarding the Great Labyrinth of Marigine, Evil Eater. Enlon stretched out and lifted its huge body into the air, and the Evil Eater revealed its full face, like a giant octopus. Not only is it powerful, but also has super regenerative abilities. Soul Gluttony. Enlon directly used the devouring ability to devour the whole evil food. The girls looked sick for a while, and Meyer was heartbroken. Because this evil food is the pet she once kept, and now it is actually eaten. Enlon drove the cruise ship back to the Sea City, and after living here for a while, took Ramiya and Mio and left together. The next time, there are 3 big mazes left. What Enlon is going to this time is the Sacred Mountain. According to the original book, there is a big labyrinth of Bon. If nothing else, Noin, the messenger of the mad god, was also there. The winged angel Valkyrie was also one of the targets this time. As a divine envoy, she herself is a demigod-level existence, and she is also a rare angel race. Enlon intends to develop her into his own family and a messenger. The crazy god is not worthy of having such a beautiful girl as a messenger. After disembarking from the sea, Enlon put away the cruise ship and replaced it with an armored RV. Although the RV is a bit large, it is also impossible. After all, there are a lot of people in the team now, and the off-road vehicle will definitely not be able to sit down. After landing, Enlon headed towards the capital. Shinshan is reluctant to be far from the capital. According to the plot of the original novel, Uri Nakamura should have already launched a plan for the capital and pagans, traversers, together with the demons. Hatayama Aiko should also be captured by God's Apostle Noin and taken to Kamiyama to be imprisoned. While driving the car, Enlon recalled the plot of his previous life in his mind. Since becoming a god, the body has evolved into a god, and all skills have been developed to the maximum. Including the brain domain is the same, the memory of the past life, even when it was a child, and Lan can completely remember it. Even the books or novels that I have read in my previous life can be memorized word for word. Lord and Lan, look there. Shia suddenly pointed to a place outside the car. It was another official road. At this time, several carriages were surrounded by countless bandits and bandits. Although some magicians have used enchantments, they can't last for long. Once the barrier collapses, everyone inside will die. Would you mind? You asked in Lan. Of course you have to take care of it, just treat it as a daily good, punish evil and promote good. Lan said with a smile. In fact, he is playing the original plot. The characters in these carriages should be the Princess of Harry Kingdom, Liliana S.B. Harry. There's something really special about this name. To put S and B together, it's just crazy. Lan drove the armored RV and hit him directly, and the bandits were immediately run over to death. After the girls got off the bus, they showed their magical powers and solved the remaining half. Thank you for your help. Compared to you, Your Excellency Lan, aren't you? A blonde woman got off the carriage, thanking Lan and the others with a smile on her face. Who are you? Lan asked, pretending not to know him. I'm Liliana S.B. Harry, the Princess of the Harry Kingdom. Mr. Lan can call me Lily. The princess said very politely. She doesn't seem to have the slightest bit of air, and even if she does, she won't be able to put it up in front of a strong man like Lan. It turned out to be Her Royal Highness. Lan said in surprise. Afterwards, the two sides offered condolences to each other. Then the princess told Lan that Hadayama Aiko was arrested. And after learning that Lan and the others were going to Mount Kamiyama, he proposed to go together. Lan readily agreed and set out on the road with Lily. As for her subordinates, they went back to the capital on a carriage. In fact, Shinshan does not play far from the capital and is almost next to each other. Lily was stunned when she got into Lan's RV. As a princess, she claims to have seen most of the precious objects in this world. But she didn't know all the high-tech products on Lan's car. The leather sofas, as well as the color TVs playing movies and TV dramas, are all so novel. Most importantly, it's cool inside the car. It's very comfortable because the air conditioner is on. In addition, the whole leather sofa is also very soft, and there are all kinds of snacks in the refrigerator, as well as delicious ice cream. This car is simply amazing. It's really embarrassing for a dignified princess to be like a country bumpkin. You and Shia and other girls secretly laughed when they saw Princess Lily's appearance. They weren't like that before. Every time Lan took out something, they made a fuss. Now it looks so funny. Along the way, Lily continued to talk to Lan and others. Recently, the palace is getting more and more wrong, and the atmosphere has become weird. She felt like someone was running it all behind the scenes, and a lot of people got to make a living. It is because of this that she chose to escape from the palace. Lan understands as soon as he hears it that this is a ghost created by the demons united with the traitor Nakamura Eri, who intends to destroy the human palace in one fell swoop. It just happened that Noin, the Apostle of God, also intervened in this matter and captured Aiko Hadayama. In this way, it gave the impression that Noin, the Apostle of God, and the demons were also united. Lan didn't tell Princess Lily this, just drove the car silently. Under the comfort of the girls, Princess Lily's mood also recovered. After all, now within Lan, the problems of the capital can be solved, and the mastermind behind the scenes can be caught. Lan's speed was very fast, and when it was dark, he finally felt the mountain. He asked all the girls and Princess Lily to go to the palace to deal with the traitors and demons among the students, and he himself went to save Aiko Hadayama. After the separation, Lan went up the mountain alone, and all the guards he encountered along the way were easily dealt with. When I came to the room where Hadayama Aiko was being held, the teacher in front of me still couldn't believe it. Lan, why are you here? Aiko said in surprise. Of course it was you who saved you. If you die, you owe me one thing you can't do. Lan teased. No, Lan, hurry up. There is an envoy here. She is very powerful. Aiko didn't care about Lan's ridicule, but reminded anxiously. As soon as the voice fell, a powerful energy fell from the sky. And Lon hugged Aiko and teleported away. In the midair of the mountain stood a peerless beauty with silver hair, silver eyes, and silver armor. Behind her back was a pair of white angel wings. She wore a hairpin with wings. She held a silver and blue sword in each hand. Like a Valkyrie. The messenger of the mad god Noin? And Lon stood in midair, looking at the woman in front of him, and smiled. "Shut up, heretics. God can actually blaspheme," Noin said with a flash of anger in his eyes. And Lon is full of disdain, a mad god, to have such a beautiful messenger and to support himself so much. I have to say, Lon is sour. He wanted to try Noin's strength, so he didn't shoot directly, but summoned the army of flying dragons in the Shadow Legion. 100 flying dragons, each with LV5 strength. They frantically besieged Noin, but Noin was very powerful, and with the big sword in his hands, he could kill a flying dragon with just one strike. If it is described according to the level of the wrong world, Noin's strength should be at the peak of level 7. The Shadow Legion, as a shadow, belongs to the immortal existence. As long as Lon is still alive, even if he doesn't kill him, he can still be resurrected to fight again. This is the metamorphosis of the Shadow Legion. Even if the strength is not as good as you can be exhausted by the number. Noin fought for a long time and seemed to have discovered this too. Because no matter how she beheaded, there are always 100 flying dragons. This made her change her attention and attacked directly at Lon. Seeking flowers. When she thought about it, as long as Lon was killed, these flying dragons would also disappear. She guessed right, but is Lon that easy to kill? I saw Lon stretched out her right hand, and 2 fingers caught her full-strength sword. How is that possible? Noin was dumbfounded. In this world, other than God, who else has such terrifying power? Seeing this, Lon exploded with divine might. Under the blessing of divine power, he appears sacred and inviolable. How could you be a god too? Noin said in disbelief. I am a god from other worlds, I just don't like what the gods of your world do. And Lon said to Noin. Impossible, it's impossible. Noin's whole body fell into confusion, shaking his head frantically. Seeing this, Lon knocked her unconscious with a direct blow, then sealed her power and threw it into his imaginary space. In this way, she will never be able to escape. The love child in Lan's arms watched all the events from beginning to end, and once again gained a recognition of Lan's strength, which is powerful and terrible. After Lan solved Noin, he went to the palace, where there was still a big drama. At this time, the demons cooperated with the traitor Eri Nakamura to destroy the barrier of the royal capital. Under the control of the demon race, countless monsters began to besiege the palace. Because the General Fried was killed by Lan, this time the demons sent another general, whose strength is no better than Fried, and his character is more violent. Seeing this, Athena bestowed the favor of God to the newly joined mayor, as well as Theo, who had not yet received the favor, and then asked the 5 daughters Yu, Shia, Tio, Miridi, and Mayor to deal with those monsters to brush the experience. Maybe tonight, they can all be upgraded to LV2. After all, their strength is already strong. Although they just received the favor at LV1 level, they will level up very quickly in the future. The level will not return to normal until the level matches their strength. Just when the girls blocked the demons and the army of monsters, a battle was taking place inside the palace. 2 traitors, Eri Nakamura and Daisuke Hayama, used the controlled kingdom soldiers to capture all the traversers. That's right, except for Lan, the group of traversers in the original book. A whole class of people was controlled, and then they were all transferred to the arena outside the other palace. Countless students were hacked to death by the soldiers unsuspectingly, and the number of traversers dropped sharply. The original number of people in one class is now estimated to be only half of the class. At this time, the traitor behind the scenes also appeared. It's Eri Nakamura and Daisuke Hayama. Everyone couldn't believe that their classmates betrayed them. Eri? Ye Shizuku, who was stabbed with a knife, widened his eyes with disbelief. As a brave team, they have been fighting each other for so long, and they are dependent on each other for life and death. In the end, she actually betrayed everyone. Not only Yeshizuku, but everyone in the brave team is the same. Especially the brave Heaven's River Glorious. I still remember the last time the witch told him that someone in their team had already taken refuge in the demon race. At that time, he still didn't believe it, thinking that the witch was sowing discord. It turned out that the witch didn't speak, and there was indeed someone in their team who took refuge in the demon clan, and that person was Nakamura Eri. The feeling of being betrayed is very uncomfortable, and everyone is very angry. Eri Nakamura took off her eyes, changed the image of a good girl, and showed a perverted smile. She walked to Tianzai Guangwei and put a black collar on him with her own hands. This is a special device that can seal magic power. As long as you bring this thing, Tianzai Guangwei can only become a dog by her side. She lifted the other's head and said, "Student Guangwei, I finally caught you." After he finished speaking, he kissed it, making those female students in the same class who liked Tianzai Guangwei extremely angry. Tianzai Guangwei also widened his eyes, not knowing why Nakamura Eri did this. "Shizuku, didn't you think about why? This is the reason." 35 Nakamura Eri looked down at Ye Shizuku and said, "What do you mean?" Ye Kashi Shizuku was still puzzled. Eri Nakamura then explained, "Don't you understand? I have always wanted to get Guangwei classmates. In order to achieve this goal, I just did what I had to do. 5. If you like Guangwei, why don't you just confess to him?" 35 Ye Shizuku coughed up blood and continued to ask you. "I don't want to, I can't tell him, because Guangwei classmate is very gentle and won't give special treatment to anyone. Even if there is some worthless garbage around, he will be too gentle to ignore it. In order to make Guangwei classmates my thing, I have to work hard to get rid of the garbage. It's great to be able to come to another world, because in an island country, it's really not easy to remove garbage. Of course, I will never agree to go back to the island country. The Guangwei Alumni Association and I will stay in this world, and the two of us will live here forever." When everyone heard this, they already understood why Eri Nakamura did this. Only by taking refuge in the demon race can she accomplish her goal. Therefore, they were even more angry. Sure enough, another pervert like Shimizu Yukiri. "The reason why those soldiers became like this is because of you, right?" Ye Shizuku continued to ask. She wanted to get as much useful information as possible before she died. "Little Shizuku, don't talk anymore," Shirasaki Koori said anxiously. He had been stabbed and was bleeding like crazy. Now he is still holding on to the questioning, and the blood is flowing faster. If it goes on like this, it will definitely lead to shock due to excessive blood loss. Yes, they will become like this, all because of the use of the descending technique. Eri Nakamura said very proudly. "You lied. If it's a descending technique, they shouldn't be able to answer the question." Ye Shizuku said incredulously. "They are indeed dead, but don't forget that my profession is a seance, and it is very simple to add their thinking patterns during their lifetime to the descending technique. This is also my own creation of 633 Lingju. It should be called soul binding." 35 Nakamura Eri is like a genius looking down on a group of garbage with an IQ of less than 100. This also brought an unprecedented blow to everyone, making them feel ashamed. How could? Ye Kashi Shizuku was completely desperate. If according to her method, killing a person will bind the soul, she can even control everyone in the entire palace. And with the retirement of time, even control the entire human beings or the demon race. At that time, she will be the queen of the whole other world. "Eri Nakamura, if you dare to do this to your classmates, I will." Tianjia Guanghui suddenly said angrily. It was just that he was interrupted before he could finish speaking. "You will never forgive me?" Eri Nakamura showed a sarcastic smile. Tianzai Guanghui was speechless because he really wanted to say so. He thought that by saying this, he could stop the other party. However, it was obvious that he thought too much. "I knew you would say that, because you are too gentle, classmate Guanghui, but I will also use soul binding on classmate Guanghui, so that classmate Guanghui becomes something that belongs to me alone and will not pay attention to other people from now on. Only me and my eyes one. Tell me what I want to hear. It belongs only to my classmate Guanghui. I can't stand it just by being like me. Nakamura Uri made strange movements while talking, and her face was full of sickness. The same expression. When the people present saw it, they were all horrified. Impossible. This can't be true. How could Uri do such a thing? Taniguchi-rei, as Nakamura Uri's best friend, still couldn't believe it until now. Haha. Eri Nakamura showed a mocking look. She came to the front of a classmate who was a dragon, and the classmate who was a dragon was scared and shouted no. Wait a moment. Don't want. Stop it. Stop. All the students in the class were shouting, but unfortunately, the soldier who was manipulated behind the dragon-set student raised his long sword and stabbed him to death with one sword. Blood splattered all over the ground, and everyone was dumbfounded. Richi. Damn, Nakamura, you be ***************** D. The classmates yelled angrily, but they couldn't stop Eri Nakamura. She stretched out her hand to the classmate who had just been killed and began to sing. Pain? Unwilling? Let me hear your beautiful lamentation. Resist, struggle, curse me. Even so, you will become my puppet. Silly and comical toy, bless all death, mocked the morning soul, bound soul. Countless purple-black magic powers converged on the corpse, and with the last word soul binding, the classmate who had just been killed was resurrected again and became Uri Nakamura's puppet. With a dull face, he stood up and pulled out the long sword stuck in his body. Eri Nakamura applauded. Okay, such a new doll is done. 39. When the students in the class saw the scene, they were all terrified. As for Taniguchi-rei, she was completely dumbfounded. My good best friend has turned into a devil. Eri, why? Taniguchi-rei asked with wide eyes. Hey, I want to thank you, Rei, whether it's in the island country or here, in order to stay by the side of classmates Guanghui. You are really a convenient existence. I've been very troubled. Because everyone thinks that only Shizuku and Kazuka Jitsai deserves to be by the side of classmates Guanghui. When I was in the island country, I had no power at all. It would take a long time to frame them and let them kill themselves. In this regard, Ling is really a valuable existence, because you are always stupid. No matter what you do, you will please people. Eri Nakamura continued to sneer. How? Taniguchi-rei's eyes became wet. It turned out that his best friend approached him just to take advantage of him. The status of Taniguchi-rei's good friend is really quite convenient, so I want to thank you very much. Nakamura Eri laughed as she spoke. This made everyone show hatred eyes. You must know that Taniguchi-rei is the same existence as the mascot and pistachio in their class and is liked by everyone. Seeing Taniguchi-rei crying and sad, a man was angry. Eri, who you are? Kashi Shizuku wanted to stand up angrily. But the soldiers behind her pressed her to the ground, and one hand even pressed her head to the ground. Haha, are you angry? Shizuku's expression is really good. I actually hate you the most, so I want to give you a special task. Eri Nakamura looked at Shizuku. There were evil and disgusting eyes in his eyes. Mission? 35 Shizuku was shocked, knowing that there must be nothing good. Think about it. If you killed Kaori yourself, what kind of expression would you show? Nakamura Eri showed a perverted smile. Immediately, Kashi Shizuku and Shirazaki Kaori all widened their eyes, and there was a look of fear in their eyes. What a joke! Kashi Shizuku roared. Pfft. However, before she could finish speaking, the soldier who controlled her stabbed her in the back again. Is it uncomfortable? Is it painful? I am a gentle person. I will let you free now. Eri Nakamura walked towards Shizuku as she spoke. Stop it for me. Tianzai Guanghui roared frantically. The other students couldn't bear to close their eyes one after another, daring not to look any further. Eri Nakamura ignored Tianzai Guanghui. She walked slowly to Shizuku, took the long sword from the soldier's hand, and said to her, Goodbye, Shizuku. Playing with your friends has always made me feel sick. After she finished speaking, she raised her sword and wanted to end Shizuku's life. Kashi Shizuku closed his eyes in despair and said in his heart, I'm sorry. Kaori. 35. However, at the moment when the long sword was about to penetrate her body, Yae Shizuko suddenly disappeared. The long sword was inserted into the ground and made a sound. What's the matter? The sudden change made Uri Nakamura realize that it was not good. Sick woman, really ugly. A voice came, and it was actually Enlon standing on the high platform, holding Yae Shizuku in his hand. It turned out that Enlon used his space ability to transfer Yae Shizuku to him. When everyone saw Yae Shizuku being saved, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The most important thing is the arrival of Enlon, which gives them the hope of salvation. Enlan's strength was revealed when he rescued them last time in the Big Labyrinth, invincible and powerful. Damn, why do you want to save her? You are just an adventurer, there is no need to fight against the demons, right? Eri Nakamura questioned Enlon. In this situation, she had to move out of the demon clan to threaten Enlon, making Enlon fearful. Enlon put Yagashi Shizuku aside and healed all her injuries with a wave of his hand. Thank you, thank you. Yagashi Shizuku thanked her with a blushing face. You're welcome. Enlon gave her a smile. Then, he looked at Nakamura Eri and said, I'm sorry, I didn't want to be an enemy of the demons, but their leader had a problem with his mind, so he came to provoke me and attacked me in the Great Labyrinth of Gruin. I killed the leader Fried with a backhand, and now I and the demons are immortal. What? General Fried was killed by you. Eri Nakamura was dumbfounded. At this moment, she didn't know what to do. The plan was unexpected, and the good thing was super unexpected. Come on with me, kill him. In desperation, Eri Nakamura controlled all the soldiers, and the strongest knights in the kingdom, including the leader, rushed to Enlon together. And she was taking advantage of this gap to escape. She came to Tian's Haiguangwei, grabbed the dog chain around his neck, and planned to take him away. Enlon looked at her with disdain, and just snapped her fingers. Countless golden ripples appeared in the sky, and then a noble phantasm was projected out of it, negatively affecting the soldiers and knights who were under control. As for Eri Nakamura, Enlon raised his hand and shot a chain made of divine power to bind him. In this way, let her experience the taste of being a dog. Damn, let me go. Eri Nakamura struggled angrily. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she struggled, it was useless. Enlon rehabilitated those injured classmates and relieved them of their comfort. As for the dead classmates, Enlon can resurrect them, but it is not necessary. He has nothing to do with these island students, and there is no need to do that for strangers. This time to save them, it is already in the face of the children of Shirasaki Kaori, Yae Shizuku, Sanobuka, and Taniguchi Rei. Because these women are all members of his family. Eri Nakamura will leave it to you. Enlon said and left here. At this time, you, Shia and the others also successfully dealt with the monster army and the attacking demon race. In this battle, the demon race not only failed in its plan, but also suffered heavy losses. Next, Enlon took the daughters and Aiko Hatayama to the Bon maze under the mountain. Why do you want to bring Aiko Hatayama? Because she is one of the conditions for inheriting the magic of the Age of God. I didn't expect that your liberators actually built the big labyrinth here in the mountain. Shia said to Miridi and Mayor in surprise. You must know that they are all against the existence of God, but the mountain is also the place where the church is located, the closest place to God. Haven't you heard that the most dangerous place is the safest place? Milady explained proudly. Indeed. Shia nodded. Everyone went directly to the last room, and then inherited the magic. There are two conditions. The first condition is that more than 2 other big labyrinths have proved. The second condition is that there is no belief in the gods of this world, and the third condition is comparable to the influence of gods. The first 2 conditions have been met, and the third condition is also met by Hatayama Aiko. 2.4 Because her occupation is a farmer, she has brought good weather and good crops to the people of the kingdom, so she is called the goddess of harvest by the people of the kingdom, and her influence is not under the gods at all. The belief of the common people is very simple. Whoever can bring them a good harvest and keep them fed and clothed is their god. All 3 conditions are met, and magic begins. The magic this time is soul magic, and the reason why Miridi is still alive is because of this magic. After inheriting this magic, Enlon is equivalent to conquering 5 big mazes, and only the last 2 are left. As long as the last 2 strategies are used, you can collect all 7 kinds of magic of the gods, and then fuse the 8th magic of the legendary gods, the concept magic. The 8th type of extremely powerful magic, created by combining the concept of thinking with the magic of the 7 generations of gods, usually consumes a lot of magic power, and there is no spell chanting and no specific form. It can be said that this so-called concept magic is already equivalent to the ability of God. After this incident, the palace also saw clearly the true face of God, and actually stood on the side of the demon race and wanted to destroy the human race. The Old Kingdom was wiped out by Enlon and others together with the Church because of an affair with the Pope of the Church. All personnel, including the Pope, as well as the demons who came this time, were all killed. The kingdom also lost a large number of soldiers, as well as the entire knights. But with the support of Enlon, Princess Liliana SB Harry became the king's new queen. Lily became a female queen and began to rest and reorganize the capital. Then, all the church sites in the kingdom are pulled out, and the summoned people, such as Tian Jihe Guangwei, start to launch a total attack on the demons. For a time, the whole other world was caught in the flames of war. The kingdom goes to war with the demons, and 2 former liberators, Enlon Miridi and Mayor, help them. Then he himself, with the other girls, went to the Great Labyrinth of Hartrina. The seat of the Great Labyrinth of Hartrina is located in the Sea of Trees, which is Yu's hometown. Everyone first went to the bunny race, and now the bunny race has become an important race among the demi-humans because of Enlan's relationship. The rabbit people warmly welcomed Enlon and the others, and then the next day, everyone went to the big labyrinth. With the proof of other labyrinths, this time we entered it smoothly. Enlon did not have the patience to break through the level, and teleported to the last room as usual. The builder of this great labyrinth of Haltrina is the elf family of the 7 liberators, Lodiris Haltrina. She is the holder of sublimation magic, a peerless beauty with long hair swept to both sides of her cheeks. The elves were originally handsome, and they were all handsome men and beauties. Ludolith is even more beautiful among the elves, which shows how high her appearance is. When Enlon saw her phantom, he also felt a little bit of soul fluctuation. Just like the last time, I collected this ray of soul power, then analyzed the source and reunited her soul that had been dissipated between heaven and earth to form a complete soul. Then create a body that is exactly the same as the original for it, so that the soul and the body are combined. In this way, Lodiris was resurrected again, just like Mayor. In fact, Enlon still has a simple way to resurrect, that is to use the god of time and space to return to before her death. It has to be said that the 3 god-level abilities of God of Time, God of Reincarnation, and God of Life are used together, and there is no concept of death in front of Enlon. For example, he recently discovered a more interesting way of playing. Using God of Time together with God of Life can directly deprive or give others lifespan. This kind of ability is like a novel I read on Felu in my previous life. The male protagonist is a time merchant who made his fortune by buying and selling life. In addition, there are many abilities, and Lon is also trying to use various god-level abilities with each other to create more and more fun abilities. Am I resurrected? Lodiris said in a dazed way after being resurrected. It's resurrected. Besides you, Mayor is also resurrected. And Lon looked at her and said, Mayor is also resurrected? Where is she? Did you resurrect me? Lodiris asked hurriedly. Seeing how excited she was, Enlon asked Shia to explain the situation to her. Under Shia's explanation, she gradually understood. It turns out that it has been a long time since she died. Enlon and the others entered the big labyrinth and then strengthened the only surviving Milady among the 7 liberators. After learning that Enlon was an alien god, the 2 an agreement was made, and Milady became Enlan's family, and Enlon eradicated the mad gods of this world for her. Then Enlon took her into the big labyrinth of the other liberators, and saved Mayor by the way. Lord God, since you can save me and Mare, can you save my other friends? Lucullus asked Enlon expectantly. No way. 35 Enlon shook his head. In fact, he can save, but why save? Save Mare and Ladyrus, because they are all sisters, and they were given to Athena as a family. The other liberators were all male, so Enlon wouldn't let Athena accept male families. Hearing Enlon's answer, Ladyrus showed a disappointed expression. Well, after inheriting the magic, we should also leave. Enlon said to her. Yeah. Ludolith nodded. It is a fortune that he can be resurrected, so why should he be greedy? After inheriting the sublimation magic, Enlon took everyone out of the big labyrinth with a teleport. Next, there's the last big labyrinth of Shioni Snowfield. That big labyrinth was between the Sea of Trees and the Demon Kingdom, and it happened to go to destroy the demon race. Under the coordination of Queen Lily, the Hairy Kingdom also has the cooperation of transmigrators and 2 liberators, so the offensive is very strong. It only took half a year to push it to the territory of the Demon Kingdom. The demon race is not considered death, making the Demon Kingdom weaker and weaker. Today, human beings have launched a war with the attitude of exterminating the demon race. This made the upper echelons of the Demon Kingdom regret and should not provoke human beings. The ordinary demons in the Demon King's country are also living in dire straits, and they are reminded to be afraid every day. Once the Demon Kingdom is destroyed, what they are waiting for is death. For a time, the interior of the Demon Kingdom began to shake, and even civil strife broke out. Some demons think that if they want humans to admit their mistakes and obey humans like demi-humans in the future, they don't need to be exterminated by humans. However, most of the upper echelons of the demon race are extreme rightists, so how could they agree? Enlon lived in the tree Sea Rabbit for half a year, and finally brought the girls to the big labyrinth of Shioni Snowfield at the junction of the Sea of Trees and the Demon Kingdom. The temperature here is very low, the whole land is covered with snow, and the sky is still snowing constantly. Everyone seems to have entered a world of ice and snow, which is extremely beautiful. But under this beautiful scenery, there are many dangers hidden. For example, the monsters on the snow field are very powerful. But in Enlon's eyes, they are all ants. Using spiritual perception, I easily found the big labyrinth and then teleported to the last room of the big labyrinth. Easily inherited the magic of the 7th generation of gods and turned into magic. After Enlon collected the 7 kinds of magic of the gods, he directly synthesized the 8th magic of the gods, the concept magic. In addition to Enlon, Athena is also very easy to synthesize. 2 people as gods, this is still very simple in their eyes. Besides Enlon and Athena, Yu is the only one who inherits all the magic of the gods. Because of the relationship between all attributes, Yu's magic talent is particularly high. It's just that she wants to synthesize concept magic, and it will take some time. After collecting all the magic of the Age of Gods, Enlon's 3 goals in this world are 2/3 completed. The first purpose, obtaining the God Spar, has been completed. The second purpose, to help Athena find some family members, has not been completed. The third purpose, to collect the 7 great gods of magic and to synthesize concept magic, has been completed. In the end, as long as the demons were resolved, the mad gods in this world were killed, the agreement with Miridi was completed, and then Athena took the daughters as her family, the second task was completed. When Enlon came out of the big labyrinth with the daughters, the human soldiers had already attacked the capital of the Demon Kingdom. When the upper echelons of the demon race were in despair, they directly invited the mad god. Enlon and Athena felt the moment when the mad god descended. The 2 met each other with serious expressions in their eyes. Then, with the girls, they teleported directly to the capital. The human army was originally terrified by the advent of the mad god, especially the 2 daughters Miridi and Mare. As liberators, they once fought against mad gods and knew how terrifying the other party was. That terrifying divine might was enough to crush the human soldiers unable to move. At the time of despair, the appearance of Enlon made the divine power crushing them disappear. Ladyrus. The two girls, Miridi and Mare, were immediately excited when they saw Ladyrus beside Enlon. Milady Mare. Ladyrus was equally happy when she saw the two girls. The three women completely ignored the fact that they were still on the battlefield, ran together, and hugged each other. The three women of the 7 liberators have now all been resurrected and gathered around Enlon. Abominable foreign evil god, it's you who have done bad things to me many times. The mad god looked at Enlon and Athena and said angrily. But he just shrugged and didn't dare to do it. He could clearly feel that Enlon's divine power was above him, and the other party was 2 gods. Old boy, stop talking nonsense. 35 Enlon's mouth twitched, and he took out his golden sword and rushed towards the mad god. It is rare to have a god as an opponent. This time he has to move his tibia well. Court death. Mad god also took out his weapon and fought with Enlon. The war of gods has started, and this is absolutely not something that human beings can resist. Immediately, the sky seemed to be torn apart. A violent storm erupted, and one after another tornado rose from the ground, connecting the heaven and the earth. With countless lightning, the void is torn apart. The shattered space was scattered from the sky like a mirror. The earth was also torn apart, and the magma in the ground turned into pillars of fire that rose into the sky. The original world of ice and snow has directly turned into a purgatory on Earth. It's too scary. Under Athena's god's protection, the human army was not harmed. They looked up at the battle between the 2 gods in the sky, and they were all horrified beyond words. Not only them, but also the 3 daughters of liberators, Miridi, Mare, and Ladyrus, were full of horror. It turns out that when the mad gods beat them, they didn't use all their strength. Enlon fights the mad god, making him happy. It's been a long time since I was invincible. Although he hasn't used all his powers, even his god-level abilities are useless. He is enjoying the smoothness brought by this close hand-to-hand combat. Enlon's martial arts have reached the level of extreme freedom, and a mad god fighting him head-to-head is completely abused. What's more, the golden sword in Enlon's hand is the power of Velislana, which has the attribute of cutting off the godhead. Damn it. 35. The mad god was pressed and beaten by Enlon, and an angry roar burst out. But Enlon didn't care. With a wave of the golden sword, the whole world seemed to turn into gold. The ground and the sky were full of golden swords, and there were divine inscriptions floating in the air. Kill. Enlon swung the golden sword, and the golden sword in the void was like countless arrows, madly shooting towards the mad god. The mad god desperately resisted, and every time the weapon collided, the space would shatter and the earth would collapse. Enlon looked for an opportunity and suddenly held up the golden sword. Then give the golden sword protection, the protection of the juggernaut. At the same time, open the second power, the tearing silver hand. 2 powers, 1 for protection, 1 among the 3. Cut. A golden sword light directly tore the world apart, and the mad god was submerged in it without even the ability to resist. In fact, Enlon can continue to add additional attributes, such as divine power release, absolute cutting, dragon seed nuclearization, unparalleled divine power, and so on. If you do that, you can destroy the world with a single sword. If the energy of void collapse is added, then the universe will be gone. So it's not that he releases water, but that his strength is too strong, and some abilities are not dared to be used. The body and soul of the mad god had been cut in half and had died completely. Enlon did not spare his body and remnant soul, and used soul gluttony to devour him all again to enhance his strength. The human side saw that the mad god was beheaded by Enlon, and they all cheered, and they won this battle. As for the demon race, they were completely wiped out in the battle between Enlon and the mad god. They did not have Athena's god's protection to protect them, and they were completely destroyed. After all this last night, humans and demi-humans officially ruled the world. The demons disappeared completely, and Lily issued a permanent order in Enlon's exhortation that human beings should live in peace with the demi-humans, no longer discriminate against the demi-humans, and allow nobles to privately buy and sell demi-human women and children. Once discovered, the title of nobility shall be abolished and the death penalty shall be imposed. With the help of Enlon, the demi-humans united together, established a country belonging to the demi-humans in the territory of the original demons, and signed a permanent peace contract with the human kingdom. In this way, the two countries will restrain each other, and the previous situation will not occur again. The mad god died, the world returned to peace, and the three daughters of Miridi, Mayer, and Ladyrus also completely returned to their hearts and became Athena's family. In addition, there is Noin, the apostle of God. Although he was trapped in Enland's imaginary space, he had a fight with the mad god before, but he deliberately let Noin see the whole process. When Noin saw the mad god dead, he was completely desperate. Losing her faith, she has no motivation to live anymore. But fortunately, Enlon gave her new hope and made her his own angel. Noin already knew that Enlon was a god, and he was also a god of creation, stronger than the mad god he originally believed in. Since they are all gods, she also completely changed her beliefs and became the envoy family of Enlon. In this trip, although most of the girls gave up to Athena as a family, Enland's harvest was also great. Because you and Noin, the two strongest and talented beings, became his family. After living in this world for a while, Aiko found Enlon with her students. Although the mad god was defeated, they still could not return to the island country. Hatayama Aiko thought of what Enlon said at the beginning, that she can travel in various worlds or send them back, but she has to pay a price. Mr. Enlon, please send us back. Hatayama Aiko pleaded with Enlon. Teacher Aiko, if I remember correctly, you still owe me one thing you didn't do, and now you want to ask me to send you all back. Isn't it too embarrassing? You must know that traveling through the world takes a lot of power. 35 Enlon looked at her with a smile and said. Hatayama Aiko was speechless when asked by Enlon, not knowing how to answer. At this time, Tianzai Guanghui said, Enlon shows up. If you have any requirements, just mention it, we will do it. Just ask you to send us back. Okay, my request is very simple. Hatayama Aiko, Shirisaki Koori, Yagashi Shizuku, Sano Buka, Taniguchi Rei, Sugawara Teiko, Miyazaki Nana, become Athena's family. Enlon directly stated his conditions. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Tianzai Guanghui immediately refused. And all the girls named by Enlon looked at him in surprise, not knowing what a family was. Hatayama Aiko and Sano Buka have established Enlon in the northern town of Ulu. Through talking with him and the girls around them, they still know some information about the family. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, you can't make a decision on their behalf. Enlon said indifferently, looking at the radiance of the Tianzai. All of our efforts are to go back, and it is impossible for them to agree. Tianzai Guanghui said very firmly. Really? I sent you back. Do you think you will still retain the abilities you acquired in another world? After you return to the island country, you will lose all your powers, become ordinary people, and then die of illness. And the people named by me, as long as you are willing to join Athena's family, you can obtain the grace of God, go to other worlds, continue to become stronger, and even gain eternal life in the future, youth forever. Maybe because you live in a modern world, you feel that there are no internet, TV, mobile phones, games, comics, etc. in another world, and you feel bored, but I can assure you that as long as you join the Athena family, I will build a beyond the technology city of your previous era, let you continue to experience the modern life. Enlon seduced them word by word. The first is to become ordinary people after going back, which makes them unacceptable. After all, no one wants to throw away the powerful power that they have finally obtained, and it is eternal life and eternal youth, which all women cannot resist. If they want to go back to the island country, it is nothing more than the unsatisfactory life in another world and the lack of modern comfort. Furthermore, I miss my family. After all, I am still a high school student. If I don't see my parents for a long time, I will definitely miss them. Seeing the girls, Enlon seemed a little moved and continued to add, as long as you become Athena's family, I will send you back to live with your parents for a while before leaving. Hearing this, someone finally couldn't stand the temptation. We promise to be Athena's family. Sugawara Teiko and Miyazaki Nana, two women in the original novel, stood up and expressed their willingness to become Athena's family. I promise to. Sanobuka saw that her two little sisters had agreed, and she also stood up and agreed. Tianzai Guanghui looked at them in disbelief and seemed to ask why he agreed. Guanghui, everyone has their own aspirations. You don't have to worry about us anyway, we stay. You can go back. Sanobuhua explained to him helplessly. In fact, the real reason is to stay strong and youthful forever. Following a god is an opportunity. Now that you have such an opportunity, why let it go? Crucially, she has seen in the northern mountains that Enlon can create a variety of modern products and supplies. I think that even if I go to another world, I can enjoy a modern life. Such generous and moving conditions, she will definitely agree. At this time, Hatayama Aiko also stood up and said, as long as I promise to join the family, will you send my students back? 35. That's right. Enlon nodded. Then I also promise to become Athena's family. Hatayama Aiko finally chose to join the family. In this case, the three girls, Kaori Shirasaki, Shizuku Yagashi, and Rei Taniguchi, remain silent. How about you? Enlon asked, looking at them. I promise. Yakashi Shizuku stood up and said. Since the last time she was rescued by Enlon from Eri Nakamura, she has had a different kind of affection for Enlon. Heroes save beauty, although the plot is old-fashioned, but most women will eat the set. Coupled with the excellent conditions of Enlon in all aspects, it is not surprising that Ye Shizuku will be moved. I agree too. 9-foot Kaori Shirasaki, as Ye Shizuku's best friend, agreed to see her, so she agreed to it herself. Enlon smiled and looked at the last Taniguchi Rei. I promise, but I want to be your family. Taniguchi Rei said hurriedly. Taniguchi Rei was rescued by Enlon twice in the Big Labyrinth, and just like Ye Shizuku, she developed a favorable impression of Enlon. Now that I can be by Enlon's side and get so many benefits, it's no wonder I don't agree. My family is the same as Athena's family. The two major families are alliances. My family follows the elite route. You will definitely not be able to keep up with the training in the future. All right then, I'll join the Athena family. Taniguchi Rei finally compromised. As a result, all the girls in Lawn Fancy have joined Athena's family. The number of Athena's family members increased sharply. The current family members are Milady, Mayer, Ladiris, Shia, Tio, Hatayama Aiko, Shirasaki Kaori, Ye Shizuku, Sanobuka, Taniguchi Rei, Sugawara Teiko, Miyazaki Nana. Enlon also received two family members, namely, Yu and Noin. And then Remia and Mew mother and daughter did not join any family. At this time, the Princess Liliana suddenly came to Enlon and said, Mr. Enlon, I want to join you or Athena's family, okay? Enlon was slightly taken aback, looked at the beautiful blonde girl in front of him, and asked uncertainly, are you going to give up the throne and leave with us? That's right. Liliana nodded firmly. Well then, you can join Athena's clan. Enlon said. In this way, this trip, he can be considered to have all the girls gone. The harem wives of the original Nagumo were all packed and taken away by Enlon. Compared with Prime Minister Chao, Enlon is even better than the Blue. Wei Wu's ethos was out of control. Athena was also very happy. She had so many family members all at once, and all of them were geniuses and all kinds of rare occupations. For example, the healer Kaori Shirasaki, the enchanter Rei Taniguchi, and the farmer Aiko Hatayama. If they were placed in the wrong world, they would definitely be looted by the gods. Now that the girls have agreed, Enlon has also started to fulfill his promise, sending the other students back to the island country. In the original book, these students went back with the power they gained in another world. In order not to let them cause chaos in that world, and even make the island nation stronger, Enlon removed all their power and made them use it again. The identity of ordinary people returned to the island country. Even the memory of the other world was wiped out. The island country must not make him strong, otherwise it will have an impact on the next celestial dynasty. Those people of the island country who had a good life in their childhood will become restless once their strength is strong, and they will go to war. Enlon is to erase the potential crisis and not give them a chance. After sending those high school students from the island country back, Enlon also sent Aiko Hatayama, Kaori Shirasaki, Shizuku Yeiji, Yuka Sanobe, Rei Taniguchi, Teiko Sugawara, and Nana Miyazaki back to the island country, so that they and their families would be reunited. Polly. Enlon also gave them a long time to live with their families, and when his journey was over, they would bring them back to the wrong world together. Just like Erica, Liliana, Lucrezia in the Godslayer world, and Irisfeel, Arturia, and Jean in the moon-shaped world. At present, they are still living in their own world, and when Enlan's journey is over, they will be brought back to the wrong world together. Before heading to the next world, you, Noin, Remia, Miu, Milady, Mayer, Lodiris, Shia, Tio, Liliana, and other girls from other worlds, Enlon also did not bring along. Still leave them in this world. To leave this world, Liliana must pass the throne to her younger brother, Rander S.B. Harry. It's just that he is still young and has a lot to learn. Enlon asked Liliana to assist Liliana to manage the world, and when he returned, he would take her to live in the wrong world. This time on a trip to the new world, Enlon is alone. He didn't even take Athena with him, because the mad god of this world died. As a god who created the world, no one is sure what will happen after the god's death, so Enlon let Athena stay here, guarding this world. Athena readily agreed, and now that her family has taken shape, she just used the monsters in the big labyrinth to upgrade the family and improve its overall strength. 107 years ago, 743 years, the giant, the natural enemy of mankind, suddenly appeared in the world. Facing the crisis of survival, the survivors fled to a place and built 3 huge city walls, namely the Wall of Maria, the Wall of Rose, and the Wall of Sheena. People have enjoyed more than 100 years of peace in this isolated environment, but they do not know that a crisis is coming. In order to gain the power of the ancestor giant, Marai has sent several teenagers with the power of giants to Parody Island. The timeline of Enlan's arrival in this world happens to be when the male protagonist Alan was still young, and there are still several years before the plot begins. Wall of Maria, Higginshina. Enlan came to a clothing store and bought a piece of clothing in this world. Next is to find a place to live. Enlan muttered to himself. Originally, he planned to find a hotel in the city, but finally gave up. Came to a small mountain forest alone, Enlan took out the RV and used the RV as a house. In order not to attract attention, he cut down some trees around the RV and transformed it into a wooden house. That way, it won't be noticeable. As soon as the wood was finished, the sky darkened and it started to rain heavily. Enlan got into the RV, turned on the air conditioner, and took a comfortable shower. After the shower, put on your comfortable pajamas and start cooking for dinner. As a god, he does not need to eat. But while keeping his humanity, Enlan's previous desires and hobbies have not changed. The desire for tongue, this is one of his desires. Enjoying the pleasure brought by food is one of life's great pleasures. A lot of ingredients were taken out from the system space, among which was the best beef. For dinner tonight, fried steak. Before coming to the giant world this time, he brought a lot of supplies in advance. The steak in front of him is the essence of a very powerful bovine monster, and it is much more delicious than the top Japanese beef in the previous life. After being carefully roasted by Enlan, it exudes an alluring aroma. Enlan turned on the TV, played the movie and TV series stored in the USB flash drive, and poured himself a glass of red wine. Enjoy steak and wine while enjoying. It was only when Enlan was halfway through his meal that he suddenly felt that someone was passing through the grove, and there were still a lot of people. One of the group was holding a tied little girl in his arms. Meet the traffickers again. Enlan put down his knife and fork, a little helpless. In the last different world, the traffickers kidnapped Mew, making Enlon particularly disgusted with the existence of human traffickers, and then directly destroyed all the traffickers blocking and killed all the traffickers. I didn't expect that this time I just came to the giant world and encountered human traffickers again. Enlan's eyes are full of hatred. He opened the door and went straight out. The sky was raining heavily, but the rain could not reach Enlon, as if there was a round, transparent cover around him. And the muddy mountain road on the ground, because of the rain, could not pollute Enlan's shoes. Enlon followed the traffickers to a small wooden hut. They threw the kidnapped girl into one room and then started to bake food in another room. On rainy days, they were all wet and they were drying their clothes while the food was being roasted. And, because the weather, Wang Hao, was cold, the fire also kept them warm. The kidnapped girl lay on the floor of another house, shivering from the cold because of her wet clothes. In addition to being cold, she is very hungry now. But these are not important. The most important thing is fear. She witnessed her parents being killed by human traffickers, blood splattered all over her body. Despair. It's like falling into the abyss. It's dark. Enlon came out of the house and glanced at the girl inside with surprise in his eyes. Because he recognized the identity of the girl, the heroine in the original, Mikasa Ackerman. By the way, in the original plot, Mikasa was indeed kidnapped by human traffickers as a child. Because she has a rare Oriental ancestry, there are always some perverted wealthy businessmen who like to collect noble girls to play with. As the only remaining Oriental descendant, Mikasa is very valuable. This also prompted those traffickers to take the risk, directly entering the house to kill and then kidnapping Mikasa. Originally, Enlon planned to deal with the traffickers and rescue the girl. Now that I know that the girl's identity is Mikasa, it is naturally better to save. Mikasa was one of his favorite female characters in his previous life, and she was very arrogant in character and behavior. Such a girl must earn her own family. Enlon opened the door and came to the girl. The girl thought that Enlon was also a human trafficker, so her eyes were empty and almost unchanged. Enlon saw that there seemed to be bloodstains on the corner of Mikasa's mouth, and his heart was even stronger for the group of traffickers. He stretched out his hand and gently wiped the blood from the corner of Mikasa's mouth, then untied the rope that bound his hands, and hugged him like a princess. Enlan's gentle actions made Mikasa in despair stunned. He isn't a human trafficker? Did he come to save himself? Enlon carried Mikasa to another room like this, and the trafficker who was roasting meat at this time saw Enlon and Mikasa and was furious. They think that Enlon is the same traveler as them, and they fall in love with Mikasa. Little brat, how dare you grab meat from Grandpa's mouth? 35. Looking for a dead thing. The traffickers took up their weapons angrily and were about to beat Enlon to the ground. Mikasa in her arms was startled and closed her eyes. Enlan's eyes flashed a black light, manipulating the shadow ability to freeze them all. After a long time, Mikasa opened his eyes, only to find that all the traffickers had been frozen, and his eyes were full of panic. Enlon put down Mikasa, then took out a knife and put it in her hand and said, "Kill them and avenge your relatives." Mikasa looked at the knife in his hand, his body trembling constantly. Seeing this, Enlon released one of the traffickers. After the celebrity trafficker was freed, he took up a weapon and charged towards Enlon and Mikasa, regardless of whether it was 37 or 21. Although he is afraid of the special ability of Enlan's immobilization, in his opinion, as long as he kills Enlon, his immobilized companions will also recover. Mikasa's business, he will not give up no matter what. Mikasa became even more panicked when she saw the rushing traffickers. If you can't beat him, you'll die here. Only by winning him can you live. Enlan's words were like the voice of a demon, causing Mikasa's mentality to change constantly. The reason why Enlon said this is actually to imitate the male protagonist Alan in the original book, in order to stimulate Mikasa's potential fighting instinct. Only by taking this step will she become a super female fighter in the future. Mikasa came back to her senses and her eyes became firm. I saw that she was holding a dagger and rushed directly to the traffickers. The trafficker waved his weapon and wanted to kill Mikasa. But Mikasa easily turned around and dodged, then raised it high and stabbed the trafficker's chest with a backhand. Just like Hill who slashed the Scarlet World, it was the first time, but he was able to accurately master the killing technique. Apparently, this is the awakening of the Ackerman bloodline in her. Mikasa not only has Oriental blood, but also has Ackerman blood. Next, Enlon untied the traffickers one by one and let Mikasa kill them. When she 637 killed the last one, there was no more childishness in her eyes, only tenacity and killing intent. "Let's go." Enlon came to him, reached out and stroked her head, soothing the killing intent on her. Mikasa recovered, looked at Enlon blankly, and finally nodded. After leaving the house, Enlon released black flame and burned the entire house and the trafficker's body to the ground. After returning to the RV with Mikasa, Enlon asked her to take a shower and change into clean clothes. However, Mikasa stood dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Because of the modern decorating appliances in the RV, she has absolutely no idea what it is. Enlon patted his forehead. How could he forget about this? He took Mikasa to the bathroom and began to teach her how to use the shower, and that the flush toilet was the place to go to the toilet, etc. Mikasa nodded in understanding, obviously very capable of learning. Children have not been exposed to the outside world, so they have a strong ability to accept unknown things. Enlon took out a pure white princess dress from the system space, which was originally bought for Meow and Fleming, but because there were too many were stored in Enlan's place. After Mikasa got dressed, Enlon closed the bathroom door. "Turn on the air conditioner and warm up your half-eaten steak." Mikasa probably didn't eat either. After thinking about it, Enlon made another steak, and then took out some bread and heated it in the microwave. After doing all this, Mikasa also finished taking a shower, changed into a princess dress, and walked out. As soon as she got out of the bathroom, she was stunned again. The weather is so cold, but the inside of the car is so warm, there is no need to wear thick clothes at all, only a skirt is really comfortable. Immediately, she smelled the fragrance again, saw the steak and bread prepared by Enlon, and suddenly her stomach growled. "Hungry, let's eat together," Enlon said to her with a smile. Mikasa nodded obediently, came to the table, and sat opposite Enlon. "Don't feel restrained, consider this place your home in the future," Enlon told her again. After hearing this, Mikasa felt that she already regarded Enlon as her only relative. Enlon cut the steak into small pieces with a knife and fork, put it on Mikasa's plate, and poured her a glass of hot milk, cc. Mikasa started to eat in big mouthfuls, obviously starving. Looking at her appearance, Enlon couldn't help thinking of his daughter, Miu. He turned on the TV and planned to find some anime to show to Mikasa. As a result, Mikasa was frightened by the TV. Seeing that there were still people in the frame, she was puzzled. "It's called TV, so let's eat while watching," Enlon said while rubbing her head. "Yeah," Mikasa nodded. Soon, her eyes were attracted by the content on the TV, and she even slowed down to eat. Enlon didn't rush and watched with her. After dinner, Enlon was ready to clean up the dishes, but Mikasa took the lead. "I'll wash," Mikasa said to Enlon seriously. "Okay, that's up to you." Enlon gave her the task of cleaning up the dishes. While Mikasa was washing the dishes, Enlon also went to remake the bed and added a quilt. After doing all this, Enlon turned off all the lights in the RV, and it went dark immediately. Open the RV sunroof, because the sunroof has two layers, one is metal and the other is glass. Enlon opened the metal layer so that the night view outside can be seen through the glass layer. It's just that it's raining now and the rain is dripping on the glass. This natural sound, like pure natural ASMR, has a hypnotic effect. Mikasa lay down on the Simmons mattress, enjoying the heating in the car, listening to the sound of rain outside the car, feeling like a dream. First, the traffickers broke into his home, killed his father and mother, and kidnapped him. She was already desperate, but an angel-like elder brother appeared to save her. And then brought her to this place full of all kinds of magical items, which felt a little unreal. "Go to sleep, I'll take you home tomorrow and bury your father and mother's bodies by the way," And Lan said to Mikasa beside him. Yeah. Mikasa nodded and closed her eyes. The two soon fell asleep. The night passed, and when he woke up the next morning, Mikasa found that Lan had made breakfast. Brush your teeth and wash your face first, then eat breakfast. And Lan said, and took out a cup and toothbrush, which was already squeezed with toothpaste. Although Mikasa has never seen toothbrush and toothpaste, she is smart and quickly knows what this thing is for. Without Lan's teaching, I went to the bathroom to wash myself. It's a smart and sensible child, just as obedient and cute as Mew. The attributes of Lan's old father began to make trouble again. After washing up and having breakfast, Lan took Mikasa to her hometown. At this time, the bodies of his parents were still lying in a pool of blood. Mikasa's eyes turned red when she saw her parents, and she couldn't stop her tears. Lan sighed and carried the two bodies outside, ready to be buried by his father. Only when he saw Mikasa's mother's body, he found that the other party looked like a mature version of Mikasa. Compared with the grown-up Mikasa in the anime, it is less heroic and sassy, but more gentle and pleasant. This made Lan's soul of Wei Wu start to move again, thinking about whether to bring Mikasa's mother back to life. With his ability, he can do it. But is it really good to do that? After thinking about it, Lan decided to resurrect Mikasa's mother. It's not because he is old-fashioned, but because he wants to give Mikasa a good childhood. In the original novel, after Mikasa's parents were killed, he was adopted by the male protagonist Alan's family. Alan's mother treats her like her own daughter, which makes Mikasa feel maternal love in her childhood. But now that he has cut off his beard, it is impossible for a big man to give Mikasa childhood maternal love. The most important thing is that when Mikasa gradually grows up, she can't help her with some physical things. So, Mikasa needs a mother. And Lan found a good excuse for himself, and then used the ability of the god of reincarnation to bring Mikasa's mother back to life. Meanwhile, Lan healed Mikasa's mother's injuries. Mikasa, your mother doesn't seem to be dead. Lan said to Mikasa, who was digging a hole and preparing to bury her. When Mikasa heard this, the hoe in his hand fell to the ground and hurried to his mother's side. Sure enough, her mother was still breathing. Then, at the call of the two, Mikasa's mother slowly opened her eyes. Mikasa, said the beautiful woman in surprise. Mom. 35 Mikasa threw herself into her mother's arms and burst into tears. The woman also hugged her daughter tightly, tears streaming down her face. After crying, Mikasa told the woman what happened next, and after the woman heard it, she thanked Lan immensely. Through the conversation, Lan learned that Mikasa's mother's name was Haruna from the east. The name was not found. It was based on the name of Kiyomi, a distant relative of the east. Don't take it seriously, and the other party also knew the name of Lan. The three of them buried Mikasa's father together, and then washed the blood in the house. After doing all this, Lan invites Arena to live with her. Because this house has been killed, it is already a haunted house. And living here is also easy to feel the situation. It is better to just move out. Mikasa told her mother about the magic of Lan, and she also wanted to live in Lan. After all, in her heart, she already regarded Lan as a family member. Haruna was a little embarrassed, but finally agreed. After arriving in the RV, Haruna was shocked because she had never seen the contents in her life. And the neat and tidy decoration is so beautiful. Lan asked Mikasa to teach Haruna how to use home appliances while he came around the RV to build a yard. In addition to the yard, there is also a training ground, which will be used exclusively for training Mikasa in the future. Ackerman's bloodline has been awakened, not training to be a perfect warrior. I'm really sorry for this bloodline. Think of it and do it, and Lan first used alchemy to forge an excavator and a bulldozer. Then started to level the ground around the RV, or all the trees were sawed down. Although he can do all of these with divine power, or even summon shadow soldiers, in order not to frighten the Mikasa mother and daughter, Lan still intends to do it himself. Just like playing the real-life version of Minecraft, you have a sense of accomplishment when you build something yourself. First, the surrounding generation is leveled, and then the trees build a fence around the RV. Spread the lawn on the flattened area, and then plant some flowers and plants. Leave a field, pave it with cement, and then build a variety of training obstacles on it, such as horizontal bars, parallel bars, long jump sand traps, obstacle jumping, martial arts venues, and more. It took a full week for Enlon to complete. In this short time, Mikasa and Haruna have also learned all the household appliances in the RV, and gradually fell in love with this kind of life. No way, because modern appliances are so convenient. There are gas stoves, rice cookers, induction cookers, microwave ovens, and ovens for cooking. There is also the existence of the refrigerator, which can make the ingredients safe for a longer time, and even the leftovers that have not been eaten can be kept until the next day. There are also showers for bathing and white flush toilets for going to the toilet. This kind of life is far more convenient than their previous life. But the most important thing is the air conditioner and TV. With the air conditioner, the car is not cold at all, and you don't need to wear thick clothes in the car as long as you wear a comfortable skirt. TV is even better. In this era, women have almost no means of entertainment. Haruna used to do housework every day in addition to doing housework, but now she can sit in the RV and watch TV while knitting a sweater. Enjoying the heating in the RV and eating fruit, the policeman is more comfortable. This little day, the more I look forward to it. Unexpectedly, after her husband died, she and her daughter became happier and happier. This also made Haruna feel a little guilty, and every time she saw Enlan's handsome face, her heart beat faster. She kept telling herself that Enlan was too young, that she was already married and had already given birth to a Mikasa, so she was not worthy of Enlan. But the more she did, the harder it was for her to bear the temptation Enlan brought her. Why is this damn little b*** D so attractive? Enlan didn't know what Haruna was thinking, and even if he knew, it wouldn't be a big deal, because he didn't have a good heart when he resurrected Haruna. After the training ground was completed, Enlan started training Mikasa. The first is physical exercise, running every morning, noon, and night. Considering that Mikasa is still young and his body is still growing, he doesn't want to pull the seedlings to help him grow. If the body is injured due to excessive training, it will not be worth the loss. Although Enlan can heal any damage, he will never abuse Mikasa because of it. Reasonable and scientific training, but also to maintain physical and mental health. Although it was only 1 kilometer at the beginning, as Mikasa's age increases and physical strength increases, Enlan will gradually increase to 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers, and 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers in the morning, noon, and evening is the maximum standard. The rest of the time is fighting training. Enlan has a lot of fighting skills. His god-level ability, Battle Holy Spirit, includes freedom and ultimate mindfulness and infinite martial arts, plus many martial arts copied from powerhouses before, as well as learning from the martial arts King Luo how of all the ancient martial arts of the Celestial Dynasty, Enlan can be said to be proficient in all fighting and martial arts in the world. Mikasa's Ackerman bloodline is not suitable for too complicated martial arts. The simplest, but most lethal mixed martial arts and grappling are the most suitable for her existence. The second is swordsmanship, considering that she may use a 3-dimensional mobile device in the later stage to slash giants with double knives. Enlan decided to teach Mikasa mixed martial arts, grappling, and swordsmanship. Then, in addition to physical training and obstacle overcoming training, Mikasa spent the rest of the day learning fighting, grappling, and swordsmanship with Enlan. Seeing that her daughter trains like this every day, Haruna felt very distressed. She thought about stopping, but Mikasa didn't want to give up. After experiencing the human trafficker incident, her personality has completely changed, and she believes that only strong strength can better protect the people around her. The two most important to her now are Haruna and Enlan. Seeing this, Haruna could only let her be. But fortunately, Enlan feeds her mother and daughter delicious food every day, because Mikasa trains a lot every day, so Enlan prepares high-quality food for her every day, all kinds of meat, eggs, and milk to maintain nutrition. This also made Mikasa's development much faster than her peers. At noon that day, Mikasa had lunch and rested for a while before continuing to train. And Lan was full and planned to take a nap. Mikasa is very self-disciplined and does not need his supervision at all. Lie down on the bed and soon fell asleep. Haruna glanced at Lan, who was asleep, pursed her lips, didn't know what to think. Her face became rosy. She quickly packed up the tableware and washed it like a cupboard. Then I went to the bathroom to take a shower and washed away the fumes from cooking. After sending some shower gel, Haruna touched the fragrance she washed. After coming out of the bathroom, she was wearing a white dress. Her long black, slightly wet hair was draped over her shoulders, and her body exuded a faint fragrance, which made her look particularly moving. Haruna glanced at Mikasa, who was training outside, and after making sure that she would not return to the RV for a while, she quietly closed the RV door. Taking a deep breath, she tied her hair into a ponytail. Then Haruna cautiously climbed onto Lan's bed, and Lan felt strange and suddenly opened her eyes. He looked at Haruna, who was riding on his body, his pupils dilated slightly. Seeing that Lan woke up, Haruna was ashamed and her face became like a red apple. She turned to go down, but was pulled back by Lan. Because of Lan's tugging, Haruna lay directly on top of him. The two looked at each other at close range, and Lan was the first to ask, "Why do you do this?" I'm afraid that you will abandon our mother and daughter. Mikasa's father is dead, and I have no source of income. If you abandon our mother and daughter, we don't know how to live. Haruna looked at him resentfully and replied, "Road." In fact, she only said part of the reasons, and there are other reasons not to say. For example, living together during this time, gradually attracted by Lan. There is also the thought of repaying her kindness. She wants to repay Lan's kindness, but she has nothing, so she can only choose this way. In the end, she wanted to find a stepfather for Mikasa. If Lan became Mikasa's stepfather, then their mother and daughter would not have to worry about the rest of their lives. "I won't abandon you. In fact, you were already dead and I used it to save you," Lan said while stroking her cheek. "What?" Haruna was dumbfounded when she heard this. "I fell in love with Mikasa and wanted to nurture her, but I was worried that her lack of maternal love in her childhood would affect her life on the way to growth, so I resurrected you," Lan explained to her. When Haruna heard this, she couldn't speak for a long time. It turned out that Lan was not looking at himself, but his daughter. Wrong. Since Lan can resurrect the dead, why only resurrect himself and not Mikasa's father? This shows that the man in front of him wants his mother and daughter to live with him. She doesn't feel incredible about Lan's ability to resurrect the dead because Lan is full of secrets. Fantastic RV and all kinds of handy home appliances, as well as the bulldozers and excavators he made, as well as things like cement, all prove that he is not an ordinary person. People living in a feudal society background are more likely to believe in those strange powers. "You resurrected me, but not my husband. I know you have that meaning too. I don't blame you for not resurrecting my husband. I just want to be your woman from now on, no matter if you have anything else in the future, woman. I just hope you don't abandon me and Mikasa." 39 Haruna looked Lan in the eye and spoke her heart. With a smile on the corner of Lan's mouth, he asked, "Of course I won't abandon you, but do you really regret it?" "No regrets," Haruna said firmly. Lan doesn't say much nonsense and shows it directly with actions. Soon, the two became entangled. Mikasa, who was training outside, did not notice the slight vibration of the RV. Night fell, and after training, Mikasa went to run another kilometer. When she returned to the RV, Haruna had already prepared her meal. For some reason or not, Mikasa found that today's mother seems to have become more energetic, giving people a radiant feeling, like a flower moistened by dew in the morning. "Not only that, but my mother seems to be very happy. She always has a smile on her face, and the meals she cooks are more varied than usual, and the taste is more fragrant. Mikasa, see your clothes are sweaty. Go take a shower first. We'll wait for you to eat together." Lan came over and said, looking at Mikasa, who was sweating from training, "Well, I'll wash it soon." Mikasa nodded and ran into the bathroom quickly. And Lon got on the sofa, pulled Haruna into his arms, and his hands began to behave erratically. Little b asterisk 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 d. Haruna rolled her eyes at Enlon. After Mikasa came out of the bath, the three sat around the dining table, watching TV and eating a delicious dinner. This feeling is like a happy family of three, and the atmosphere is very warm. Mikasa also enjoyed this atmosphere very much, as if she was happier than before her father died. Time flies, 2 years have passed before you know it, and Mikasa is 10 years old. In the past 2 years, under the training of Enlon, Mikasa has far surpassed her in the original book. If he continues to train like this, Mikasa will have the strength to rival Captain Levi when he grows up. In addition to the strength of Mikasa, Haruna has become younger and younger in the past 2 years. No way, I am nourished by Enlon, the creator god, every day. It is strange that I am not young. Of course, the most important thing is that Enlon uses the 2 god-level abilities of God of Reincarnation and God of Time at the same time, adding 1,000 years to Haruna's lifespan. 1,000 years, in another world, is equivalent to the lifespan of an elf's. Haruna, who was originally in her 30s, turned into a youthful appearance after gaining the lifespan of a year ago. Now she not only has the most beautiful appearance when she was young, but also retains the temperament of a young woman, which is perfect. 845, if Enlon remembers correctly, the year the plot begins. First, the super-large giant suddenly appeared outside the wall of the Higashina district and kicked the outer gate of the Higashina district with his feet, causing a large number of giants outside the wall to start pouring into the Higashina through the breached outer door. Not district. Due to this sudden attack, the unsuspecting residents and core in the area were eaten by a large number of giants that rushed in an instant, resulting in heavy casualties. Immediately afterwards, the giant armored giant that appeared suddenly smashed the inner door of the Higashina area, and a large number of giants poured into the Wall of Maria through the Higashina area, and the Wall of Maria was completely broken. Refugees located in the Wall of Maria and its 4 urns poured into the Wall of Rose from all directions to take refuge. The Eldians lost 1/3 of their territory so far, and the Wall of Rose became a wall. The front line of humanity against giants. Enlon knew that the plot was going to start today, so he called up Haruna and Mikasa early in the morning. Instead of letting Mikasa train, they asked their mother and daughter to pack up after breakfast and prepare to leave here. Haruna and Mikasa don't know what happened to Enlon, but both mother and daughter believe him. Because for the past 2 years, Haruna has regarded Enlon as her husband. As for Mikasa, her feelings for Enlon are very strange, both dependent on her father and a little bit of love. When the 2 girls packed up, Enlon put away the RV. Seeking flowers. There are other things that do not belong to this world and era, and they are all put away. Then, with the 2 daughters, they came to the central town of Higashina district. In fact, with Enlon's strength, even the first ancestor was an ant in front of him. Compared with those other worlds, the giant world looks dangerous, but it is actually safe. The reason why he took the 2 girls away was mainly because he wanted to continue to live in this world as an ordinary person, save some of the original characters he liked, and recruit some geniuses to become family members. If one's own strength is exposed, for example, it will be involved in the competition among the 3 powers of Eldia, the Murray Empire, and the United Nations in the Middle East. Although he is not afraid, he is also afraid of trouble. I can't kill all the people from these 3 forces, so wouldn't I become like the male protagonist Alan to destroy the world? Enlon, what's going on? Haruna asked in confusion along the way. Higashina is going to be broken by the giants. We must leave now. Enlon explained to Haruna. How is that possible? Haruna covered her mouth with her hands after hearing this, with a look of disbelief on her face. Not only her, but also Mikasa. The city walls have protected the Eldians for so long that they no longer know what the giants look like outside. Although the Survey Corps often goes outside the city, ordinary people never go out at all. Even the giants, they have only heard of them in the stories and have never seen the real giants. But just as Chingna finished speaking, she suddenly heard the sound of a golden lightning strike from outside the Shiganshina city wall. The loud noise alarmed everyone in the Ziganshina area, and everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the city wall. At this time, a huge hand was built on the city wall. Then a huge head with steam appeared on the city wall. Everyone felt a sudden cardiac arrest, and the city wall in the Higanshina area was 50 meters high. Looking at the huge figure, everyone seemed to be caught in a pause. On this day, the Eldians finally recalled the fear of being dominated by giants and the humiliation of being trapped in a birdcage. TSK, still one step slower. And Lon shook his head helplessly. At this time, the supergiant had raised his foot and then kicked the city gate open with one kick. All the people and buildings around the city gate were destroyed in an instant. The earth was torn apart, countless boulders were splashed, and houses collapsed. One of the boulders flew directly towards Enlon, and Lon snapped his fingers slightly while the two girls were not paying attention. The boulder burst directly in the air and did not hit them. "Come on." Enlon grabbed the two women's hands and walked towards the inner door. Before the giant of armor destroys the inner door, the two women must be sent to the boat, and then leave the Wall of Maria and go to the Wall of Rose. If not in time, Enlon can only reveal his strength. Suddenly, Enlon seemed to think of something again, and when Haruna and Mikasa were not paying attention, they separated their identities and went out. The clone turned into a shadow and left Enlan's shadow, so the two women didn't notice it at all. At this time, because the outer door of the Higanshina district was kicked by the giant, countless innocent giants from outside the city broke in, and those ordinary people became the gourmet food in the mouths of the giants. The eyes of the two women were also attracted by the innocent giant. This was the first time they had seen a real giant. Enlon and the two daughters soon came to the inner city, but the place was already overcrowded. Everyone was scrambling to get on the boat, trying to escape as soon as possible. The members of the gendarmerie, who maintain order, are simply out of control. A smaller boat was even more crowded and even jumped and climbed and turned directly into the water. "What should I do? If we go in line like this, it's probably too late when it's our turn," Haruna said anxiously. "Don't worry, I have a way." And Lon comforted her. Immediately, he took the two daughters to a water source area with no one. Then he took out the super luxury cruise ship that went to the sea city in the ordinary professional world last time, which shocked and delighted Haruna and Mikasa. With this very powerful looking ship, they can leave the Wall of Maria. After the three got on the boat, Enlon ordered the artificial intelligence to drive quickly through the gate of the Higanshina district. After the AI gets the command, it starts driving. The speed is directly maximized, rushing towards the inner door. When the cruise ship passed the inner gate, people on both sides of the shore went crazy when they saw it. There are still clothes, and it is not a wooden bed. It looks like a ship of steel. Some people wanted to jump on board, but Enlan's cruise was so fast that it wasn't comparable to the wooden boats of this era. With a swoosh, he directly passed through the inner door and escaped from the Higanshina area of the Wall of Maria. The gendarmerie regiment was also dumbfounded. They had never seen the ship at all, and they didn't know who it was. But the ship had already passed, and they couldn't do anything if they wanted to. After successfully escaping, Haruna and Mikasa on the cruise were all relieved. The scene just now was truly unforgettable for them. After relaxing, they began to look at Enlan's cruise ship. It has to be said that the interior decoration of these two top cruise ships is much more advanced than the previous RV. Even in the past 2 years, Haruna and Mikasa have become accustomed to modern household appliances, but they are still shocked by this luxurious cruise ship. "Take a good rest. We will go to the Wall of Rose to live in the future," Enlon said to the two girls. The two women nodded, very skillfully opened the space inside the cruise ship, put on relaxing pajamas, sat on the sofa, and turned on the TV to watch. They have lived with Enlon for 2 years and have become proficient in the use of these appliances. It's really hard to imagine what life would be like without these appliances in the future. As the saying goes, from frugality to luxury is easy, and from luxury to frugality is difficult. People who are accustomed to modern life must be extremely uncomfortable when they travel back to ancient times. Especially the mobile phone party. Can you live without your mobile phone? At the same time, Enland's avatar 637 is still in the Higginshina area of the Wall of Maria. At this time, countless giants in the city were raging, and people were gathering towards the inner door. After a quick search in the city, the clone finally found the target. The male protagonist Alan's house. At this time his mother was pinned down by the collapsed house. Where is Ellen, who is only 10 years old, doing everything possible to remove the heavy object that was on his mother? Most of the houses in this era were wooden houses, which were actually not heavy. But the collapse of the house was due to the impact of flying boulders, so there is still a boulder on top of the house. With the weight of the boulder, even a few adults couldn't carry it, let alone a child like Alan. Just as he was moving the boulder, an unsullied giant was already approaching. Alan was terrified to see a mouthful, but he was more willing to give up his mother. Alan's mother also discovered this, and she said anxiously, "Alan, run away quickly. Leave your mother alone." 35. I want to leave too, so come out quickly. Alan yelled in fear. Mother's leg has been crushed, and even if she comes out, there is no way to escape, do you understand? Alan's mother persuaded her son earnestly. "I'll run behind your back." Alan continued to roar. Let him give up his mother and run away alone, something he can't do anyway. Why don't you always listen to your mother? At least in the end, listen to your mother once. Alan's mother also said angrily at this time. Anger and tears. She didn't want her son to be buried with her. No, don't. Alan cried. He used all his strength to remove the thing that was on his mother's body. At this time, Hennessy, who was stationed in the core, suddenly came here. After Alan and his mother saw it, hope finally arose. Take Alan away. Alan's mother pleaded. Don't underestimate me, Carola. I will kill this giant and save your mother and son. Hennessy said very confidently. Because Alan's father, Dr. Yeager, has always wanted to repay his kindness by curing his wife who is suffering from an epidemic. After speaking, he drew his sword and rushed towards the giant. Wait, don't go head-to-head with the giants. Ellen's mother, Carola, exclaimed. Hennessy quickly ran to the giant, but when he saw the huge body, he was actually cowardly. Under the fear, he inserted the saber directly, ran to Alan quickly, picked Alan and ran. In this case, he could only choose to save Alan. As for Carola, sorry. Hey, Uncle Hennessy. 35 Alan was suddenly carried away, struggling to get down. But Hennessy couldn't let him die, he could only hug him tightly. Thank you. Carola showed a relieved smile when she saw it. Mom is still there. Alan cried bitterly. Hennessy could only pretend that he couldn't hear it and kept running towards the inner door. Ellen, you must live. Carola also shouted to Ellen. But after shouting, her courage seemed to have run out. Ellen was safe, but her courage as a mother was gone. Recalling the past bit by bit, she felt infinite reluctance in her heart. He covered his mouth tightly with one hand, and the tears couldn't stop flowing. Her heart is crying, don't leave me. But she couldn't really shout and desperately covered her mouth with her hands. When Enland's clone saw the scene, he couldn't help being touched. When he watched anime in his previous life, this episode really made him feel extremely uncomfortable. A mother can be so great. Such a magnificent mother died unexpectedly. So he left his avatar and saved Carola no matter what. The unsullied giant had come to the side of the collapsed house, pushed aside the boulders and debris with both hands, and grabbed Carola with one hand. However, just when it wanted to put Carola in its mouth, it took off. In order to prevent Carola from discovering his difference, he chose to use a three-dimensional mobile device to quickly swipe the back of the unsullied giant's neck to kill him. Then he caught Carola, who had fallen from the giant's hand. Carola herself was stunned. She thought she would die, but no one actually rescued her. Having experienced the feeling of dying once, she can feel how wonderful it is to be alive. Can the legs go? And Lon landed on the ground, looking at her and asked. It's broken, I can't go. Carola replied. I'll carry you. and Lon crouched down. How embarrassing. Kerala hesitated. After all, she is a woman with a husband, so how can she be carried by other men? Do you want to stay here to die? And Lon asked indifferently. Okay. Kerala finally chose to compromise and lay on Enlan's back. And Lon carried Kerala on his back and ran towards the inner door quickly. But when he rushed to the inner door, he saw a giant in armor. By running fast, he slammed the inner door into a hole. Tisk, it's troublesome now. And Lon looked at this scene speechlessly. Just a little bit to escape. Although it is possible to leave now, but then some special powers must be exposed, which will inevitably attract the attention of people in this world. The inner door was also destroyed. How could this be? Kerala saw the scene, and the whole person was dumbfounded. Hold on to me. And Lon instructed her, and then directly used the three-dimensional mobile device to leap from the ground to the inner gate city wall. Then use the leap down, from the interior of the Higanshina area, into the interior of the Wall of Maria. Because the inner door was destroyed, countless people who did not get on the boat chose to slip into the Wall of Maria and head towards the Wall of Rose. In addition, a large number of unsullied giants also entered the interior of the Wall of Maria. The first of the 3 city walls of the Eldians was destroyed, and 1/3 of their territory was instantly lost. Instead of following the crowd, Enlon took Kalula to a place with no one, and then took out an off-road vehicle. After he carried Kerala to the co-pilot seat, he came to the main driver's seat and drove the off-road vehicle to the second Wall of Rose. Corolla was stunned, not to mention that Enlon conjured a car out of thin air. But why doesn't this car have horses? Steam power? The technology in this world is not too backward. After all, the ability to invent three-dimensional mobile devices and weapons, such as cannons, shows that the level of technology is close to modernization. Moreover, Eldia's technology is relatively backward. For example, the technology of the Murray Empire is equivalent to the level of the First Industrial Revolution. As for the technology level of the United Nations in the Middle East, it is almost reaching the level of World War II on Earth. Therefore, Kerala's first reaction to the car that Enlon created without horses was steam power. In addition, the interior decoration of the car also shocked her. Large screen players, leather seats, air conditioning, etc., full of luxury. There are also car decorations, and the smell of perfume makes the interior of the car very fragrant. Who the hell are you? Kerala couldn't help asking Enlon. I'm just an ordinary person living in the Higanshina area. Enlon lied. Regarding his identity, he does not intend to reveal it now. The giant world is not a different world full of magic, and their ability to accept traversers and gods is relatively weak. Therefore, it is still necessary to wait for the establishment of fetters and mutual trust before revealing the true identity. Kerala was silent. He knew that Enlon was lying to her. After being quiet for a while, Kerala suddenly asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Enlon. How about you?" Enlon naturally knew her name, but still had to ask. "Kerala Jaeger," Kerala replied. Looking at her appearance, Enlon wondered if she should tell her that she almost died because of her son. The unsullied giant who ate her in the original plot was Dinah Fritz, her husband's ex-wife. In order to keep Bertolt alive in the future male protagonist Alan used the power of the ancestor giant to influence Dinah's action direction, causing his mother to be devoured by her. Ironically, Ellen killed her mother herself. Young Alan saw his mother die in the mouth of giants without knowing the future, which deepened his hatred for giants and made him want to join the Survey Corps. In the end, it's all about himself. If there is cause, there will be effect, the cycle of cause and effect. However, he killed the unsullied giant that Dinah had transformed into and saved Kerala. This has virtually changed the plot. There is nothing Enlon can do about it. He doesn't want to affect the development of this world. He just wants to recruit some talented family members. If this changes the plot and causes future changes, he can only say sorry. After driving for a few hours, it was completely dark. Kerala, who was sitting in the car, looked at the dark world outside and felt a little scared in her heart. Seeing this, Enlon could only find a place to stop the car and take Kerala out of the passenger seat. Why stop? Kerala asked, a little scared. She was worried that Enlon would leave her here alone, so her tone was a little weak. Stay here tonight and leave tomorrow, Enlon replied. Hearing this, Kerala immediately felt relieved. Next, Enlon put away the off-road vehicle and replaced it with a large RV, which was the Newell Coach self-propelled type, a top luxury RV that used to live with Haruna and Mikasa for 2 years. Kerala was shocked again when she watched Enlon turn the small car into a large one. She was more and more certain that Enlon was not an ordinary person. Enlon doesn't care what Kalula thinks. It has been exposed anyway, so there is no need to hide it. At present, what he has exposed is only to conjure up various modern things out of thin air, and he has not exposed the identity of God and his powerful strength. I don't think it will attract the attention of the high-level personnel in this world. Besides, only Kerala, Haruna, and Mikasa know his secrets. They can't betray themselves, reveal their secrets, and say 2.4. Opening the door, Enlon entered the RV with Kalula in his arms. Kerala was stunned by the interior decoration of the RV. Compared with this, the interior of the previous off-road vehicle was simply rubbish. The interior decoration of these 2 RVs, placed in the modern world, is also the top 5-star hotel level. Enlon put Kerala on the sofa, looked at her injured leg, and wondered if she wanted to expose some supernatural powers so that she could recover quickly. In the end, it was rejected, and the supernatural power was not exposed for the time being. Then use modern medicine to help her heal, and then use divine power to help her recover privately while she recovers, so that she won't notice. Thinking of this, Enlon has already noticed. He took out some modern medical equipment and told Kerala to lie down on the sofa and stay still. Seeing this, Kerala knew that Enlon was going to heal herself. Because her husband, Grisha Jaeger, is also a professional, she has seen some medical equipment, such as syringes and stethoscopes. So she didn't resist and obediently lay down on the sofa. Next, Enlon injected her with anesthesia and started a bone-setting operation. Don't ask Enlon why he did the surgery, because the Sans Corps had already replicated all modern knowledge and technology when he went to the modern city, and, through deduction, he had already acquired a lot of black technology. For example, the Black Tech villa built by Enlon in the Wrong World is based on the villa of Luo Feng, the male protagonist in the anime version of Devouring the Starry Sky. The various black technologies contained in it, such as human intelligence and virtual projection, are beyond the reach of modern technology. But through the Theosophical Core, deduction, Enlon has acquired these technologies. With mere medical knowledge, Enlon can naturally learn from the knowledge stored in the mental core. And through deduction, Enlon's medical knowledge and surgical ability have surpassed all modern medical professors and doctors. In less than an hour, Enlon had completed the operation. After bandaging the wound, he took out some potions and hung it for Kerala. After the operation, Kerala felt very good and said to Enlon, "I didn't expect you to be a doctor, and my husband is also a doctor." "Grisha, I know." Enlon pretended to know her husband. "Do you know my husband?" 35 Kerala's eyes lit up with inexplicable joy in her heart. "Of course, as a medical practitioner, I still know the name of Dr. Grisha." Enlon nodded. Seeing that Enlon really knew her husband, Kerala smiled happily and spoke more. It seems that the guard against Enlon in her heart has disappeared, and the relationship between the two seems to be a lot closer. Through chatting, Enlon found that Kalula doesn't seem to want the image of Yan's mother in the anime, but rather has a lively personality. It seems that in the later period of the anime, Kerala's plot was recalled. Before marriage, she was a hotel waiter and became a competent housewife after marriage. She can be a waiter in a hotel. Obviously, she should be very talkative. After all, in the service industry, in addition to a correct attitude, there is also a well-spoken mouth. The guest is supreme. Only when the guest is served well and touted as comfortable will they come back next time. After chatting for a while, Kerala seemed to feel the cold and not only shrank back. Just the scene was seen by Enlon. Because of the recent surgery, her legs were all exposed because of bandages. With the addition of hanging water, The hands and feet are even colder. And Lon was afraid of his forehead and forgot the air conditioner. He was not invading himself, he couldn't feel it, so he forgot about it at first. After turning on the air conditioner in the RV, the warm air quickly raised the temperature in the car. Seeing this, Carola's eyes became even more curious. And Lon was afraid that she would be bored, so she turned on the TV and played a previous American drama, A Song of Ice and Fire. He did not choose modern dramas and wuxia dramas because he was afraid that Carola would not understand. She can definitely understand A Song of Ice and Fire, which is also based on ancient European culture. Carola was taken aback by the TV, and after Lon explained it to her, she was quickly attracted by the contents of the TV. It's hard to imagine how addicted people who haven't watched TV will be after they get rid of TV for the first time. When Haruna and Mikasa first came into contact with TV, they watched it almost every day. In addition to training, Mikasa rests and watches TV every day. And Lon vaguely remembers that his parents in his previous life told him that when they were children, they lived in the countryside and did not have a TV at home. Whenever the projectionist came to the village to show a movie, the whole village came, and even the neighbors came. Then when the next village is showing a movie, the village here also joins in the fun. After the reform and opening up, the families sold a cow and bought a black and white panda TV. At that time, it happened to be when the Hong Kong film The Legend of the Condor Heroes was released to the mainland, and I watched it every time. And people in the village who don't have a TV also came over to watch the shooting of the vultures, just like watching a movie. This is the appeal of TV. As long as it is the first contact, no one can resist. And Lon saw Carola looking fascinated, took out a pillow for her, then taught her how to use the remote control, and went to take a bath and rest. Carola was taken aback by the White Walkers in the first episode, and she was also amazed by the Great Wall of Ice and Snow in the north. This Great Wall of Ice and Snow is like the three walls of their world, but one is used to defend against the White Walkers, and the other is used to defend against the giants. When Carola saw this, she was very immersed and felt the same way. And Lon came out of the bathroom wearing loose pajamas after taking a shower. At this time, the content on the TV just happened to broadcast to the little devil of the Lannister family, who followed the king to the north, and then looked for a PR*SD*****. This made Carola's mouth dry, and Lon was slightly speechless when she saw this. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Although Carola is already a young woman who has given birth to a child, she will still feel ashamed when she encounters such a thing. Ahem, I'm going to rest. You can call me when the water is finished. And Lon went to the master bedroom in the RV after that. Carola's face was flushed, and after seeing Lon left, she began to look intently again. At midnight, Lon, who was sleeping, was woken up by Carola's voice. He got up and went to the living room to find that the water had run out and Carola pulled the needle herself. What's wrong? Is there something uncomfortable? Lon asked with concern. I want to go to the toilet, but my legs are inconvenient, Carola said with a blushing face. I'll help you there. Lon saw this, but just pretended not to see it. But Carola had surgery on both legs and couldn't stand at all. In desperation, Lon could only carry her to the bathroom, then take off his pants and pee on the toilet like holding a child. Carola was so ashamed that she wanted to kill herself now. After coming out of the bathroom, Lon did not carry Carola to the sofa, but directly carried it to the bed in the bedroom. The water has been lifted, there is no need to lie on the sofa. It is better to lie on the bed to be more comfortable. After covering her with the quilt, while she was not paying attention, Lon injected a trace of divine power into her legs to speed up the recovery of the wound. After doing all this, he lay down beside Carola. Call me if you need anything, Lon told her. Yeah, Carola nodded. Soon, both entered the dream. Because of the divine power injected by Lon, after Carola fell asleep, her leg injuries were recovering dozens of times faster. The night was exceptionally quiet, although the Higginshina area of the Wall of Maria was destroyed and a large number of giants entered. But after all, it has just happened. At this time, the area between the Wall of Maria and the Wall of Rose is not full of giants, but there are some giants in the entrance area of Higginshina, and other places are relatively safe. The next morning, Enlon was woken up by Kerala and took her to the toilet. Next, with the help of Enlon, the wash was completed. Enlon made 2 breakfasts, and after the 2 had eaten, they were ready to continue their journey towards the Wall of Rose. Considering that Kalula only had surgery last night, Enlon didn't change the RV to an off-road vehicle and drove the RV directly. Kerala was lying on the sofa, watching the American drama A Song of Ice and Fire. In order to keep the RV from being discovered, the places where Enlon walks are relatively remote places. Because of avoiding crowds and walking in remote areas, the distance was greatly extended by Enlon. Kerala seemed to understand what Enlon was thinking, so she didn't say anything. She enjoys the life of RV, air conditioning, and chasing dramas, and she wants to extend the distance. Just because of the surgery, it is inconvenient to go to the toilet and has to trouble Enlon every time. Kerala was ashamed at first, but it didn't matter after more times. Anyway, I watched everything I should, and I saw everything I shouldn't. She didn't believe that Enlon could be interested in an old woman like her. However, she didn't know that Enlon's Soul of Wei Wu attribute was just as good. After that, Enlon used her supernatural powers to restore Kerala's legs every night when she wasn't paying attention. So in just a few days, she is fully recovered after the operation. The non-penetrating bone connection has recovered, and even the injuries of the external muscles have recovered, including the stab wound from the operation. Originally, it was just a quick recovery, and it hadn't caught Kerala's attention. But after she opened the bandage, she found that there was no wound. The slender legs are still white, tender and smooth, without a single wound or scar after surgery. This is nothing short of miraculous. Regardless of the muscles and internal bones, the recovery is exactly the same as before it was broken, and it does not look like a person with a broken bone. Kerala actually knew in her heart that this must be the reason for Enlon. She didn't guess that Enlon used divine power to help her recover, but guessed that it was probably related to the medicine Enlon gave her. Well, it should be some kind of super powerful recovery potion. As a result, she felt more guilty about Enlon. Such a powerful potion must be very precious, and it was actually used on himself. Not only saved her, but also helped her recover with precious potions. This moved Kerala very much, and it seemed that Enlon's figure was deeply engraved into it. As for her ex-husband, it slowly faded away during the time she spent with Enlon. After the injury completely recovered, the first thing Kerala did was to take a bath comfortably. As for the shower head in the RV, she has been trying it for a long time. I couldn't take a bath before because of the injury, but now I can take a bath. After taking a shower, I put on the white dress that Enlon prepared for her. Don't ask Enlon where the clothes came from, because he can materially create, of course. He did not create clothes here, but took out ready-made clothes. Don't forget that Haruna and Mikasa have lived with him in the RV for 2 years, and naturally there are a lot of 2 women's clothes inside. Kerala's figure is almost the same as that of Haruna. No matter her height or body type, she can just wear clothes of a size. Now that she can move her legs and put on new clothes after taking a shower, Kerala decides to simply repay Enlon. Today she is going to make a big meal to entertain Enlon well. After spending a few days together, watching Enlon cook with the modern kitchen utensils in the RV, she has already learned it. As a housewife, she can't wait to try this convenient and simple kitchen utensil. Enlon drove the car in the cab, and Kerala was in the RV while humming the theme of A Song of Ice and Fire, while cooking, not to mention how good she was. At noon, Enlon parked the RV in a sheltered place and walked from the cab to the living room. At this time, Kalula has already prepared the meals. Although they are all European style, they are delicious because of her excellent craftsmanship. The 2 chatted and ate together, happily like a young couple. After eating, Enlon continued to drive. Carola cleaned the dishes and then sat on the sofa to continue the drama. Time passed, and after 2 more days, Enlon and Kerala finally reached the Wall of Rose. The Wall of Rose is the same as the Wall of Maria, except for the surrounding city walls. The places where humans live are still partly in the four directions, namely, the Trost region, the Kalani's region, the Karoraba region, and the Uturbai region. Subregion. And Lon doesn't know where the male protagonist Ellen, the son of Kerala, is, because he watched the giants in Fast Forward in his previous life, and only watched the bloody 637 battle part. Many details of the plot were skipped. Later, when I wanted to watch it again, the anime was blocked. As for the next few seasons, he didn't even watch it. For many of the giants' plots, he mostly learned from the chat video of the Up Master at Station B. The place where Lon and Kerala came to was the Trost region. Before the two of them arrived, they had already put away the RV and chose to walk into the city. Besides them, there are other large numbers of refugees. Maria's wall also has 4 areas. After the southern Higginshina area was destroyed, countless unsullied giants entered the area between Maria's wall and Rose's wall. This area was originally absolutely safe and belonged to the back garden of the 4 areas of Wall Maria. Now the giants enter the back garden through the Higginshina area, which is no longer safe. Therefore, the people in the other 3 areas all abandoned their original areas and collectively moved to the 4 areas of the Wall of Rose. This also led to a surge in the population of the 4 areas of the Wall of Rose, and the situation became uninhabitable. For this reason, the high-level personnel transferred some important personnel and wealthy people to the 3rd central defensive city wall, the Wall of Sheena. Those who have money have already gone to the inside of the safest 3rd city wall, and those who have no money can only stay in the 4 areas of the Wall of Rose. The belongings and money brought by these outsiders are not much, and they have no place to live in the local area, so they can only crowd in some public places and on both sides of the street. As a result, serious security problems have arisen in the 4 major areas of the Wall of Rose. After Lon brought Kerala into the city, he planned to find a place to live. Because there are too many people in the city, even some people in the wild, and Lon has no way to expose the RV, so he can only go to a hotel. As a result, I ran several and the hotels were all full. And Lon and Kerala looked at each other with helpless expressions. Otherwise, let's take a RV, Kerala suggested. There are people in the area. Except for the city, there are even people in the wilderness. When the RV is taken out, it will be found and attract the attention of the higher-ups. And Lon shook his head and refused. But even if they are discovered by the higher-ups, is it possible that they have to forcefully take it away? Kerala feels that Lon is too careful. And Lon was slightly taken aback. Yes, he seemed to be too careful. In order not to be troubled, he has been hiding himself since he came to this world. But is it necessary? As the dragon god of creation, do you need to care about ordinary people? Not to mention Emeraldia, what if the Murray Empire and the United Nations in the Middle East are united? These mortals can destroy them with a single thought. I have to say that Kerala's words changed Lan's mentality. Maybe it was because she was watching the relationship between ice and fire recently. She became smarter, and she could see what Lon was thinking at a glance. Lon left the Trost area with Kerala and entered the interior of the Wall of Rose. In addition to the 4 major areas of the Wall of Rose, there are actually people living inside, but it is not a city, but a scattered village. The same is true of the Wall of Maria, but the Wall of Maria has already entered, so the people in those villages also fled to the Wall of Rose. After the 2 left the inner door, they found an inconspicuous place, took out the RV, and planned to live here temporarily. With a place to live, Kerala's mind returned to her son. After a night of rest, Kerala came to the Trost area again, looking for her son Alan. But she searched for a day and couldn't find it. There were too many foreigners in the city, and they didn't bring anything to eat. The farmland that used to be planted was all at the Wall of Mary. So the high level decided to open grain warehouses and distribute grain. Everyone can receive a brown bread as a day's ration. But even so, because the population base was too large, the food of the Aborigines in the Wall of Rose was also divided. As a result, the Aborigines are disgusted and unwelcome to these outsiders. The law and order, which was already bad, got worse. A few days later, in order to ensure food supply, the top officials decided to send all refugees to the interior of the Wall of Rose to open up wasteland. All those who are not native residents will be pulled to open up wasteland. Originally, Anlan and Calula were also taken away, but Anlan created the identity of a local resident with divine power, so he escaped and went to open up the wasteland. But Kerala insisted on clamoring to open up the wasteland, because if all the outsiders went to open up the wasteland, she would definitely be able to find her son Ellen. In this regard, Anlan could only agree to let her go to the wasteland alone. As the dragon god of creation, Anlan will naturally not follow to open up wasteland. At the same time, Anlan took Arena and Mikasa on a cruise ship to the Trost area. Why did the main body go first, but arrived at the Trost area behind the clone? Naturally because of the mountains and waters along the way. There is everything on the cruise ship, and Lon and Haruna have been tired of being together almost every day since they had a relationship 2 years ago. If it were an ordinary person, no more pair of kidneys would be able to bear it. But Anlan is different. His body is a god body, and he has the god-level ability of God of Life, which can be refilled indefinitely. Under his irrigation and nourishment, Haruna became more and more beautiful. The area of Higashina is south of the Wall of Maria, and the area to the south of the Wall of Rose is the area of Tolost. Therefore, almost all the people who fled from the Higashina area are concentrated in the Higashina area. It stands to reason that Kerala's son Alan should also be here. But for some reason, Kerala searched the whole town and couldn't find Ellen. In desperation, he ran to open up wasteland. After Anlan brought Haruna and Mikasa into the city, like a clone, he created an Aboriginal identity certificate. In this way, they don't need to go to wasteland. Because the outsiders have gone to open up the wasteland, the hotels in the town are also empty. Anlan arranged the two women in a hotel, and then the main body found the clone. The clone turned into a divine power and returned to the main body. Next, Anlan brought Haruna and Mikasa to the RV where he and Kerala lived before. Back in the familiar RV, Haruna and Mikasa were very happy. Haruna immediately took off her jacket, turned on the air conditioner, and started busy in the kitchen. After a short rest, Mikasa began to continue training. Because there is no training venue here, she can only perform running training nearby. As night fell, Haruna made dinner and asked Mikasa, who was running, to come back for dinner. At the dining table, Arena asked Anlan, "Wouldn't it be bad for us to escape the wasteland like this?" "It doesn't matter. Those people went to the wasteland because they didn't have food to eat. They ate most of the food of the Aborigines, so they naturally went to the wasteland to plant, but we didn't eat the food of the Aborigines, nor did we eat the food distributed above. We eat our own food. So we don't owe them anything and there is no need to go to wasteland." And Lon explained to Haruna, "You're right, but you can't always eat the food you have stored. You have to eat some fresh vegetables and fruits, so I plan to open some fields nearby and then grow some vegetables and fruits and raise some chickens, ducks, and geese. Pig, don't seek to get rich. Just eat enough for us." Haruna said happily, "Whatever you want. Do you want me to lend you an excavator to open up wasteland?" Inlan asked with a smile. Okay, I've been driving that car for a long time," Chingnai said with anticipation on her face. "Then we'll be together tomorrow." And Lon felt very warm when she saw her appearance. The first few worlds were used to the days of fighting and killing, and this kind of seclusion life of returning to the fields seemed to be very good. But of course, he is not a real seclusion, because the real plot of The Giant is after the male protagonist Alan grows up. So Anlan is not in a hurry. He intends to gather several important characters in the original book to his side before the plot begins, and then collect them as a family. As for losing those important roles, and how the subsequent plot develops, that's none of his business. The Iron Triangle, Alan, Mikasa, and Ermin must not be spared. Needless to say, Mikasa was her own daughter, and she was her own daughter. In addition to her Ackerman blood, she must be taken away. Ermin's brain is very smart, and he can become a character like a military advisor in the family. As for Alan, if there is no blackening of magic, he is also a good talent. Coupled with her mother Kerala's relationship, try to change him as much as possible. Now that Kerala is not dead, I believe that his hatred of giants will not be as boundless as the original. In addition to the Iron Triangle, Captain Levi is definitely not to be missed. The strongest human being in this world, this is not a casual talk. There is also Ani, although she is from Marai's side, but Enlon does not belong to any power in this world, and naturally does not care about Ani's birth. Sasha is also good, with sharp motor nerves and the potential of a beast. It's a pity that the original was shot to death. This must be saved. In addition, there are many characters who are very powerful and have high achievements in one aspect. For example, Hanji, his wisdom is even higher than that of Ermin. There is also Erwin, the commander of the Survey Corps, whose stratagems and tactics are also above Ermin. But Ermin seems to have integrated the advantages of the two, not only has a high IQ, but also has a very powerful strategy and combat strategy. The next day, Haruna got up from Enlan's arms early in the morning, made a quick breakfast, and started to cultivate the fields. She circled around the RV and circled nearby, frowning deeper and deeper. Enlan came to her with a bowl, and while eating breakfast, he asked, with such a frown, "What can't be solved?" Haruna sighed and said, "Although the place where you put the RV is hidden, the surrounding land is not bad. You can reclaim the fields, but there is no water source around." 35. What a big deal. Since the fields can be reclaimed, then we just need to dig another pond, and then dig a well near the RV. The water source problem will be solved. Enlon came up with a solution in an instant. Farming, that is the talent of the people of the Celestial Dynasty. No matter how bad the environment is, it can grow food for you. If the epidemic is trapped in the community and there is not enough vegetables to eat, then grow vegetables in the green belt of the community. Living in arid regions of Africa and the Middle East can also grow vegetables. The bosses of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences in the previous life just researched the saline alkali rice, seeds grown in saline alkali land, as well as the upland rice, seeds that were specially grown in arid areas. Although Enlon has never cultivated land, he has a good understanding of this field under the influence of his grandparents and parents in his previous life. Whether you are growing rice or vegetables, it is common to encounter droughts. Is it impossible to grow vegetables without water? Do you understand well? 1 bite is not enough, 2 bites. Will a well be drilled here to produce water? Haruna asked uncertainly. Although she is a qualified housewife, she only knows how to do laundry, cook, knit sweaters, and go to the fields. She doesn't know anything about other things. Although she knew about wells, she didn't know anything about how to drill wells, how to accurately find seats, and how to confirm groundwater sources. Don't worry, leave it to me. Enlon gave him a reassuring look. Although he can't dig wells, but the Sans Corps can. Every time Enlon goes to a new world, the Psycho Corps will copy all the knowledge and technology of that world. Besides, even if Enlon doesn't know how to dig wells, he can still use divine skills. After breakfast, Mikasa went to train alone. This kind of self-discipline is really admirable. Enlon instructed to drive the excavator and start digging in the area where Haruna decided to reclaim the field. The soil of the field must be soft and free of weedy roots. Enlon dug several times, removed all the roots and weeds, and then set fire to it. These plant ashes are natural inorganic fertilizers, which just blend with the tumbling soil to increase the fertility of the land. One morning, Enlon drove an excavator and reclaimed 2 fields. One is a vegetable field for growing vegetables, and the other is a fruit field for growing fruits. After the reclamation is completed, the fields will be well planned, and they will immediately look good. In addition to the fields, Haruna also intends to raise livestock, so she has to create a circle for raising livestock. Enlon left it to her to do it herself, while he drove an excavator and dug a pond near the field. Then near the RV, a well was drilled. Enlon didn't check any drilling, just saw the groundwater seat through the eyes of God and drilled directly. As long as you find a good seat, you will succeed once. After the well was drilled, water began to seep rapidly inside, and it quickly filled up. The water on the other side of the pond needs to wait until it rains. But Enlon couldn't wait and directly cast water magic to fill the pond. The newly dug pond is a little turbid. Enlon has a purification skill. All the dirty things in the water have sunk to the bottom, and the water source has become crystal clear. Enlon took out some lotus root seeds and threw them into the pond, using the flower blossom instant in the skill God of Life. These seeds quickly plunged into the soil and germinated, and then lotus roots grew. On the surface of the pond, pieces of lotus leaves and lotus flowers also grow, which are extremely beautiful. Next, Enlon went to vegetable and fruit fields and planted some vegetables and fruits. It is still, in an instant, when all the vegetables and fruits are grown. The vegetable field is full of various vegetables, and the fruit field is also full of various fruits. Some fruits even come from special plants in the underground city of the wrong world. They grow regardless of the season, and the fruits they bear are very delicious. Seeing his masterpiece, Enlon smiled with satisfaction. On the other hand, after Haruna used the fence to draw the breeding area, she happened to see the abundant vegetables and fruits in the vegetable field and fruit field, and she was stunned. Enlon, you did this? Haruna asked uncertainly. She has been with Enlon for more than 2 years, and naturally discovered his various magical means, but she did not expect to have such abilities. Sure, satisfied? Enlon asked with a smile. Satisfied, very satisfied. Haruna happily threw herself on Enlon. Enlon took it and held it high. The two are like newlyweds, a little too sweet to be tired of. After a busy day during the day, after having dinner at night and taking a bath, the two had a hearty battle, Wang Haozhao. In the days that followed, the life of the three of them seemed to return to the way it was before. With their continuous efforts, not only vegetable fields and fruit fields were reclaimed around the RV, but a garden was also built. And lawn where Mikasa trained was also re-established for her. These little days have been happier and happier. Until a month later, Kerala came back. This time, she not only came back by herself, but also brought her son Alan and another child about the same age as Alan. When Enlon looked at him, he recognized at a glance that it was Ermin from the Iron Triangle. Carola was also excited when she saw Haruna and Mikasa. It turns out that Mikasa and Alan have been childhood sweethearts since childhood, and the two have known each other. In the original book, it was Alan who went to Mikasa's house to discover that she was kidnapped by human traffickers. Then this guy killed 2 traffickers, and when the 3rd trafficker was about to strangle to death, he awakened Mikasa's Ackerman bloodline and killed the last trafficker. It was only the appearance of Enlon that cut Alan off. This also makes Mikasa have no other feelings for Ellen, just as a childhood playmate and ordinary friend. When Kerala and Haruna met, they seemed to have endless things to say. When Kerala learned that Haruna was also rescued by Enlon, she showed a surprised look. It was later learned that when the two lived together 2 years ago, their mouths grew even more surprised. If according to what Haruna said, they lived together all the time, and they fled together the day the Higginshina area fell, then who was Enlon who was with him for so much money? Are there 2 Enlon? Or are they twins? Looking at Kerala's shocked expression, Enlon just smiled at her and blinked. Kalula's face suddenly turned red. This be asterisk 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 D has Haruna, and she actually came to seduce her married woman. Because there are 3 more people, an RV is definitely not enough to live in. Although Enlon's 2 RVs are large and can accommodate more than 6 people, it can be very crowded when all the beds are used, even the sofa. So he made a relatively small RV and used it to live in 3 people, Kerala, Alan, and Ermin. This hidden place is equivalent to having 2 families. Enlon also took this opportunity to check Ellen's body and found that he had inherited the power of the 2 giants, Attack and Ancestor. The reason why he couldn't find him when he came to Kerala's front end should be taken by his father Grisha to inherit the power of giants. If this kid is not allowed to touch the royal family, he will not see the memories of the past and the future. Then the shit-like ending of the original book should not happen. In fact, Enlon has always been full of question marks about the giants' worldview. Since the 145th king, the Eldians have changed the memories of all their clansmen and moved to the island of Parity, and have been isolated from the world since then. But Marai used the power of the 8 giants other than the ancestors to fight around the world. This also indirectly caused people all over the world to hate the giants and the Eldians, thinking they were demons. So, why should the Eldians take the blame for the Marai? The Eldians have been isolated from the world on Parity Island for hundreds of years, and they have never caused trouble or waged wars. Due to the advancement of technology, the Marai began to plan to go to Parity Island to snatch the power of the ancestors of the Eldia royal family. All things are caused by the Marai, all the causes and wars are caused by them, but the hatred is the Eldian people. Euthanasia planned to sterilize all the Eldians and then completely exterminate the tribe. What did the Eldians who lived on the island for hundreds of years do wrong? In order to protect the clan, Alan, the male protagonist, launched Ming to destroy the world, but he was killed by his own people and the Marai. This plot really made Inland's head full of question marks. In the early stage, Mikasa could fight against the world for Eren, but she killed Eren with her own hands. This change in character makes Mikasa's character unpleasant. Now that Mikasa and Eren are both members of his family that he intends to earn, naturally, he will not let them follow the route of the original. The way to save 637 and save the Eldians is very simple. Wipe out the power of giants and let the power of giants completely disappear from this world. In this way, Marai can't let the Eldians take the blame. The nations against which Marai is hostile will surely retaliate against Marai after he loses his giant power. Marai has been waging wars all these years and is bound to be retaliated against. Of course, Enlon won't remove the power of giants right away. Once the power of giants is eliminated, the unsullied giants outside the city walls will also become normal human beings. Without the threat of the unsullied giants, the Eldians are safe, but also without protection. Although those unsullied giants kept the Eldians trapped within the city walls, they still protected them. As long as there are unsullied giants, no invaders dare to land on Parity Island. Except for airplanes, of course. However, according to the plot, the plane will have to wait a few years before it will appear, and currently there are only airships in Marai. The key point is that Enlon must use the giants if he wants to subdue the genius characters in the original books as his family. Only when those geniuses are desperate, and they are saving themselves, can they give up. After a while, those who were sent to open up the wasteland were all summoned. There is no way, the newly reclaimed fields, from the planting of food to the harvest, there is a quarter of time in the middle. But now the food is not enough to eat, it is impossible to wait that long. To this end, the government can only throw all refugees, except children, into battle in the name of taking back the Wall of Maria. These refugees are just ordinary people, and they are not trained troops. They don't have three-dimensional mobile devices, so how can they beat giants? The government is asking them to die, to reduce the population at one time, so that the food crisis can be overcome. The number of refugees is 250,000, accounting for 20% of the total population. In the end, only 100 people survived. These more than 100 people are still leading soldiers, so it is said that all the refugees died. A very vicious and heroic method that does not take human life seriously at all. Another 2 years have passed, and the 104th Training Corps has begun to recruit new people. Naturally, Alan couldn't let this opportunity go, and was clamoring to join. Of course, Carola was unwilling, and the mother and son had a big fight. In the end, Carola relented and let Ellen go. Ermin naturally followed. Mikasa didn't want to go at first, but because of being cut off by Enlon, she now has no special feelings for Alan, but just regarded her as an ordinary friend. But Enlon let her go, accepted the baptism of the army, and by the way learned the use of three-dimensional mobile devices and fighting methods. Mikasa naturally followed Enlan's words. In this way, the Iron Triangle, like the original, joined the 104th Training Corps together. After 3 years of training, all the protagonists have grown up, and the plot will officially begin. And Lon can't wait in this world for 3 more years, so after he joined the training corps in the Iron Triangle, he planned to leave the giant world. He plans to wait until 3 years later, when the plot begins, to come back again. He didn't plan to take the 2 daughters, Haruna and Kerala, and let them stay in this world for a few years. And Lon left a large amount of food resources to the 2 girls, and even the RV was not taken back, but was directly left to them for use. The 2 women were very reluctant to learn that Enlon was going to leave. At night, after Enlon and Haruna had a fight, Kerala actually came to their bedroom and joined the fight. MJU4NDA2NTC3ODM1MSY4NZCYOJI smiley face. The 3 fought until dawn, when Enlon pretended to leave. When he left the side of the 2 women, he used the ability of the god of time and space and left this world. Campus Apocalypse, an island with no one. This world has become a world of dead bodies. After the protagonist escaped from the city of Bedlord, they were lucky to come to this isolated island. When Enlon came to the island, he only saw Miyamoto Rei, Takagi Saya, Magawa Shizuka, Nan Rika, Takagi Yuriko, Nakoka Asami, Cerealis' children, Komuro Takaya, Hirano Toda, Takacho Soichiro is gone. Enlon. When Rei Miyamoto and his children saw Enlon, they were immediately excited. Why are you the only ones left, Komuro Taka and the others? Enlon asked strangely. At the beginning, he took Siko Tujima, because the protagonist group lacked one person, so he went to take Nanrika from the airport to the protagonist group, in order to supplement the protagonist group's combat effectiveness. For the safety of the protagonist group, he also sent it to Geo Changfu. It's hard to say. Miyamoto Rei sighed. Then, in her explanation, Enlon finally understood what was going on. It turns out that after Hiro Wisteria was killed by Enlon, he felt that the Takajo mansion was the safest. But man's calculation is not as good as heaven's calculation, and the revision power of history is very strong. Enlon walked by, and a guy replaced Koichi Wisteria, breaking through the defensive measures on the Takajo mansion, causing a large number of dead bodies to rush into the Takajo mansion, just like the original. Komuro Takahashi and Notoda were both infected with dead bodies in that battle, and then sacrificed. Saya Gaoqing's father, Soichiro Gaoqing, in order to protect the girls from fleeing, organized the people in the house to resist desperately, and finally sacrificed. Then the girls drove the modified Hummer of Nanlixiang, fled the main city of the bed, and came to the beach. They found an empty cruise ship and planned to leave the island country by boat. As a result, the cruise ship ran out of fuel and were all trapped on the island. Enlon was speechless for a while after hearing this. Originally, he returned to the campus to record the world by Cici, just to bring Nan Lixiang into his family. Now that there are only girls left in the entire protagonist group, 1 man and 2 men are dead, and Enlan's thoughts have changed. In this case, it must be paid in full. Immediately, Enlon asked them if they would like to be like Siko Pashima, become their own family, and take them out of this world full of dead bodies. The girls didn't even think about it, and immediately agreed. Miyamoto Rei seemed to be Enlan's family last time, but Enlon looked down on her because of her green tea personality. Now that Xiao is dead, she has nowhere to make green tea, so she can barely earn a family. Neither Nakoka Asami nor Cerealis knew Enlon, because the 2 women joined the protagonist group after Enlon left. These 2 women are the policewoman and the Little Loli in the original novel. Little Loli has appeared in the anime, but the policewoman has not, but there is her plot in the comics. After Miyamoto Rei explained it to the 2 girls, they were all stunned. Even if Cerealis was a child, she still couldn't believe that this handsome brother in front of her was actually a god. In the end, the 2 women also chose to agree. Otherwise, everyone else would leave, leaving only the 2 of them on the island, and they wouldn't be able to survive. Moreover, this world is already a world of dead bodies, so there is no need to take pictures. To become a family of God and follow God to a new world is the most correct choice. Seeing that all the girls agreed, Enlon showed a satisfied smile. Of course, these family members were collected by Enlon for Athena, but he himself would not accept them. Because his family members only follow the elite route, only Nan Lixiang meets the conditions. But Anlan didn't plan to break them up either, so let them join the Athena family together. Next, Anlan brought out some food to fill their stomachs, and then brought out some new women's clothing for them to change into. They have been living on this isolated island for 5 years, and they have almost become savages. They eat barbecued meat and seafood every day, and have not eaten modern human food for a long time. So this meal, they ate very crazy. After they had enough to eat and drink, and changed into clean clothes, Anlan took them along and traveled to the world of ordinary occupations. Anlan has lived in the giant world for 5 years, and 5 years have passed in the ordinary world. Now, Queen Liliana has passed the throne to her younger brother Randall. The two countries, humans and demihumans, also coexist peacefully, and there will be no more wars. The girls were all excited when they saw Anlan's return. Those family members of Athena, in the past 5 years, the level has increased very quickly. The 3 liberators Milady, Mayor, and Ladiris have all reached LV6. Shia and Tio have reached level 5. Kaori Shirazaki, Shizuku Yagashi, and Rei Taniguchi have reached LV4. Liliana, Hatayama Aiko, Sano Buka, Sugawara Teiko, Miyazaki Nana have reached LV3. Yu and Noin are Anlan's relatives, because Anlan is absent, so the favor cannot be updated, so they all reach the peak of LV1 level, and all attributes have been brushed to the SSS level. Seeing this, Anlan immediately updated the status of the 2 girls, and all of them were upgraded to LV2. Miyamoto Rei, Takagi Saya, Nanrika, and the others were all amazed when they came to the other world. Unexpectedly, the other world that only exists in the comics, they can also travel here in this life. Anlan introduced the girls of the Campus Apocalypse world to the girls of the ordinary professional world. When Athena learned that these were also her family, she was very happy, and she was full of blessings to the girls. At night, Anlan and Athena lingered together to relieve the pain of lovesickness. On the second night, Anlan fought Ramia again. After staying in the ordinary professional world for another 3 months, Anlan did not leave with the girls until Yu and Noin were upgraded to level 3, and all the girls in the Campus Apocalypse were upgraded to level 2. Moon World. After Anlan brought the female rewards, he found Irisfield directly. Since she is no longer the vessel of the Holy Grail, she has left Einsburn. Not only that, but she also used the power of Arturia and Joan of Arc to snatch her daughter Iliasfiel from the Einsburn family. Arturia and Joan of Arc were given flesh because of the black mud of the Holy Grail, so they have been unable to return to the throne of heroes. In desperation, she can only protect Irisfiel's mother and daughter and Sakura under the arrangement of Anlan. In the 4 years since they left, Ilia and Sakura have grown a lot. The 2 girls were very happy when they saw Anlan. Anlan asked them to take their daughter Meow to play together, and Meow quickly integrated into the 2 little sisters and had a great time. When Irisfiel saw Anlan's return, she immediately hugged her excitedly. Anyway, Kiritsugu is dead, and she is now a single mother, so she doesn't have to be burdened anymore. Anlan is a little helpless, and his mother seems to be a little too much. Feelings have gone further and further along the road of Chothief. In the past few years, Luculasia has studied the magic of various moon worlds. Coupled with the magic taught by Anlan, her strength has improved a lot. Anlan bestowed her favor directly and made her his own family. Arturia and Joan of Arc were very upset when they saw Anlan. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been trapped here and couldn't return to the throne of heroes. In desperation, Anlan could only send an invitation to the 2 women to join his family. As a result, both women refused, and Arturia wanted to continue participating in the Holy Grail War to save Britain. Not to mention Joan of Arc, she is only loyal to God. It is absolutely impossible for her to betray God to believe in Anlan. The firm eyes of the 2 women let Anlan know that they would definitely not join. For this reason, Anlan can only help them destroy their bodies and let their souls return to the throne of heroes. Anyway, his family already has an Arturia, although it is a blackened version, but it is the same. As for Joan of Arc, the reason for Enlan's interest in her is very simple, as the standard bearer of the family in the future. Since Baijanda's belief is too strong to get a hand, then in the future, a black Janda delay will be the standard bearer. As long as you don't pour it out and set fire to it, you don't need to worry about the rest. Even if the rank is Avenger, it doesn't matter. Enlan comforted himself in his heart, comforted. After sending off the 2 heroic spirits, Enlan spent a few days in Fuyuki City and took the mother and daughter Irisfeel, Luculasia, Sakura, and the girls from the ordinary professional world, as well as the campus Silent. The daughters of Rev left together. Next stop, God's Lair. After coming to the God's Lair world, Enlan met the 2 female knights under his command, Erica and Liliana. After thinking about the world for so long, the 2 women finally decided to become Enlan's family and follow him to the wrong world. In addition, there is the martial arts king Luo Hao. When Luo Hao saw the return of Enlan, who had disappeared for 4 years, he immediately took him to the competition. But the current Enlan is not the Enlan of the past. Under the extreme self-confidence, Luo Hao actually lost to Enlan in the simple martial arts competition. This made Luo Hao's heart flutter. This man, Luo Hao took a fancy to. Enlan confessed his identity to her, a deity from outside the realm, and is now going back. When Luo Hao heard that there were other worlds, but gods and humans mixed together, he immediately became interested and wanted to see them together. Seeing this, Enlan suddenly noticed. He wants to make Luo Hao a god of war. Then, just like Athena, recruit family members. He is planning to build an adventurer city beyond Orari in the wrong world, so he must need gods. If there are no gods to recruit family members, how can adventurers go there? When the city is built in the future, Astria can be pulled over. Then there is Athena. After the plot begins, the blue ribbon Hestia can also win over. Friends of the blue ribbon, such as Hephaestus, can also try to win over. But even so, the number of gods is still far less than that of Yulari. Then, the only way is to create a god. Luo Hao's martial arts are high and strong, and he has the power of many gods that cannot be obeyed, so he can completely become a god of martial arts. There is also the deified dummy king in the moon world, Lungaminiad. At that time, the entire city, except for himself, will be all goddesses. Then the goddesses' subordinates are all female relatives, and they are all their own harems. Darling, just thinking about it makes people's blood boil, and some can't stand it. If you don't have the skill of God of Life, you will have to squeeze and drink wolfberry juice every day in the future. As for the male family members that Enlan received, let them stay in Orari and develop on their own. On Mount Lu, Enlan, who had competed in martial arts, said to Luo Hao, "Have you ever thought about becoming a god?" Luo Hao was stunned for a moment and then asked, "Why do you want to become a god?" Although the God's Lair has the strength to rival the gods, but after all, you are a mortal body. You have lived for more than 200 years. Although the God's Lair has increased your lifespan, you cannot live forever. I don't want to lose you in the future. Enlan looking at her, he said affectionately. I have to say that Luo Hao is the first woman who made him feel. Whether it is the identity of the Huxia, as well as the character of protecting the calf, and the domineering of maintaining the Huxia, all make Enlan obsessed. Guesher Wushuang, king of Wuxia, her martial arts and appearance are all the most perfect among all the women Enlan has ever seen. Although Enlan has a harem mentality, since he gave it to Athena for the first time, he has had several women in succession. There are also women in his family, as well as women in several other worlds, all of which are ambiguous. For those women, Enlan is more of an LSP nature and wants to possess them. But for Luo Hao, he really wants to pursue each other and wants to have a sweet love with each other. If there is a main palace in the harem in the future, Enlan will choose Luo Hao without hesitation. Luo Hao is a woman he truly fell in love with. After Luo Hao heard Enlan's words, he showed a smile and said, I can promise you to become a god, but what should I do? Apparently, she received Enlan. Although she knows that Enlan has other women, it does not prevent her from falling in love with Enlan, as long as she has a big house. After all, Luo Hao was from the late Qing dynasty, and he still kept some old rules in his bones. For example, a man can have 3 wives and 4 concubines, which she does not object to. But if her man has 3 wives and 4 concubines, then he must be the eldest wife. I have a way. Just transform your body into a god body, and then you can use martial arts to become a god and get the god status and godhead. And Lan explained to her. Now, as the dragon god of creation, he has created a universe by himself, so he can be conferred a god completely. And Lan is the master of the god-created universe. If this universe develops into a magical world in the future, some gods will definitely be born. These divine positions and Lan can confer at will. Well, everything is up to you. Luo Hao nodded. And Lan was overjoyed and immediately began to modify Luo Hao's body with the Sans core, transforming her mortal body into that of a god. This is just like after Meng Wang devoured the storm dragon, analyzed the storm dragon, and then evolved himself into a dragon species. There are also several gods swallowed by Lan. Theosophical Core has analyzed the gods of different worlds, and it is most clear about the gods. Combining the advantages of several great divine bodies, Luo Hao has evolved an incomparably powerful divine body. After possessing the divine body, Lan gave Luo Hao the divine position of the god of war in the universe of divine creation, as well as the divine personality. Divine body, divine personality, and divine position are combined into one, and Luo Hao has officially become the god of war. Not only that, but the powers she previously obtained by killing gods were all inherited by the gods of war, and they became her powers completely, and she also gained the powers of gods of martial arts all over her body. After Luo Hao became a god, Lan taught her the method of God's grace. In this way, Luo Hao can also develop his own family. Feeling his strength, Luo Hao also showed a smile. The next day, Luo Hao passed the positions of the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance and the leader of the 5 prisons to his apprentice Lu Yinghua. In this way, she can safely follow Lan to the wrong world. King of Conqueror, although it is only a temporary alliance, please keep the promise. Of course. 35 Iskandar replied. Einsburn, do you have any plans? I heard from Lancer just now that this is not the first time you have fought against Castor, right? Writer's Master Weber asked Irisfiel. In short, we can only fight quickly. That monster can only maintain its existence by relying on the magic power provided by Castor, but when it starts to forage on its own and becomes self-sufficient, it will not be able to deal with it. We have to develop until stop Castor before that. Irisfiel replied. It turns out that it means that it needs to be dealt with before it goes ashore for food, but Castor himself is in the monster's body. What should I do? Iskandar said helplessly. His noble phantasm is a large army of followers, but dealing with such a huge monster is equivalent to scraping. If you want to deal with this kind of monster, you must use a powerful noble phantasm of destructive power such as a counter-city. The only way to pull him out is to do this. As long as his noble phantasm is exposed, my red rose of destruction can destroy his technique with a single blow. Lancer appeared and said, Lancer, if this spear is used to throw, can it hit Castor's noble phantasm from the shore? Artoria asked. As long as you can see it, it's easy. Lancer said confidently. Then I and Ryder will be the strikers, okay, King of Conquerors? Artoria asked Iskandar. Okay. But my chariot can run without roads. Saber, how are you going to attack the enemy in the river? Iskandar asked inexplicably. I am blessed by the fairies in the lake. No matter how deep the water is, nothing can stop my progress. Arturia replied. Since it's an alliance, it doesn't matter if they expose their abilities to each other. What's more, her current spiritual foundation can completely sweep this Holy Grail war like Gilgamesh. Just like the Amiya giants, they end the battle with 7 in one night. That's really a rare ability. I want to bring you under my command more and more. 35 Iskandar said enviously. In front of him is because he is blocked by the sea and cannot continue to conquer. If he also has this ability, he can know what 623 is on the other side of the sea. You're open-mouthed. I'll find out to you in the future, and now I'll dig out Castor from the monster's stomach. Arturia glared at him with a bad look. Haha, yes, Then it's up to me to take the lead, Iskandar said and drove his chariot towards the monsters in the lake. Saber, I wish you good luck. Irisfeel put her hands on her heart and wished sincerely. Yeah. Arturia nodded, then jumped into the river and rushed towards the monster. Under the Wind King's barrier, the original black suit became a battle armor. Of course, it wasn't the previous blue battle dress, but the pure white Lion King's silver armor. Her boots stepped on the water, ripples of blue magic power appeared, and they did not sink, but were walking on the ground. It's time to make a break, Castor, Arturia said. At this time, a huge octopus tentacles attacked her. Barb-like fangs stand under the tentacles. However, in the face of such an attack, Arturia cut it off with one piece. The battle was completely opened, and at the same time, the island country government was alerted, and 2 fighter jets were dispatched. One of the pilots is talking. If there are monsters, will they issue a clearance to engage? Another pilot said, if it was a monster movie, we would all be cannon fodder to set off the power of the Giant of Light who appeared at the end. You're not funny at all. However, in any case, it will soon be known. 35. The battle on the river became more and more intense, but no matter how Arturia and Iskandar attacked, those tentacles would recover quickly. As a result, the 2 will be consumed to death. Regeneration is horrible. When everyone saw the scene, they were a little desperate. The magic powers of Arturia and Iskandar were also rapidly consumed. If this continued, Castor would not be subjugated, and the 2 of them would be exhausted and die first. After seeing this scene, Joan of Arc wanted to take action and help the heroes to crusade against Castor, but as ruler, she must be fair and trustworthy and not allowed to intervene in the Holy Grail War. Castor's master Rain Sisi, Ikunasuk, who was hiding in the dark, was extremely excited and shouted in excitement. It's an unsightly scene. Although it is AB*******************, D, it has been a well-known powerhouse. Now all of them can't do anything about that ugly thing. It's really sad. 33 Gilgamesh drives his plane like a plane. The same Vimana, dragging his chin with one hand and speaking sarcastically. Don't you think? The hour. Standing on top was Tokiomi Tosaka, who looked down with a serious face and thought to himself, we must destroy that monster before there are more witnesses and take on the prestige of my Tosaka family. Because more and more humans came to the shore to watch, those people would be in danger. If it goes on like this, the clock tower will intervene. In addition, as a local magician, he also has the responsibility to protect the citizens of Fuyuki City. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but bow to Gilgamesh and said, my king, that giant beast is a vicious beast that ravages your courtyard. Please kill it yourself. Is that the work of the gardener, or? Sure, are you mocking that my noble phantasm is the gardener's hoe? Gilgamesh asked rhetorically. Now he is getting more and more unhappy with Tosaka Tokiomi. How could he listen to him? How dare I do this, but as you can see, other people can't deal with it. This is a good opportunity to show your power as a true hero, and please make a wise decision. Tosaka Tokiomi hurriedly said. Gilgamesh frowned slightly when he heard this. Tokiomi Tosaka became more and more unhappy, but the other party had a command spell, and his anti-magic power was too low to resist the command spell at all. For the time being, I can only agree. I saw that he opened the treasure of the king and projected a handful of noble phantasms from the sky, piercing the monster summoned by Castor. Seeing this scene, Arturia and Iskandar all stopped. The 2 of them couldn't help being shocked. This kind of unrestrained fighting style was indeed terrifying. There are so many noble phantasms that they are projected in the sky like this. Who can stop them? Gilgamesh's attack poked a few holes in the huge sea devil, but the sea devil's recovery ability was too fast, and it quickly recovered as before. This scene made everyone feel desperate so that no servant is its opponent. However, at this moment, Anlan, who was sitting on top of the clouds watching the excitement, knew that Gilgamesh did not make a full effort. If his treasure of the king is fully activated, the sea demon's recovery ability will not be able to keep up. This guy just opened 2 or 3 time space windows, and he stopped after a few attacks. This was basically done for Tosaka Tokiomi, and he didn't want to take action at all. That servant in golden armor has a pretty good noble phantasm. Athena sat next to Enlon and said interestingly, "Really good." Enlon nodded. Although Gilgamesh of the Bow rank is annoying and not as pleasing as the C rank, his Treasure of the King is really good as an attack method. In addition to the family's own strong strength, commercial achievements are also particularly significant. For example, the tavern Xingyue Firefly under his command has surpassed the Mistress of Abundance and has become the most popular tavern in Orari. The second is the level of the family members. Although they have not been updated for 5 years, this is precisely why the incongruity between the vessel and the mind left by the rapid upgrade in the early stage has disappeared. Not only has the strength been stabilized, but also in the original state. In terms of level, all the basic attributes are full. Similar to the original male protagonist Bel's first expedition after he was upgraded to LV4. When encountering the Moss Giant, Bel played against him for the first time, obviously falling behind. At that time, because he leveled up too fast, he was unable to exert the full strength of LV4, and his body and mind were not fully coordinated. But after experiencing the Battle of Shonen, he has completely completed the running in and exerted his LV4 strength. The members of the Enlon family, except for Artoria, Amiya, Shiro, Anna, Yunying, who are already powerful, do not need to run in after the upgrade, because they just raise the level to a stage that matches their original strength. Before they became family members, they all had rich combat experience. But other people are different, such as Yishio, Ma Muching, and the like are ordinary people. They have no combat experience, they level up too fast, and like Bel in the original book, they will appear in a state of physical and mental incoordination. Before Enlon left, all the members of the family were of very high rank, so they left on purpose for 5 years. In addition to waiting for the plot to start, it also allowed them to stabilize their foundation and run in their minds and bodies. On the guild side, after Uranos got a small world ecological planet created for him by Enlon, he was busy looking for heretics in the dungeon almost every day, and then 640 gained their trust and sent them to the dungeon. Go to the small world created by Enlon. In addition, that is not long ago, the heroine Hestia officially descended from the heaven to the world, came to Ulari, and temporarily lived in the Hephaestus family. The return of Enlon made the members of the clan very happy, but after they were happy, they became angry. The Lord God of his family threw them a mess and disappeared for 5 years. There are also Yuning and Anna's daughters. After seeing Enlan's come back with so many girls, she almost collapsed. The girls from other worlds brought by Enlon are also very curious about the wrong world. As soon as they arrived in this world, they began to madly popularize the basic knowledge of this world. After Enlon sincerely apologized to the family members, he finally calmed their emotions. The next step was to help them update their favors one by one and then upgrade them. In 5 years, they had already filled up all the attributes. After all the upgrades, Enlon distributed the newly recruited family members together to form the 5th team. After doing all this, Enlon finally breathed a sigh of relief. The current family members, as well as their ranks, are as follows. Team 1, Yishio, Leader, Level 6, Brand, Vice Team, Level 6, Tasmi, Level 5, Lubbock, Level 5, Will, Level 5, Lon, Level 5. Second Team, Artoria, Leader, LV7, Amiya Shiro, Deputy Team, LV7, Anna, LV7, Yunying, LV7. 3 teams, Nijita, Leader, Level 6, Chitong, Deputy, Level 6, Black Pupil, Level 6, Hill, Level 6, Leone, Level 5, Su Muching, Level 5, Class. 4 teams, Estes, Leader, Level 7, Siko Tashishima, Level 6 of the Deputy Team, Matu, Level 5. 5 teams, Noin, Leader, Level 3, Yu, Deputy, Level 3, Erica, Level 1, Liliana, Level 1, Luculasia, Level 1. The strength of the old members from the 1st team to the 4th team is already very terrifying. 5 are LV7, 7 are LV6, and 7 are LV6. And Lon didn't expect that Estes came from behind, and the level caught up with the second team. You must know that the second team is full of monsters, 3 heroic spirits, and 1 summoner. It can be said that Lon is currently the strongest team. The 5 teams are all new members. Except for Noin and you, who have been promoted by 2 levels in the ordinary world, Erica, Liliana, and Nuclearization have just received favors, so they are all LV1. But don't underestimate the 5th team because of the level, because the 5th team also has 2 monsters. The captain Noin is an angel, and his own strength has reached LV7. A stage that matches your strength. Deputy Team U is an atavistic vampire, possessing an undead body, all attribute magic of the 7 generations of gods, and his strength is not much weaker than that of Noin. There are also Erica and Liliana. They represent the genius of the 2 magician associations in the world of God's layers, and their combat power has reached LV5. Not to mention Nuclearization, the Sardinian witch. Her own strength is even higher than Erica and Liliana, plus the various magic tricks she learned in the moon world, as well as the lessons Lon taught her. Magic, comprehensive strength is definitely LV6. It can be said that although the 5 teams seem to have the lowest level, their comprehensive strength even surpasses the 1st, 3rd, and 4th teams, catching up with the 2nd team. When Athena saw that Lon divided her family into 5 teams, she also learned to divide her family into 2 teams. Team 1, Ludiris, leader, LV6, mayor. 2nd team, LV6, Milady, LV6, Shia, LV5, Tio, LV5, Liliana, LV3 level. Team 2, Kaori Shirasaki, leader, LV4, Yae Shizuku, vice team, LV4, Taniguchi Rei, LV4, Hatayama Aiko, LV3, Sanobuka, LV3, Sugawara Teiko, LV3 level, Nana Miyazaki, LV3 level. 3 teams, Nanrika, captain, LV2 level, Takajo Yuriko, deputy team, LV2 level, Miyamoto Rei, LV2 level, Takajo Saya, LV2 level, Magawa Shizuka, LV2 level, Nakoka Asami, LV2, Cerealis, LV2. The members of Athena's family come from the ordinary world and the campus apocalypse world. 1 team came from a different world from an ordinary world, and the 2nd team came from an island country traveler from an ordinary world. The 3 teams are from the world of the apocalypse on campus. Because the girls have lived on the island for more than 5 years, the original high school students Rei Miyamoto and Saya Takagi all grew up and admitted that even the little lowly Alice in the original book grew up to be a flower girl. The position of the captain of the 3rd team is definitely Nan Lixiang, and the deputy team is Yuriko Gaoqing. These 2 are relatively mature and stable in terms of social experience and life. When Lon came back, they stayed in the ordinary world for a while, so they all rose to level 2 in that world. Luo Hao currently has no family, so he is alone. In addition, there are some girls who did not join the family, but just followed Lon to live in the wrong world, such as Ramiya, Miu, Irisville, Iliasville, Sakura. There are also 5 preparatory family members, Wanli Guyuli, Kinkiyuan Aina, Sei Gongshin, Wanli Guguang, and Lianqing Dongji. In general, there are quite a lot of people brought back this time, and all of them are girls, so it's no wonder that Anna and Yunying will fry. Originally, Lon only had Anna as a younger sister, but now she has a little Sakura. More importantly, because of Lan's relationship with 2 wives, Ramiya and Irisville, he indirectly had 2 daughters, Nyo and Ilia. Because of the relationship of Lan's daughter, the 2 women directly became the group pet and princess in the family. Sakura was supposed to be a group favorite, but Lon spent more than a year in the ordinary world and missed it in the giant world, so the original little girl has grown up and is no longer a little lowly. Although Ilia is about the same age as Sakura, she is not born to grow up because of her physique, which is both a disadvantage and an advantage. In addition, Lon also inquired about the situation of the Astrea Familia, like a member of the Familia. The results were not what he expected, and the growth was also very huge. All current members and levels are Alice, LV6, Ryu, LV6, Gajono, LV5, Layla, LV5, Niz, LV5, Main, LV5. At the beginning, he promised Astria to recruit genius family members for her in other worlds, but in the end, he took her to the Scarlet World, only gave her a main, and the other geniuses were taken away by himself. This made her very angry and ignored herself all the time. 5 years have passed now, and I don't know if the chi has disappeared or not. But overall, it's pretty good. At least her family members didn't all sacrifice like in the original book. Alyssa and Liu even reached LV6. In the original book, only Liu was left in the entire family, and, because of her departure, Liu didn't go to the dungeon to fight monsters for 5 years to update the favor, and the level stayed at LV4. She is now 2 levels higher than the original. You must know that the current sword girl Ace is only level 5. After a period of time after the start of the plot, she went to single kill Udius, the main floor master of the 37th floor, and then upgraded to level 6. In the evening, the family will hold a welcome party. In addition to welcoming the new members of the 5th team of the family, there is of course the Athena family. To this end, Enlon also went to personally invite Astria and her family. When Astria saw Enlon, whom she hadn't seen in more than 5 years, she immediately came up and punched you in the chest, complaining for a long time. The girls such as Alice and Liu were also very happy when they saw Enlon. After chatting for a while, everyone set off to the Enlon family. When Astria saw the new members of the 5th squad of the Enlon family, her eyes flashed with envy. Female knights like Erica and Liliana are undoubtedly the members of her family that she wants most. There was also Angel Noin, but she was greedy to death. Next, the Enlon family, the Athena family, and the Astria family, the 3 families started a cheerful dinner together. They are all from different worlds, drinking and bragging about each other, each talking about the anecdotes of their own world, and they soon became one. After the dinner, Enlon went to rest, but Yixiao and Su Muching found him alone. Enlon saw the two and had already guessed their purpose. Back then, in order to recruit Yixiao, he promised him that as long as he reached LV6, he would help him resurrect Su Muchio. Therefore, before the two could speak, Enlon said first, "I know what you are going to say. You have fulfilled my conditions. I will naturally keep my promise and help you resurrect Su Muchio." When? Yixiao asked excitedly. Finally, to see him again. Su Mucheng also looked nervous and excited, looking at Enlon expectantly. "I'll take you back in a week," Enlon assured the two of them. Yixiao and Su Mucheng looked at each other and nodded. On the second day of the return, the newly updated level of the old Enlon family members was submitted to the guild, and then announced by the guild. Suddenly, this Arari was shocked. 5 LV7S, 7 LV6S, and 7 LV6S. This is too terrifying. Even if the Freya family and the Loki family are added, it is not so terrifying. If there is another LV8 level, it will almost catch up with the Zeus family back then. From today, Orari will have 6 LV7 adventurers. The highest level of Orda has been broken. After the rank was announced, the old members of the clan took on the task of expedition from the guild. Then the first team, the second team, the third team, and the fourth team are all dispatched, with the new members' 5 teams, go deep into the dungeon, fight monsters, and upgrade. Then, the Astria family also took on an expedition mission and went deep into the dungeon with the Athena family. The 3 family members walking together, all of them are top-level adventurers, immediately attracted many adventurers to watch and applaud. All the family members went on expeditions, and even the taverns that were in business were temporarily closed. Enlon took Athena and Luo out of the guild, found Aurenas, and asked him to authenticate the identities of the 2 women. Uranus and Athena are the existence of a god system. He did not expect that Enlon would bring the goddess Athena, who thought it was another world. You must know that there is also Athena in the wrong world, and Hestia is also known as the existence of the 3 virgin goddesses. For this reason, Athena must not be able to use the identity of Athena in the wrong world, otherwise it will be repeated. Then use Métis instead. And Lon thought for a while and said, Athena in the Godslayer world is the goddess of the Trinity. Besides Athena, she is also Medusa and Métis. No, Métis also exists. Even if she doesn't have the lower realm, all the gods in the lower realm know her. 33 Uranus still shook his head. Then call Minerva, and Lon continued to think. Yes, Uranos finally nodded. As a result, Athena, Minerva, and Luo have also become certified gods in the wrong world. In fact, in addition to the Olympus god system, the wrong world also has other god systems, such as Jian Yule from the extreme east region, as well as Ganesha, Freya, Loki, and Ista, all from different god system. It's just that the wrong world did not introduce the division of gods in detail, as if they all came from the same place. Next, the girls that Enlon brought back from another world must pass through the guild and give proof of identity. Enlon solved the problem of heretics for Uranos, and Uranos naturally agreed to this trivial matter.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.